for the pride. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
With the last 2 days of matches remaining, the target is set for the Danger Red to strike. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another exciting day of the iQOO BMPS 2024. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty alongside with me. And Salty, as I just said, last 2 days remaining of round one, and we have the final two groups from set red that we are going to witness.
Absolutely, and I believe that these groups and these teams, they're going to feel themselves a little easier than the other ones because they right now have a target in front of them, right? They know exactly how many points that they need to chase down, and I believe that that should be a much simpler task rather than setting the target being completely blind.
Exactly. I mean, earlier on we were talking about this when we had set blue in front of us as to they will have to put their best performance forward because they do not know where the cutoff will be. But right now, set red as it sits, the cutoff, the team on the 64th position is there with 54 points. That is at the starting of the day. At the end of the day, all of that is going to change. We are going to see that reach all the way up to 60. But that is a story for today and tomorrow as to will the teams from the last two groups of set red, will they be able to achieve all of those points and qualify within the top 64? Of course, there are a few of these names like Silly Gaming and MOGO Esports that have done the hard work in week one itself. And now it's just about playing the fundamentals, just maintaining that 5 to 6 points per match average, and it's all good to go. But for the other teams, the fight is still on.
Absolutely. I feel like Silly Esports and MOGO Esports, they are well settled for the competition. In fact, MOGO Esports, I feel like this lineup, they are very well settled till the grand finals, and hopefully this team makes it. But talking about Silly Esports, I still want to see them get tested once again week in, week out, because we've seen multiple teams with great performances in the first week, but not really coming up with the best of their capabilities in the second week. So I feel like Silly Esports, there might be question marks, but talking about question marks, Johnny, there are a couple of names. You've got GHUSO Esports, Phoenix Esports, AstroKids, and Alibaba Raiders, exactly in the vicinity where you and I want, right?
Exactly, and it's not just them. KARUNADU Esports is their team, VST, there's new version as well. Hub Esports, they recently joined hand with SKULLTZ as well, so that is Hub X SKULLTZ now. And that is also another team that's in a very interesting position. Very peculiar to see them finish under 20 points in that opening week. Hopefully this week. The target for them is going to be 40 to 45 points. If they can hit 50 points in the 6 matches, that is all going to make things a little bit more wonderful for them, because that would mean that they would be standing a very high chance of breaking into the top 64. But then again, I mean, the competition is going to be fierce because there's 2 crore rupees on the line once these teams make it to the grand finals. And of course, this is a massive prize pool, out of which the lion's share, 75 lakh rupees, will be awarded to the winners, along with the trophy of iQOO BMPS 2024.
This trophy actually is possibly the most historic trophy in the entire circuit so far. I love this trophy, especially because of its sheer size, Johnny, and the fame and the acclaim that comes along with it, of course. The runners-up will get 30 lakh, the second runners-up will get 20 lakhs, but do not forget the individual accolades from Hero Xtreme themselves, our official mobility partner. The MVP of the finals, they get Hero Xtreme 160R4V, and the survivor of the finals get Hero Xtreme 125R. Along with these two, of course, there are other individual accolades as well. The iQOO MVP of the tournament, the IGL of the finals, and much more than that. But let's just talk about the points distribution, something which is going to help them get that position. The first position, of course, will get 10 points. Second will get 6. Third will get 5, and it keeps on dwindling downwards till you get to see 9th to 16th placement per teams just getting absolutely nothing. But the most important factor, 1 finish for 1 point.
Exactly, 1 point for every single finish to secure inside of the game. And in the last few days, we've noticed teams sort of be consistent in getting those finishes in every single game. That has been the target. But the schedule for the day in front of us, Group 3, they're going to play the first 3 matches, which is Erangel, Miramar, and Sanok. And then Group 4 will step in playing Vekendi, Miramar, and Erangel in the later half of the day. Now, let's bring our conversation towards Group 3, right? As we mentioned, Silly Esports, MOGO Esports, they've done phenomenal. 89 points for Silly. They stood at the first position at the end of week 1. And of course, even though the tumble has been there, even if they secure no points in this particular week, they will still qualify for round 2. MOGO Esports in a similar situation, 58 points secured in that opening week. And for this week, I think their average needs to be about 4 points per game. That should still help them cross over to the other side. But, as we mentioned, 64th position in the overall leaderboard that includes all the 128 teams right now. That is where Phoenix Esports are with 54 points. So they are right on the verge of either making it to round 2 or straight up getting eliminated if they do not perform.
Exactly, but I think they have that little bit of a cushion, right? With 6 matches left more to go, they know they are going to make some points and earn their rights to actually proceed towards round 2. In fact, we are having this theory crafting conversation about the points and the cutoffs. Let's just have a look at the overall standings. Why shouldn't we? I mean, that will clear the picture, of course. So we do have BGMI, 85 points overall, 6 matches played and 2 chicken dinners. Insane Esports have been absolutely brilliant. God's Reign, if you talk about them, 72 points. But I'm looking at teams, especially teams from this group. Silly Esports, 89 points from the first week itself. If they can repeat the performance, Johnny, it seems like it will be a historic one inside of round 1.
Yeah, definitely will be historic, and it will make sure that the other teams are going to be quite wary of them once they move to round 2. Everyone's going to start preparing on how do they take down the players of Silly Esports. But looking at the rankings in front of us, I think anyone who scored like 40 plus points in this second week, they should be safe if they had around 20 points in that opening week. So teams like LOC, Legacy, they are in a very comfortable position. But a big concern for teams like RIP Mizo, Alpha 6, Hail India. So there are still names that have done well in week 2 of Set Red and Set Blue, and yet we are going to be bidding them adieu once tomorrow comes to an end, because that is when their journey will be over as well. But again, now with these 32 names in front of us, I think the 32 names that play today, they have an idea of what needs to be done. You need to be a little bit more aggressive. Make sure you're maintaining that average in every single game. If you fail in one match, you have to try and compensate in the next. There is not a single game that you can miss out on.
Exactly. And I think more than having the target or the cutoff points that we're talking about in front of them, I feel like they have a huge amount of data set as well on how the other teams have performed. There are certain teams, especially Elevate Esports as a matter of fact, first week being absolutely flawless, 60 plus points is what they've secured, and then we saw them tumble in the second week, right? So there will be teams who will look at these teams and look at exactly what mistakes they are making and will not look to make them once again. And that is one of the reasons why I'm bringing the conversation of Silly Esports time and time again. MOGO Esports, if we talk about, we put them at the same level as Carnival Gaming or Team WSB or BGMI Esports. I feel like MOGO Esports, S-Power, if he's in prime form, this team should not have any problems whatsoever.
I mean, it's not just S-Power, right? The other players have been playing extremely well as well. So MOGO looks extremely solid with this new roster. In the opening week, we did notice them bringing their aggression up as well inside of the matches, running into all of those early fights. But we do have the casters prediction in front of us, and it seems like a bunch of us went with MOGO Esports, including myself, Ocean, and Maisie. Anki Bot, he went for Karunadu Esports. Salty, you went for Silly Esports, so we're going to be fighting for the top spot this week. Necro chose Phoenix, and Phoenix, they have a lot of incentive to try and perform, as I mentioned, right on that 64th position in the overall leaderboard. A good performance will help them qualify in just one game itself. And then Sparrow has gone for Carpediem. Now, Carpediem is an interesting name. They have played a decent set of matches in that opening week, but Carpediem being Carpediem, every game they are going to drop into Seize the Day themselves. And well, because of that, they weren't really able to secure a lot of placement points for a long time. I think still, as of now, they don't have a lot of placement points. They have 20 plus eliminations in the 6 matches they played.
Carpediem is an interesting conversation. They're a different species altogether, right? I don't believe that this team needs placement points in order to survive. This team thrives on those finish points. And it seems like their team has found harmony in chaos, to be honest. And if you look at their players, they're always looking to be aggressive. They're always looking to take fights head on. And if you have a team that has an approach like that, you know there will be certain days which are going to be bad days. But for that team, it is all fine. That is all in the script, because they understand the importance of bad days and they know exactly the mistakes that they've done. The next day, it's all about going balls to all again.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I mean, Carpediem, interesting performance, but hopefully this particular week we hope to see them secure a little bit more placement points, consistently finish in the top 3. If they can actually pull it off in the first few matches today itself, I think that should set them up for success tomorrow. And they have a lot of experience under their belt, so ideally it should not be too difficult for Carpediem to move to round 2 from here on out. But it is the iQOO BMPS, so nothing is going to be ideal, nothing is going to be that easy.
Absolutely, and I personally feel like Gamla Boy and Max, they're big match players, Johnny. They certainly step up, especially when the pressure is high, so it should not be any problem. But we'll talk about them, especially when the next group comes live. But as of now, we do have the matchup in front of our screens. Alibaba Raiders, Johnny. I want to know your thoughts about this team because very interesting lineup. Initially known as GLitchX Reborn, they competed in previous official tournaments. They still have Roman as the IGL. Chris OP is going to be there. We will talk about them a lot. In fact, we've got new version. We've got TCW, Hub Esports and Skulls, the collaboration that we were talking about. Karunadu Esports, in fact. A lot of these names, especially from this group, being around that danger zone or where they will have to perform consistently in order to qualify.
That is very true, and again, I mean, the opportunity is still there. Alibaba Raiders, as you mentioned, the performance in week 1 wasn't that bad. I think they walked away with 37 points in 6 matches. Not a bad outing. If they can maintain that average, this week is not going to be bad for them either. The teams that I'm actually concerned about are going to be TCW. It's a big name from their region. They have a lot of fan support as well, so they need to put in that extra bit of effort. Hub ESportsxSKULLTZ is another team I'm worried about, along with RAFN, Ruthless, and Team Muffins. Team Muffins, they have no points on the board. So Team Muffins need all the points they can get in this week.
I mean, it's going to be extremely difficult, to be honest, for Team Muffins. The best case scenario that I can think of is to try and get yourself a little experience in terms of how to take the fights, how to position yourself in the circle, getting the knowledge, and then potentially come back in another official tournament. Exactly.
But ladies and gentlemen, there's something that you need to get for yourselves, and it is the iQOO Z9S series. It is out now, starting at 18,999. And of course, if you go on to Google, search for the iQOO Z9S series, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9 Pro for yourself. It is an amazing device, the segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, and of course a lot of amazing features like the 5500 mAh battery and the 80-watt flash charger, along with the 2000 Hz touch sampling rate.
Yeah, this is very interesting actually. You know what, a lot of these players, they complain about the fact that their feedback from their touch to the point where that feedback is registered inside the game, there's that slight bit of a delay, and I feel like this phone has actually mastered it all. They know that this device is going to be used for gaming, and in fact it will be used in gaming, the iQOO 12 inside of Kochi.
Exactly, and it is going to be amazing because I mean that is just an upgrade from this, but this is a good starting point as well for a lot of these players that are struggling to find that perfect device that allows them to get that grind, and as you mentioned, those long practice hours that all of these upcoming players struggle with. Well, this is the perfect setting for you, but we are going to try and set up the upcoming match because it's going to be the map of Erangel that Group 3 is going to start on, and of course Silly Esports, they're going to be the top contenders, MOGO Esports as well, but that middle pack, Salty, starting from Phoenix all the way towards new version, they're going to be under a lot of pressure because this first game, if they manage to secure 10 to 15 points, it makes their lives moving forward a whole lot easier.
Absolutely, and in fact, you know, there will be a lot of fan backing as well. We have teams like Team VST. Snacks has been making a comeback after an extremely long time, so there is huge amount of fan support, and every one of them, they're backing this player. They're gonna go ahead and, you know, be at his prime best. We know what a beast he was in those 1v1 duels back in the days. And then again, another team, of course, has to be mentioned. That's going to be AstroKids. Now, AstroKids, I feel like, is one of those technically advanced teams, and I have seen them play in front of me. It seems like this team, they've got all the fundamentals covered, Johnny. Their positioning is brilliant, the communication is brilliant, their fights are brilliant. It's just a matter of time, a little bit more experience, and it seems like this team will be one of the teams to be feared, and I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, AstroKids have been phenomenal, right? I mean, for a new team that is playing, I think, their third official, they have improved so much, and this time it feels like they are just getting better and better with every single game that they play. The consistency was there, kind of there in week 1, but hopefully they have gotten better because they had a lot of time to prepare for the matches today. And of course, it's the first Erangel, so things are not really going to go exactly as you planned. You will have to adapt as you move along from the first map to the next And again, AstroKids, a lot of pressure on them. Along with them, GHUSO, another team under a lot of pressure. A team we haven't talked about a lot. Do or die. My expectations from this team are definitely going to be there to see them qualify for round 2. But let's see how today is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the day, the map of Erangel. Here we go.
The first game of Erangel, and the flight path is back up in the sky once again. Let us see where exactly it forms up. The circle is what I'm talking about, but the flight path, air traffic control suggests that it starts off from military base and it moves on towards Georgia Pole. Co-pilot Johnny, it seems like majority of these teams who want to go towards the eastern periphery, they will have a lot of job to do.
Yeah, the entire eastern half of the map is going to be off limit. I mean, even to get to Nova Repnoi, you will have to take the exit early towards military base and then glide towards Nova Repnoi. Anything farm, school, Rozok, Severny is definitely way too far off from that flight path. So we might see those early drop clashes in awkward position. But hey, looking at this flight path, you know for a fact that Destro from MOGO Esports, their IGL, is going to be the happiest of the bunch, because this gives them complete control of that military base without even breaking a sweat. And there's no one there to challenge them right off the bat.
Absolutely. There are the players of AstroKids as of now, but we'll have to find out where exactly they land. Mostly moving towards the likes of Nova Repnoi, or possibly can try and get themselves the housing of Milta as well. They're still gliding, their parachutes are still on. On the other side, in terms of the mainland, as far as the mainland is concerned, you've got two teams towards that Pancake region. Of course, Team VST will be there. Their legacy drop location, Snacks used to love to play from that territory. And then you've got the likes of Team Muffins, who are moving towards the Potato Hills. Quite an isolated place, to be honest.
I mean, it is nice, but I'm expecting an early fight over there. The parachutes are going to be spotted out, and it's going to be an early fight between VST and Team Muffin. And let's see how that is going to turn out. Who wins that collision? There we have it. Who are the teams looking for those weapons? And it seems like the players from the side of Team Muffin, they have been isolated. Dazzle has made sure that Golu is extremely low, but she has a DBS to work with, which can give her an edge in close quarters combat. Stacks on the other side, armed with the M4. We have Shiraj with a Scarel and another shotgun as the secondary.
It kind of will be very difficult for Team Muffins to actually come back in this fight. No weaponry whatsoever. And the same goes for Team VST as well. It's just that they have acquired those Scarels and the shotguns to actually work with. And now look at this. Beautifully done. Two players kind of trying to chime up on that one single player, push up that overload. I don't really think Team Muffins have anything to do here.
Yeah, I mean, the only way this works out for them is if Golu does something phenomenal, but hiding behind the door. First, the door goes down, and then Golu along with it. Team Muffin, 3 players knocked out. And now it's the last player remaining, Nora. Can't really do much. Has the AKM and the M4, but it's a 1v4 situation as well. And VST, they're going to be very happy with this drop clash and how this game has started for them. 4 points right off the bat. Tries to go for a knock, secures the knock as well, but there's Dazzle right in the instant. A little bit of a wave for Nora. What is this? VST, a big blunder comes in. They lose 1 player when they should have lost none.
Absolutely. I mean, there was no information whatsoever on where this player is, Nora. And she took her time, all the time in the world, of course, to confirm that knock and the finish, of course. Could just walk away with 1, potentially could have walked away with 2, but that was it. 4 eliminations on Team VST. They still survive with 3 players, but it seems like that small hiccup is going to cost them.
Yeah, man. I mean, this fight should have been perfect from VST's perspective after those first 3 knocks, but yeah, as you mentioned, no information on where the 4th player from the side of Team Muffin was, and VST, a small little mistake. They do recover with 3 players, 4 points secured in that early fight, but because of this early casualty, the mid game and the late game are going to be extremely tricky for them to play out from. In the meanwhile, we have on our screens Team Silly Esports. They've taken complete control of Primorsk. And the circle also not being too far away from them. We have a central circle this time around. And because of that, there's a lot of map area for these teams to work with. So I do not expect any more fights happening this early inside of the game. I think we're going to have to wait at least 10 minutes for the next piece of action.
Exactly. Silly Esports going on towards Primorsk. We just had the perspective of Hydras as well. Really want to see this player perform in front of my eyes. Heard a lot about this guy. Extremely brilliant in those close quarters. Can work well with the shotgun. So we'll have to find out how well that works out. And for Silly Esports, if a team actually acquires 3 chicken dinners out of the 6 games that they've played, that's insanity. But talk about insanity. Alibaba Raiders, their IGL will be completely surrounded with insanity. Do or die, they're certainly doing it at the moment right now.
Yeah, definitely. They only have 2 options, right? Do or die. And we've always seen this team play with the same attitude as the name. This time as well, managing to catch one of the players from the side of Alibaba Raiders completely off guard towards Severny. They gain the advantage, they gain the upper hand and that early point for themselves. But now the question is, do they try and hunt down the remainder of Alibaba Raiders, or they just keep on moving along their merry way? Alibaba Raiders playing from Severny, by the way. So they will have that early map control of the northern half of the map, but if the circle takes us down south, then things can become a little bit tricky for Alibaba Raiders. VST in the meanwhile, after that early fight, just south of Pachinki, they rotate all the way towards Yasnaya Poliana.
Talking about Yasnaya Poliana, there's nobody there on that eastern corridor, absolutely. Just VST and AstroKids, extremely far away from each other. Mansion, prisons, shelter, farm, all of these territories have been left open.
Yeah.
If you talk about Alibaba Raiders, then yeah, I mean, that was kind of an unfortunate exit. Roman couldn't really have done anything in that situation. A 1v4, but
look at
the question is
of Jux. Did you notice Jux?
Mm-hmm.
They were moving towards KARUNADU Esports, looking to, I think, move up north towards the Everest area, or maybe just gatekeep the teams moving from the western side right on those Gutka fields. And Gutka is quite an open position, so if they play their cards right, they should be able to catch 1 or 2 players off guard at least.
If you get control of those isolated compounds inside of Gutka, I feel like that is more than enough to actually help you cruise through multiple fights left, right, and center, because like you said, it is completely an open field, and you having that high ground advantage and the hard cover does give you that advantage. The vantage point is going to be there. You can create your multiple angles. And certainly it seems like KARUNADU Esports, they and JUX Esports, both of them need those finish points to kind of solidify their position on the overall standings. Qualification hanging by a thread. And again, a lot heard about this player as well, Johnny. Amazing from JUX Esports.
Yeah, he has been amazing. The performance from this individual in week 1 was phenomenal. And I think he was one of the reasons that JUX Esports were able to climb as high up on the leaderboard as they did. But he needs to be consistent, and his teammates also need to start stepping up. If JUX Esports, they want to creep the dreams of moving quite deep in the tournament alive, but this is a big mistake. Not a big one, actually, a small one. Niku just caught off guard, isolated by the players of KARUNADU Esports, and Manny Jord is the man who has found that opening for his team. They managed to secure that early point. But JUX Esports now made wary of where the threat is coming from. They will keep an eye on this ridge, try and see if Manny overextends, and they can pick him off.
Extremely greedy from JUX Esports, honestly, to try and capture that much territory in the first circle itself, when you still know that 16 teams are still alive. In fact, 15 of them are still alive inside of the lobby. You know there will be high chances of third parties, and there was absolutely no trade potential going on whatsoever. So why was that player in an isolated spot? That is a question. And I think JUX Esports will not have any answers to that. Will have to continue the journey with 3 players.
Yeah, that is true. But luckily for them, they were already inside the edge of the first zone, so they can just move further deep inside of this play zone, try and play for the center, see if they can get close to stage 2 before it happens. But yeah, late game things might get tricky. TCW on our screens, they have control of the southern edge of the main island. And no one to bother them, at least for 100-meter radius, 200-meter radius. So they should be quite comfortable. But GS, GODSAINTS Girls. Now this is another interesting team we saw in that opening week, right? Not really in the worst of position. They have 25 points to their name right now. If they can secure 40+ points this particular week, I think they should be good to go for round 2. Let's just make that 45 points.
Yeah.
But everyone from this team needs to step up. And they need to be consistent. That is the biggest flaw that was there in their run in the opening week. Consistency lacking all over.
And then mentality as well, right? To just try and get those position points, to try and find an easy route through their rotation itself. They never really had the intention of taking the head-on battles, and I feel like that is exactly where they kind of lost a lot of the traction. Talk about Hub X Skulls. Shots being fired from that vantage point. Chronix sprayed out an entire magazine, but could not really connect onto the vehicle. Not a single bullet.
Yeah. Quite unfortunate over there.
Would you ever do that? Shatter all the windows in your houses?
And he's target practicing, you know.
Ah.
So that doesn't miss another spray.
Pretty big target and pretty close target. I don't really think that's good enough practice, Johnny.
Yeah. Probably why he missed that spray.
Nice one. Let's talk about this team as a matter of fact. Where were they? MOGO Esports. Finally rotating out of their fortress in military base, making their way up north towards the main island. Justin has already crossed over. The rest of the 3 players will follow up. But Johnny, with the addition of S-Power, it seems like MOGO Esports has finally evolved once again.
Yeah.
And from a positioning-based outfit to now a completely ruthless one. I want to know your opinion about this lineup right now.
I mean, so in the opening week, we were lucky enough to have Robinson join us for a day, and we were having a long discussion as to how this team is functioning, what they are doing in the back end, and how they've been practicing. And again, now this is all about raw firepower. They just wanted a little bit more extra firepower, but the addition of S-Power to the lineup has just boosted the morale of Delta and Justin as well. So even these 2 fraggers are just playing out of their mind right now. And at this point, I think what they are trying to execute is just bring in a few more strategies for those 4v4, specifically for 4v4s, not really for execution of the entire map, because according to Robinson, Destro already has that pretty well done. And what they wanted was just to make sure that their 4v4s were going to go there when there was nothing that would stop them from winning in all-out fights. But if you want to be in a similar position where you do not want to be held back because of anything inside of your matches, check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999, our official smartphone partner of the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Great device, has amazing specs inside as well. Can do a great job, especially in those 4v4 fights. Does not lag, does not overheat. Buttery smooth gameplay. But coming back to that conversation, I feel like my analogy also kind of aligns exactly the way you've said, right? I've recently noticed that Justin has started to get back into his prime form, I believe, which was in 2023, mid of 2023, when he was going up ahead and getting all those eliminations. Confidence had definitely taken a tumble from that point on. Delta was also very lethal, especially inside of BGIS 2023. We saw him take the MVP. But with the addition of S-Power, it seems like now there is that natural flair, and the teammates who were kind of under a lot of pressure, they've also started to take their free role, and now they roam about on the map looking for those finishes, and they do a good job in getting those finishes. And talk about finishes, S-Power is already on its way. Spray down, but he gets knocked out.
Yeah, Delta Jord from the side of RAFN secures the trade, but Dictator is going to fall as well. And Justin, the backup is there as he finds a run over onto mid to dawn. MOGO Esports brilliantly bringing in those trades against RAFN, but the rare right. This time that's going to be the tire that gets popped, and MOGO Esports are going to be forced to run inside the cover, inside of the watchtower. Assault and Delta Jord from the side of RAFN. They've done it quite brilliantly. They've held their ground against the players of MOGO Esports, but the fight is still not over. Justin is back up. Well, he's been standing all this time. And of course, Destro is there. We see him on the map. S-Power has been brought back into the fight. And now all they have to do, MOGO Esports, is just make sure that Delta does not get finished.
Exactly. I think MOGO Esports and their first objective will have to be to close in the distance. And they've kind of done that, especially with 2 players, S-Power and Destro, pushing up close and personal. Now the utility, as soon as the utility starts chiming in, it seems like RAFN, they will be pushed back. Look at that, S-Power once again. Not the ideal positioning. Man had a nade in his armor, but Destro finally resurrects him. 1 knock is there, but I think the revival on Delta will also get reactivated. Yeah,
Delta is going to be brought back by Justin. S-Power getting a revive by Destro. A very, very risky move by these 2 lads, but Destro providing amazing support for his teammate. And now Mitudon, who was knocked out, he's getting a revive from Delta Jord. So RAFN, they will have to deal with this fight. A 2 versus 4 situation. Another nade from Justin. And Mitudon, he's going to be knocked out again. It's down to Delta Jord, the last player surviving from RAFN. And with a barrage of nades, they just wrap things up extremely quickly and efficiently. MOGO Esports, again, off to their own shenanigans. 4 points secured from this team fight, and they do not lose a single player.
Absolutely. What a beautiful display of artillery it was. I mean, every single player knew exactly where to throw the nades from, and the timing of those nades following up one after the other was precise.
Wow. Look at the circle hardship, though.
It definitely is going to make things more interesting because there is not a lot of hard cover, Johnny.
Yeah, KARUNADU Esports, I think they'll be quite happy with this. And GHUSO the most upset because they were holding that western edge of the circle before. And that is where they were shooed away from by the players of KARUNADU Esports, who now hold the smack center. So things are definitely about to get interesting, especially as the wave of teams from the eastern side just move towards the west. Majority of the teams were playing the center of the map towards Pochinki, and now all of them will have to find those covers, those houses, compounds inside of the zone. It won't be easy. Silly Esports, they're playing that eastern edge still. They have the players of HeatBeasts right behind them. Probably the reason why they are a little bit hesitant and just moving out into the open. But new version looks like they want to go for a push. See if they can get some information, find an opening against the players of HeatBeasts.
It's going to be difficult, especially in this temple region. You've got two players in the back lines, two players up in the front lines as well. Chronix looking to find that vantage point. On the other side, it's AstroKids who are trying to duke it out against New Version. New Version escaped from one team, falling into the clutches of another one. Levi will take this fight up close and personal. I really want to see if this man can find the opening all by himself, but here comes the backup. Johnny, it seems like the first opening is there. There is another player who's going to fall down as well. Slowly and steadily, AstroKids, they are making the other team suffer and scramble, and there is nothing that they can absolutely do.
Yeah, one after the other, the players from New Version, they get isolated and they are being picked off. Vortex is the last man surviving in that corner panic room. And I think with this Molotov going out, Light knows exactly where he needs to throw the nade. And it is perfect. There it is. New Version eliminated from the game extremely early. But this fight, even from the perspective of AstroKids, wasn't as clean as they wanted it to be. Two players knocked and finished off instantly by the players of New Version. And now HeatBeasts, they show up to take advantage of an already bleeding AstroKids. Just last two players left. They're on the run. Chronix. No information as to where the players are headed. And AstroKids instantly evading, repositioning themselves towards the edge of the zone, towards the eastern edge of Pochinki City.
Cheek and Light, the two players who are still surviving. I believe now it's finally time if AstroKids really want to seek profits from this game. Light has to become Light Yagami, and he needs the death note with him as well.
Yeah, but won't be easy at all.
It absolutely won't be. I mean, he's still at the edge of Pochinki. He knows, as a matter of fact, if he escapes this territory, there won't really be a lot of troubles. But speaking of troubles, it seems like S-Power wants troubles for himself, pushing up against another one of the teams.
And it is going to be an interesting fight for these two sides. Do or die up against the players of MOGO Esports. And both of them just show up with numerous number of vehicles on both sides. And MOGO Esports, we've seen them do this once before. It was the final map of Wrangle they played in that opening week, where 4 buggies just ran amok the chaos that was there. Took down 2 different teams, but this time Do or Die, they just panic and they run into the players of TCW out of nowhere, in the middle of nowhere as well. Luckily for Bhalu, he does manage to secure that frag. He was dropped extremely low, so he needs to heal up and get out of there before the players of MOGO Esports can put their thoughts into action.
Do or Die, they're going to love this circle shift once again. Another hard shift coming in from the BGMI gods, TCW. Yes, they are in a great position, but they were just on the crosshairs of Do or Die for a moment. Lost one of their players in that process. And now finally it seems like majority of these teams, they're starting to flood themselves inside the circle. Silly Esports have started to make a move. You've got Alibaba Raiders right around the edge. So potential fight can happen. But as of now, Do or Die right on the edge. Will they be successful in their gatekeeping attempts? We'll find out, Johnny.
Yeah, we will find that out. But for now, we have GS. It seems like they've gotten quite lucky. TCW around them, and they've managed to deter the players of Silly Esports moving any further. The nade should be able to find the knock and run. Veer gets knocked out. Jax OP. That's an important frag that he's able to secure for himself. Well, at least the knock for now. They're going to look for the frag in the next few minutes, but with his opening found. Can the players of TCW make a push, considering they've lost one man from this side already? So technically, this fight, it is still a 3v3.
You've also got to consider so many teams in the periphery, right? Every single one of them, they're looking to third party this fight, and I'll tell you exactly why. It is happening at the smack center of the circle, and there are just 2 of these compounds which are left as hard covers. So especially for the likes of Silly Esports and TCW, they cannot, absolutely cannot venture out in the open. But talking about venturing out in the open is going to be Beast, who is right out. And it's amazing all by himself in a 3v1 situation. He's holding the situation pretty well so far, but takes in a lot of shots. The shotgun connects, finds a knock. Beautifully done. And now, hopefully, the cavalry is going to come back. Yes, it is here.
Yeah, but amazing. Does he have time to reset? I didn't think so. It's a Molotov from Beast that finds the knock. Amazing is going to be knocked out. Now Rebu with his back exposed. He's stuck out into the open. But look at the radar. There's another team right behind the players of VST. And this fight, it needs to be wrapped up extremely quickly, especially from the perspective of VST, who found the knock. They're looking for the third and the last player. Damage dished out onto Suki. Another nade should do the trick. And this might be it, actually. Amazing's finish point is going to be secured. The last man still left alive, but not too difficult for the players of VST to find and hunt him down. He's trying to finish off Siraj. He's trying to finish off and secure that point for his teammates. Running and dodging the nades at the same time. Snacks pushing forward with the P90. Does he find the knock? Well, he does. And the finish is there. The squad wipe comes in, and VST in this game off to a great start, Salty, I have to say. 7 eliminations have been secured by them. But here, Phoenix in the middle of nowhere, just catching the players of Do or Die off guard. They just needed a few points, the players from the side of Phoenix, and they have found them in this particular match. But unfortunately for them, no time to celebrate, as out of nowhere, MOGO Esports again with the Mad Max strategy of theirs, bringing those buggies, running them around, and just making sure that anyone who sees them gets run over.
This is something which I like about MOGO Esports right now, right? They don't really say a lot of things. They don't really try and strategize a lot of things. They just come in and ram in and completely take the fight to you head on, but not a lot of head-on battles going well for Team GS so far. KARUNADU Esports really dominating this fight. Alibaba Raiders in the backlines, and what are they doing? They just escaped. This fight had an amazing opportunity to go on to these finish points, but no. Even Evil Axe is going to fall over there. Alibaba Raiders elsewhere will get cleaned up by Vin. What just happened to this team?
Well, points split are between the players of GS and MOGO Esports. And I think Ian is definitely going to be happy with this one. 3 points secured by this one player for the total tally of the team. Alibaba Raiders, that was an unpleasant surprise. I think they came towards this shack thinking it might be empty and they might be able to avoid any collisions against the players of KARUNADU Esports, but then again did not account for the players of GS. And of course, there was a long distance spray committed on the players of Alibaba Raiders from MOGO Esports as well, by the way. Saw that on the finish feed. So that was unnecessary pressure that got added to that fight, but MOGO Esports looking to take on the players of Phoenix.
Like the fact that they've smoked up right up front, right? They've also smoked up the shack as well, so the opposition can't have any visibility whatsoever. Now, how do they proceed? How do they close in the distance is also going to be a question. You mentioned it. Long distance sprays have been a part of the action left, right and center. Multiple teams looking to third party. And S-Power, always genius with those grenades.
Yeah, he's been lobbing every piece of utility he had towards the players of MOGO Esports. Towards the players of Phoenix Esports, my apologies. And there's the opening knock now. They push for Goku, who is trying to fight for his life with the DBS. Unfortunately, the shots aren't connecting because of all of that smoke and the spam from Justin and S-Power. They find that last man from the side of Phoenix as well. 9 points on the board secured by MOGO Esports in this game. How many more are they going to go for? Delta gets a little too aggressive, gets knocked out. Destro as well is going to be put down on his knees by the players of KARUNADU Esports. But then S-Power and Justin, they show up for the rescue. They've already taken a lot of damage. Ian with the weapon can secure the finish, but no, she gets finished off. S-Power runs into the Molotov, and while he might not actually get taken out, this HP deficit puts them in the corner. And KARUNADU Esports will have a lot of breathing room to work with. But amidst all of this chaos, Salty, it is the players from the side of Team Ruthless that have managed to keep all of their numbers intact up until now. I think one of their players just went down. And yet, they have an isolated position inside of the, outside the circle that can help them secure this win. They are towards the southwestern edge of the map, but moving in, it's going to be difficult for them. But ladies and gentlemen, moving around IRL in real life, it can be easy for you if you check out the Hero Xtreme. Our official mobility partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024 is Hero, and they have allowed us to give Hero Xtreme 125R to one player who walks away with the title of Survivor in the grand finale.
Lovely bike, Johnny, over there.
Yeah.
But talking about Team Ruthless, yes, you mentioned it correctly. Their rotation was spot on. But they still need to find that spot inside the circle so far. Currently hugging the blue zone. You can see them barely. Just a blurred vision in the distance. But look at this fight once again. The replay. And how S-Power and Justin, the confidence on these two lads, right? They know as a matter of fact in any 1v1 duels, they are going to win it. And it's always about confidence, especially if you are an entry fragger, especially if you are an assaulter in those close quarter combats. You never really ensure you have that greater chance of, or the greater success rate. But it's about your confidence that actually makes all the difference.
Exactly. I mean, recently watched a movie where there was this line, don't think, just do. Pretty much how you have to play if you are the frontline assaulter, the entry fragger for your team. Don't think just if you're IGL, if your team asks you to push in towards a position, you just go for it with your eyes closed and your trigger pulled. But now S-Power 5 eliminations on the board, and MOGO Esports, they are putting up phenomenal numbers, but the main contenders in this lobby for MOGO Esports is this side, the team in blue, Silly Esports, all 4 players intact. And while MOGO Esports have 10 eliminations on the board, Silly Esports are just now starting to kick things off. They just managed to secure 3 eliminations in total. They are going to look for more, but as I say that, it's going to be Justin from the side of MOGO Esports who finds that opening against the players of Silly, and even Inferno is going to be put down on his knees. 2 players left from the side of Silly Esports, and this is a fight for the chicken dinner now. MOGO Esports, they control the circle, and they have been controlling the game from the start up until now, until Justin got knocked.
You know, the confidence speaks for themselves, right? MOGO Esports and their athletes, all that they want to do is to try and lay out the smokes left, right, and center. They will try and blow up the area either, or they'll try to take a gun duel as well. They don't really need hard covers to play around with. They don't really need a lot of teammate support as well. The confidence, of course, was brilliant. They did suffer knocks on the back of it, and Silly Esports themselves as well. They are on the lower grounds. 2 players on their knees. Inferno did get healed up right now. Hydro, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. 3 finishes on him already. But like we said, moving in towards the circle is going to be a massive, massive job. But no way Justin is not going to let that happen. He's not going to allow that to happen.
The moment Justin got knocked, S-Power threw every single nade that he had to deny the push from the players of Silly Esports. And after that, it was just an artificial artillery strike on the players of Silly Esports, because of which they weren't allowed to move, and hence are eliminated from this game on the 5th position. We're down to 4 teams. We have MOGO Esports with 3 players, TCW with 3 players, Team Ruthless with 2, and KARUNADU Esports. They are still in this matchup with just a single player, Manny Jord, but he's doing quite a lot for his team, by the way. MOGO Esports, in the meanwhile, they're not looking to slow down anytime soon. 1 more knock secured. They're going to look to convert it into a finish. And between 3 players, Delta got eliminated quite early inside of this match for some reason. But between 3 players, Justin, S-Power, and Destro, they have 13 eliminations already.
Partnership between Justin and S-Power. I've been talking about it for a while right now. MOGO Esports just absolutely dominating. Yes, the last team who were their competitors, TCW, they were left stranded outside the circle. 6 eliminations is all that they had, but what a performance coming in from MOGO Esports, and a statement once again.
Yeah.
These big names, these professional teams, Johnny, it seems like all that they're coming here to do inside of round 1 is to come in and show the opposition what they've got and the caliber where they stand.
Yeah, warm-up matches. That's what they call them, warm-up matches. And I think MOGO Esports are definitely warmed up after this performance, because, again, they kept things simple, right? In the early stages, just don't stop moving, stay in those cars. If you see a team out into the open, try and see if you can stop one player. If you stop him, everyone just piles on that one individual. And MOGO Esports, all of the pressure that they build on these teams, it has been quite interesting to see how they build it and how the other teams try to deal with it. As of now, no one has been able to shut them down, and I think teams will take a little bit of time to figure out how to stop this their buggy slam and squad wipe strat. Because again, I mean, the only way I can think of is someone has to be that sacrificial lamb, just lob a nade and just force the players of MOGO Esports to come extremely close, trade out the damage, and take down at least 2 players with him.
Yeah, I don't believe that the MOGO esports hype train that is going on right now, it can be stopped with a lot of strategy. I feel like it can be stopped with a moment of brilliance, and that cannot be planned. You will have to wait for that moment to actually find out, oh wait, they also have this weakness.
Exactly. You can't outdo them in terms of their firepower and their gunfights, right? You will have to outplay them in terms of just having an off flank, having one player off guard. I think in this matchup, the only thing that could have ruined the day for MOGO Esports was KARUNADU Esports from the distance, who actually were able to secure those knocks. But still, converting those knocks into finishes was extremely difficult for them. And unfortunately for KARUNADU, when that Molotov went into the Shack S-Power, it was a miracle he was still standing. He had a pixel of HP, the booster was running. At the last second, the booster kicked in and he was still alive. Absolutely.
But look at this, right? Kind of a sad elimination for Silly Esports in this situation.
Yeah.
Expected this team to kind of do great things inside of the first game, but, well, we'll wait another match. Hopefully in the map of Miramar, they will come back. But TCW, it seemed like they were doing a lot of damage as soon as the circle shifted towards MOGO's favor. Majority of TCW and KARUNADU Esports, they were done and dusted.
Well, I mean, it was so confusing because in a second you had 4 teams and then all of a sudden it's like 2 teams remaining. I was like, where did everyone go? And TCW, as you pointed out, from outside the play zone, they were still in the blue, that last man, and he just managed to secure a few extra points for his team. It's still a decent start for TCW because, as we spoke about them, the first week was a disappointing run, right? 6 matches, they just got 19 points. But at least at the start of the day, they have that top 2 finish. The momentum is going to be strong for this team. And the next 3 matches, I mean, Miramar and Sanok, if they can secure today, make sure they walk away with at least 30 points from today itself, they should be in a much more comfortable position coming tomorrow.
Talking about comfortable position, I'm not really comfortable with Alibaba Raiders getting taken down like that. What was that push, right? You had win from GODSAINTS girls in that one little shack. 3 players jumped in and get shot at with the shotgun at their face. That is, of course, expected, right? I expect better things from Alibaba Raiders, like flushing out the opposition with utility and stuff like that. Their rotations also were not the best, but then you also have the likes of AstroKids. Now, AstroKids in that fight, they also had a dominating run, but inside of Pochinki, all of a sudden 2 players getting knocked out and finished off. I think that just completely destroyed their run.
I agree with that. I mean, I expected big things from AstroKid, but unfortunately, like always, their first game is never so great, and today was no different. But let's have a look at the points from this particular match. In MOGO Esports, 14 eliminations. They did find that final 1 frag as well. So 24 points are going to be secured. TCW with 12, off to a decent start. Team Ruthless. Now, Team Ruthless ended the first week with 13 points. From this match, they have 10 points. So Team Ruthless, they need to play in exactly the same manner. The minimum they can get from a game is 10 points. So they need to get those 10 points every single game to qualify. VST, I think VST gets themselves into a comfortable position with these 10 points. They're 37 from the opening week, 47 after this match. They need about 25 or so points from the upcoming 5 games that they have left. So VST, I mean, it is their slot to lose now.
Exactly, and if you talk about VST, I kind of felt like their first fight against Team Muffins, they were kind of lost amidst their own decision making. They had no clue of where the player was coming in from, lost a player over there, but the recovery was brilliant, and Snacks looks to be in great form, so I am very positive about this team. GHUSO did not really expect this performance. Phoenix as well, just 3 points, not really expected. But I feel like these are going to be the teams who will kind of pick up the pace. I'm expecting AstroKids to at least have one good game today. Even the same goes for GHUSO as well. A 10-pointer is somewhere down the line.
Alright, but quick question, Salty. I mean, with after this game done and dusted, where do we expect the cutoff to be right now? I mean, it was 54 when we started the day, and Phoenix Esports did quite well for themselves.
So, like we've already discussed, right, the safe points being 66, so it will be there.
Alright, I was just asking about this game, but we'll have that discussion, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to a very short break, after which we will have another map happening. It's going to be the map of Miramar, but as I mentioned, all of that and more after this very short break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63.
Ouch. I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
After that very short break, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with iQOO BMPS 2024, and my name is Ollie. With me, of course, there's going to be a slight change in panel. My good friend Necro is back on the desk, and Necro, that game of Erangel, you were watching it from the back lines. Which team are you the happiest for with that performance?
Listen, it's not really something that I'm happy for, but I'll still say MOGO Esports is doing really nice. And you know I've been a big fan of MOGO Esports from the start as well. The only reason why MOGO Esports was a little bit of a letdown in the previous couple of tournaments is because the aggression was missing. But now finally the aggression is back. With the addition of S-Power, MOGO Esports is like an unstoppable force of nature.
Yeah, the best part is the addition of S-Power has kind of also motivated Justin and Delta to push up as well. And Justin has been performing flawlessly. And ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to perform flawlessly in your scrims, then why not get yourself the iQOO Z9S? iQOO, of course, being the official smartphone partner of BMPS 2024. They've done a fantastic job with this device that starts at 18,999. Very budget friendly, but it's got a lot of power under that back cover. Great processing power, great battery life, and amazing charging potential as well. But coming back to the conversation, MOGO Esports, now it feels like even Destro is going aggressive.
Hands down, and that's what you want to see, right? This is pretty much about the new meta. We had to talk about this, right?
Yeah.
As an IGL, you're supposed to be maybe the passive one, but the rest three players have to be the aggressive ones. But now, even if you've got an IGL who's adding on the firepower, it's even better. And that just keeps on helping you on even more in this upcoming meta. And speaking of MOGO Esports, now they're much more in a better shape and form than what they were a few months back. You move on forward towards Silly Esports too. I heard you say, yeah, Silly Esports didn't really do as great, but man, they started the week off with 89 points, and even in this first game, they were in the top 3. What else do you want, Salty?
I want to see those chicken dinners, right? I have heard about the 3 chicken dinners out of the 6 matches that they've played.
You're getting too greedy, my friend.
I'm not getting greedy. I'm just asking the teams to play according to the expectations that you've set.
No. Listen, for Silly Esports, it's fine. I would say it's all good in the hood, boys. Right now, you guys are in the main target. And if all the other teams, they are going to keep your eyes pinned upon you, you need to make sure that you're not really revealing your trade secrets. If you do, then later on in the later phases, you will hardcore get countered. And that's something Silly Esports should try and avoid.
Absolutely. I feel like Hydra, again, in this game was very decent. 3 finishes all by himself. I was expecting the other players to kind of chime in as well, do a little better on the finish numbers. But like you said, I think this was a good start, a decent start to the day.
Yeah.
But on the map of Miramar, I think this team shall start to assert authority. Because, like, again, we've got the teams like Elevate Esports who had 60+ points from the first week itself. But then a sudden downfall in the second week. I just don't want that to happen to Silly Esports as well.
Now, keep this thing in mind. Inside of these groups, we've got a few names that have already confirmed their slot in the upcoming stages. MOGO Esports, Silly Esports, maybe even Phoenix Esports, right? And these 3 teams can move on forward and shatter a few dreams that they want. And MOGO Esports are already doing that. because MOGO Esports knows, yeah, they have qualified anyways. They only need, what, 10 to 15 points, and they pretty much are going to make the cut no matter what, and this game pretty much covered it for them. So MOGO Esports, they're already good in the hood. For Silly Esports too, the previous game, it was a bit of that change in the pace.
Yeah.
Maybe trying something new inside of the playing field, and I like that.
Honestly, changing the pace is all fine, and to be honest, that is something which they'll have to practice themselves as well, because we keep on talking about how round 2 and round 3 will be significantly more difficult. But Necro, one team that I'm extremely happy about has to be Team VST, because Snacks, the way he's performing right now, he's close to his absolute best. I feel like he has been putting in all the hours, and the fans are extremely happy.
Yeah, exactly. For Team VST, they started things off on a great note too, taking a fight against Team Muffins, if I'm not wrong, getting those 4 early points. That's just going to add on so much more in the overall confidence of the team. And I think so, taking that fight was something that just put on the footstep of that success for Team VST. That gave them so much confidence that later on they started taking fights after fight. They had a lot of those elimination points too. One thing is for sure, this entire banner of VST, they do not lack firepower. What they lack was confidence, and now they've gotten that.
Absolutely. We'll have to see, of course, on the map of Miramar, if they can kind of change it up, kind of try and get those better positioning as well, along with the firepower, because now they've got the confidence as well. But again, a few banners, a few names who couldn't really perform. Necro, Alibaba Raiders, 37 points. In the first game itself, they got completely dished out by that one player, and I was very surprised. That shouldn't really have happened, especially with the standards that this team has set last season.
Yeah, that's a bit really problematic, right, for Alibaba Raiders. I'm not sure what's going to save the day for them. If you're trying to look at their performance from 2023, it's been a big dip, just like Big Brother Esports. And the crazy part about this lineup is that all the players, they have been playing with each other since then. But still, somehow, the team synergy sometimes, it feels a little bit lacking. Even the communication in some of the crucial points, it's not exactly there on the mark. I'm not sure what's going to save the day for Alibaba Raiders, but only one thing they should try and realize is that they're not that far away. All they need is a few more points, and they can qualify too.
Exactly, and I think the biggest difference has been the consistency, Necro.
Yeah,
because
pretty much.
If you think of GLitchX Reborn from last season, they were consistent in every game that they play, but now you see that same brilliance in certain games, you see that same rotation coming in from Roman, you see that same firepower coming in from Chris OP as well, but it does not happen every single game. Some games they'll get eliminated like they're absolute classic players, but then in some games they will play like they are absolute bosses of the lobby.
Listen, sometimes you got to be critical. I completely understand why you're so upset with the team. It's because they have already set the bars, and you want to see them perform on that same level too. But it's not even close what they're performing right now. So Alibaba Raiders, one thing is for sure, as the upcoming game boots up, they need to amp up the aggression.
Well, the Deserty lands are back live once again, ladies and gentlemen, and the flight is up in the skies. This time around, we are going to be following the champions of the last game, MOGO Esports. It's Justin, who had 6 elimination on board, but we'll have to find out if he can repeat that same success on this map of Miramar as well. However, we are going to be flying on top of the western part of the Deserty lands. It starts off from La Cabrera, ends towards Partona. Majority of the locations on the eastern part of the map will be completely alienated. There's no surprises. Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, Al-Azhar will be extremely difficult, Necro, if you want to reach those locations. But I think with the flight path being directly on top of Chumacera, we might have some drop collision over there.
And once again, we need to speak a little bit more about Phoenix Esports. A new team on the block over here, still doing so good. And Phoenix Esports reminds me of Team Captain. With the way they play, with the approach they have, it's a nice tactical approach. They also add on a bit of that mix of firepower, aggression as well, can sometimes be really good. And now knowing the fact that Phoenix Esports is almost about to make the cut, even they can't afford to make some weird shenanigans if they want. They're not that far away. They just need 20 points in the span of 6 games. And let's be honest, anyone can accumulate that many points.
Unless you're someone like extremely bottom of the charts, you know.
You mean Team Muffins? Just take the name.
I'm fine. I was just being a little too nice. But talk about being too nice. It seems like do or die. They're not being nice in this fight so far. 3v2, but Team Do or Die, they're slowly crumbling down, Necro. One player has been knocked out, but GHUSO, brilliant recovery.
And speaking of Do or Die, it's a returning name too. Getting taken down like this, it's not something you would want to see. The man just got a Sour off in his hands, and he's still doing so much damage. And now the DBS from Avenge isn't able to do enough. He's missing all the shots, ran out of bullets, 2 in the magazine. He needs to reload it. Enough shock and shells, 2 available, so he's going to get the full reload once again. The reset with the DBS. And now he's ready to pump a few more lead. But the opponents, They're not in the receiving end of things. No one's out in the open. Everyone's playing it cautiously. For do or die, this game is almost on the verge of being done. Avinch, this one single man is trying his best to keep his team alive and trying his best to keep his banner cooking. But for how long, that's the question. He's got his hands on the DBS and he can easily pull off a 1-on-4 too. But isolation has to be the key for this execution. He does not even have a lot of meds to patch himself up. Just one single booster that he just popped right now. And even the opponents, they're playing it as cautiously as possible. He's going off against the players of JUX. And let's be honest, JUX, they're already doing way too comfortable in the overall standings.
Yeah, they certainly are. The last game, they did pretty decently. And now look at that. Trying to use the height advantage as one of the surprise factors. Amazing. It's always this player, right? It is always this player who gets those weird shenanigans done inside of the fight. Once again, Avnish is going to be isolated. Too many players just charging on top of him. JUX Esports quite comfortably get themselves 4 eliminations. And now it seems like this is going to be the JUX Esports that we're going to like.
JUX Esports is amazing, has always been the main playmaker for JUX Esports. But sometimes the entire team as well can step up. For do or die, I'm not even sure what exactly happened to that team. You remember Do or Die was seen for the first time in BGS 2024 a few months back.
Yeah.
And they were actually doing quite decent. But now the transition towards iQOO BMPS 2024, it hasn't been good. And that's the crazy part though. You usually expect teams to improve as the time keeps on passing by. But a lot of these teams, they downgraded.
I mean, you can call that a downgrade. You can call that a dip in form. But it just seems like these teams, they're having difficulty in order to adapt to a much tougher lobby, especially considering this is the Pro Series. But now look at this. Delta Jot is going to find that knock, but instantly gets traded out.
Yeah, he's going off against the players of HeatBeasts. And this time around, they will get the revival on the fallen player. Chronix up against that one single man Radiator. And Chronix is just waiting for him to step out. Somewhere down line, even Radiator knows surrounding lines are filled with a few foes. Maybe some snakes too. RAFN do want to get the revival on the fallen player. But the man from the back lines who's moving up, he can be the big game changer. Delta gets confirmed with that beautifully placed nade. And HeatBeasts off to a flying start in this fight. Not even a single casualty, but as soon as I say so, there's one man who gets knocked out. HeatBeasts. Still, the revival is easily possible, knowing the fact that the opponents do not really have any meds in their hands. They can easily try and create a flank angle and get something done. But still, that man on the flank, he isn't trying to make any sort of charge. He's still just playing put. And I'm not sure why is he doing so.
Both the flanks have actually been stopped at. There are 2 players who are directly charging at each other, but not really delivering the death blow. Talking about death blow, in fact, the front lines themselves have kind of come to a standstill. Knocks exchanged, and that was it. Team Hub Esports once again falling back. But wait, what is happening here? They've got Chronix, and right inside his room, he's got an enemy. Does he have an idea about that, Necro?
Yes, he does. He knows. But he also needs to provide the cover fire to his teammate. And that's why he isn't really trying to take any sort of desperate measures. Instead, just focusing on the team play for now. Because he knows the man underneath him, he does not want to go for the fight. Instead, he's just trying to waste as much time as possible for Chronix. And now Chronix gets his eyes locked on the player in the front as this taken down way too low. This is the fight that can be converted by the players of HeatBeasts with ease. Raw needs to be a little bit more careful off the surrounding. His teammate is pinned down. He can't really make a lot of moves. If Radiator strikes, Chronix will be knocked out. Backlines are filled up as well for RAFN, no matter where they go. It's not looking too safe. Chronix once again looking to strike on Radiator, but Radiator is constantly evading the tracks. He does not want to be a part of the fight. He just wants to create that distraction. While VST, they face off against KARUNADU, and KARUNADU is one hell of a desperate team. Dazzle is taken down way too low, and VST, they're misplacing the utilities.
They certainly are, and I have no clue how Dazzle was still surviving for so long, but finally someone puts him out of his miseries as of now. Shiraj from the backlines needs to provide cover fire, otherwise Snacks and Dazzle, both of them will be confirmed. It seems like Shiraju will have to let them be confirmed as of now because he is falling back. There is no way he can recover back from this fight. And KARUNADU Esports kind of bolstering the hopes and dreams of VST.
Yeah.
The confidence that they had acquired from Erangel might just have been shattered, Necro.
Overconfidence, my friend. That's what it was. They did pretty good in the previous game. They thought they can continue on forward with that same momentum, with that same aggression. But then this time, they met a striking force of KARUNADU Esports, and they crumbled. They should have realized one thing. In the previous game, they started things off with Team Muffins, and that's where they got the big advantage. And Team Muffins right now has 0 points in the overall standings, by the way. So that's another thing even the viewers need to consider, because they might think we're being too mean.
Yeah.
But hey, it is what it is. Sometimes the facts, they cannot be hidden.
Actually, you're wrong. They now have 1 point. They got 1 point from that fight against Team VST.
Oh, yeah, they actually did, right?
Yeah.
One man who was completely lost from VST
Yeah.
got knocked out and confirmed by that AKM. Before now, Radiator is trying his best to fight back, but even he will be struck down. He does not have a chance anymore. How about SKULLTZ? Just smoothly sailing through this fight like a hot knife through butter. Not even struggling. One more man to go from the side of RAFN, and even he will try to make sure that he's not being a part of the fight. But unfortunately for him, he does not have a vehicle that's going to back him up. The vehicle in the front, it blows up. And how is he even alive? That's my question. He does not have any meds as well. Just barely alive on a sliver of HP, and he's still trying to strike. But eventually, from the back, it will be Krax who cracks him open.
Credit has to be given to his fighting spirit. Man was barely surviving, but still trying to...
But he still took down one player.
Exactly, right? The Uzi, and it was pure perfect.
Honestly saying, man, Uzi and Vector, they're low-key underrated. They're so good. If you connect all the shots, the opponents will not even know what hit them.
I know, Necro, you're a big fan of SMGs, and I am a big fan of SMGs as well. These players, they kind of prefer the M4 and the DVS, to be honest. The Uzi, yeah, for early game action, they will try and use it. The fire rate, absolutely brilliant. If you have an extended magazine on top of that, it does do the job well enough.
Yeah.
But at times, the Uzi fire rate is just way too much. Like, even before you would aim at your opponent, your magazine would just shut to like half its capacity.
Yeah. The only problem with Uzi is the stability. That's why you cannot really use it in the mid-ranges too. Like at UMP. And that's where UMP sort of is a little bit better. Even in mid-ranges, it's quite precise. That's why players do tend to prefer to use UMP more than weapons like Uzi and Vector. But still, for up-close and personal battles, Uzi is unbeatable when it comes to SMGs. But still, the real conversation over here is about the shotguns, right?
Yeah.
And speaking of the shotguns too, we know this meta came around recently, like a year or two ago, 2 years ago maybe. Before this meta, everyone used to play with M46X and of course the SMGs that were there. And even in the SMGs, once again, UMP45 was the most popular one. Then the shotgun meta came through. People realized DBS is not a crate weapon anymore. It's there, just available on the ground. Everyone started going for DBSs. And then when DBS was being used, people are like, you know what? Maybe we should also give it a shot with S12K. Even that's an automatic shotgun. So people figured out, okay, S12K and DBS are two broken guns. Throw the UMPs and throw the SMGs away. Just start using the shotguns.
And speaking about the S12Ks and the DBS, right, it kind of also increased the popularity of the pump action and the double-barrel shotguns as well. You see people use them as a supplement.
I hate double-barrel shotgun, by the way.
Why?
No, just 2 bullets in one single shell? No.
Yeah, but then it's just to use for those initial stages, right? And the damage is pretty high, Necro.
Yeah, but the problem is, you usually tend to miss your first shot, let's be honest. I mean, especially me and you, right? We will definitely miss our first shot. So, we're just left with one single shot, my friend. And if we don't connect that, we're screwed.
Exactly, and the reload time, of course, is also pretty
So that's
high.
where I like S12K.
100%.
We can just keep spamming through.
You can also dash the suppressor on the S12K, makes the bullet spread way too narrow. But, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 players from the last game. You've got Justin, 6 finishes, S-Power, 5 finishes, Destro, 3 finishes, MOGO Esports just leading the charts.
It's MOGO Esports, man. Are you even surprised? No. Let's focus on someone else, maybe. TCW's Yash is right there with 3 finishes. And even Jax is there with 3. So that's something new on the block.
Yeah. TCW, I think they need a lot more of these finishes to actually make their run towards round 2 a little more comfortable, because otherwise the job is just half done at this point. And coming back to the conversation of weapons, I really miss the era of 7.62 guns really dominating the warfare. You know, especially the AKM. I was a big fan of the barrel, by the way. Because with the attachments, with the compressor, and with the extended magazine, I feel like the barrel was so good.
I think so you mean compensator.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for barrel, it's always been about that horizontal recoil. That sort of hits the players. Even the vertical recoil is way too big. Yeah, you can try and slap on a vertical grip, but still, man, the stability that an M4 gives you, a barrel will never be able to give you that. And that's where even in the long-range duels, barrel cannot really be something that you can go for. I mean, I've tried myself, man. Barrel 6X, a lot of the times I've tried it. It just never works out. The horizontal recoil, it's a little bit too much. And when you're trying to spray down someone far away, and if you are being spectated by someone, you will be shamed upon.
Absolutely. But there were those moments, right? The moments of brilliance where the AKM, you would slap a 6.6 on top of it and try and go for tap shots, right?
I would say even in this meta, AKM is really good. Up close and personal, it's so good. If you manage to find the first headshot, you're unbeatable.
Nobody really does that anymore. That's the question. That's a problem.
A few players do, actually. Mavi actually still does use the AKM up close.
Well, we'll find out, of course. Global Esports, they are very comfortably in their run towards round 2. They have amassed a lot of points for themselves. This should not really be a very big problem.
Yeah.
But talking about should not be a very big problem is you getting yourself your hands on the official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series that starts at only 18,999.
Ooh. At Salty, I heard you were also going to buy this device, by the way?
Yeah, because I figured that you guys aren't really going to let me get hands on any of the device that's there in front of the studio, so I was like, let me just help myself.
Wow. That's what a rich man would say.
Because I'm not lucky enough, right? I wouldn't really win that Google.
Someone who has money says, I'm not lucky enough. What? Salty. Now, that's quite a salty statement that you've made.
Talking about salty statement, let's just compare statements, Necro. It seems like you have much of a fatter pocket as compared to mine. Man is rich. Man has a bike. A super bike, in fact.
It's not a super bike. It's just a normal sports bike. Super bikes are above 600 cc's.
Is it so?
Yeah. I've just got a normal sports bike. But you know what? The next zone shift, this time it's going to center on up. A little bit towards truck stop. You've also got Minas Generalis in there. A bit of that Impala too. But if you'd like to say the center part, that's where MOGO Esports is going to have the major advantage.
MOGO Esports, this has been very default rotation from them. They always drop near that Impala region and then tend to move up north. And that is exactly where the circle is. And considering the circle still has parts of the shorelines, it seems like MOGO Esports, they will have absolutely no troubles whatsoever in clearing out their backlines and preparing their fortress. But the point is, how many teams will like to do that is going to be the question. Because everybody loves the shorelines, Necro.
Yeah, indeed. Fun, of course. You get that beach vibe too.
You don't get beach vibe from Miramar, Necro. You absolutely don't get beach vibes from Miramar.
I mean, it's desert, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty much like the wasteland.
Yeah.
And then you've got a big river.
Mm-hmm.
How do you not get the beach vibes?
I'll show you exactly what beach vibes is.
Okay.
Have you ever visited the place of Ferry Pier?
No. I've never been to a beach, though. That's the problem.
Ah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I'll take you to Ferry Pier someday. That place gives beach vibes.
Okay. I would love to go there someday with you. I mean, even though I've been there 1,000 times. But still, maybe you're going to show me something different. KARUNADU Esports on the screen. Going for a swift and smooth rotation, just like our Hero Xtreme 160R4V, which is our official mobility partner. MOGO Esports is chilling. They've got a nice breeze. on that area. Behind them, HeatBeasts is on the move as well. Maybe even they want a part of that beach.
What is that pronunciation? You mean beach? Honestly speaking, there are multiple teams who want to actually get use of it. GHUSO trying their level best. There's going to be Hub Esports as well, and they get struck down all of a sudden. MOGO Esports trying to be aggressive in this position because they know, as a matter of fact, they have visitors in their fortress, and they're never really going to let them try and live comfortably.
Yeah. And MOGO Esports, of course, they've got the upper hand too inside of the fight. They've got one of the best lineups you can ask for. For HeatBeasts, unlucky. They went up against the players of MOGO Esports. Only if we had the map view tuned up right now on the screen, you would have seen what HeatBeasts is doing. They moved all the way towards the players of MOGO Esports. Now they realize, okay, it's MOGO Esports. They instantly move back to the same pathway they came from.
Exactly. You know, talking about MOGO Esports, you mentioned this is the best lineup. I feel like the change, right, the transfer of Shogun and his power fits both the teams perfectly.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Shogun's much more of a laid-back assaulter.
Yeah.
He's much more of a tactical assaulter. While S-Power, you let this man lose, and he can get a lot of those individual finishes, but yes, sometimes he can overstep the boundaries as well.
Exactly.
That's where Shogun sort of was a tactical, much more of a passive assaulter. Not exactly passive, you can say a defensive assaulter, which is good with the defensive stances. But maybe MOGO Esports was looking to amp up the aggression because they realized one fact, and that was MOGO Esports was playing way too passive in the previous tournaments. Even in the recent third-party tournament that happened, MOGO Esports, they were playing so passive that even the format was allowing them to go aggressive, but they still decided to play passive. Hold on to that thought. TR Isha's in a big world of trouble. Not anymore.
They will be kind of forced back to the lobby. Team Alibaba Raiders finally looking to get some sort of success. The first finisher is on board, but it seems like they will have to travel a few hundred meters to actually enter the circle right now. If we talk about Alibaba Raiders, as a matter of fact, the players have been left scattered. This is not the team that used to play from the name of GLitchX Reborn. Roman, Ralph, and Chris OP are continuing in this lineup of Alibaba Raiders. Meanwhile, Scuba, as well as one of his teammates, they are still back in GLitchX Reborn. It used to be one of my very favorite lineups, honestly. I had a great bond.
Even Duke is back there.
Yeah, Duke.
So yeah.
Rising star of BGS 2023.
Pretty much. They need Duke back in the playing field. And he's there. And looking at the zone too, shifting down south this time around. You've got GS right there on the northern side, but the major problem for GS is that there's way too many teams looking to breach in from that northern side. There's going to be Silly Esports, Phoenix, even the players of Jux, even Team Muffins is going to be on their way soon enough with that same approach. You've also got a KARUNADU Esports up north. Way too many teams looking to breach in with that same breaching point, and that's where the players of GS will collapse.
Exactly, but I think even before that happens, Team Silly and GHUSO Esports might actually collide. Have a look at this. Two teams completely out in the open. Team Silly Esports. They were a great split in between their players. 4 players split up perfectly, but then GHUSO Esports are trying to find that entry point, the error point, and now look at this. Team Muffins, they have no clue that Nico was trying to sneak in from their backlines, but Nico eventually kind of falls back, decides to go against it. I think GHUSO Esports have the most amount of information right now, Necro. They have spotted 2 or 3 teams rotating in from the front line, so maybe they themselves will devise another plan.
Yeah, pretty much. They can if they want. Because keep this thing in mind, even the surrounding lines are way too stacked up. The safety lines as well stacked up with Phoenix Esports' new version. You've also got GODSAINTS and even MOGO Esports on that other side. Breaching it's going to be next to impossible. And for now, Team of Fins, they straight up breach in through the breaching lines of MOGO Esports. Now, that's quite a gutsy move. But can they come out on top in that duel? That's what I want to find out. Alibaba Raiders, they've got their own troubles to deal with. And this time around, it's TCW doing a lot of damage. But the man gets strike down instantly. He gets hit back and slapped back to the face. As now the players of TCW, they've got no other option than to leave the man there in the back lines and focus on the rotation better inside of the zone. And that's what they do. They will find themselves at breaching point, but is it really going to be filled up with safety? That's my question.
It is not going to be safe, Necro, because look at this. Team Silly Esports, a team who had such a great position just north of the circle, has just been exterminated in a matter of a flash. Team AstroKids, they're going to be so happy with the circle rotation right now. They have the complete control of the circle, a wonderful split, and a high ground advantage, and are taking shots against every single team that is trying to approach them as of now. Team Hub Esports on the other side, they're trying to play in from the edges. 3 players still standing. They have Team TCW right up top. But it seems like before they actually deal with TCW, they will have to clear their backlines. And just like you mentioned, multiple teams will approach them. Team Muffins, MOGO Esports, potentially KARUNADU Esports as well.
Yeah, pretty much. New version on the screen too. Looking to go off against the players of Team Phoenix. GODSAINTS girls, they're right there around the fray. They do hear a lot of those gunshots going on next to him, but they do not know how to exactly prioritize the fight. And looking at the replay on how New Version, they took a fight against the team that was there next to him. Beautiful sprays, getting the ejects on the player too perfectly, catching them in midst of that rotation. Nicely done. That's what you like to see from a banner like New Version. It's a returning name in the iQOO BMPS 2024. You expect them to improve, and that's what they're doing.
Hopefully. I mean, they keep up this run of form so far. They certainly have been aggressive. But now need to move inside the circle, clean up a couple of regions left, right, and center. I love this rotation coming in. Not a rotation, but the split coming in from Phoenix Esports themselves. A 2-2 split. 2 players inside the circle trying to get space, while the other 2 players are there to clean up the back lines. And currently, they are the ones who are dealing with New Version as of now. Can be a little too difficult, but talk about being too difficult. It is going to be cracks. He knows exactly where the players of MOGO Esports are going to come from. The nade has been tossed in. It is going to find Delta. Will he get the finish is the question. Wait, how does Justin not see it?
Yeah, they've got no clue what's going on around the fray. MOGO Esports, they already lose out on 2 players. Now they should definitely know there's one man in this entire cartridge. And he's constantly tossing in those nades. That's doing a lot of damage. MOGO Esports now taken down to a 2-man squad. S-Power and Destro, the last 2 glimmers of hope standing. Even Team Muffins, they close on up, but they're just taking too many nades upon themselves. Another Molotov sails in, and now Golu spotted that player. Golu knows where Krax is. Even MOGO Esports, they know where Krax is. They're tossing a Molotov to flush out the man from his comfort zone, but Krax is hitting back hard, and S-Power gets slapped down. I'm not sure how he lost that jewel, but he was not supposed to. Krax eventually gets traded. So MOGO Esports, for now, they're still alive in the game and cooking, but the Wall of Death is doing too much damage, and Destro needs to force his way to the safety lines.
Absolutely.
He does not have a lot of A's in the front, and that's what he's exactly doing. He finds himself a bit of that peace in the compound. But for how long can he keep himself alive? That's my question. Utilities are being poured in from the top from Team Muffins, and eventually one of the nades will connect onto HeatBeasts.
Team Hub, once again, they just completely destroyed by Team Muffins as of now. On the other side, Destro can't fancy his chances for a 1v3, but needs to heal himself up. The shots did come through, but Team Muffins, they find another finish on board. 2 finishes and 2 players still surviving. Good stuff over there. On the other side, Team Phoenix, they're still dealing with the likes of New Version as of now. 1 player still surviving barely by a whisker of HP, and he will get taken down. Lovely stuff. And this is the Team Phoenix that you were talking about, right? Can spoil the hopes and dreams of the Outliers and New Version. For them, this certainly will be a huge dent in their run towards round 2. But let's have a look at this. AstroKids. Great positioning inside the circle. They have Team Alibaba Raiders up close and personal, but the split coming in from Alibaba Raiders, is that going to work?
Good question. It's a 2-2 split. Depends on how they play it too. Now, once again, for Alibaba Raiders, if they want, they can send those 2 players in the back lines on a flank against the players of AstroKids. But that's not going to be the case. Instead, they go for a safe and steady approach. And that's going to be to reunite with each other. Realizing the fact that one of their players is taken down way too low, just want to play it as safe as possible. That's why not really going for those extra bit of risk. Even GS, they're getting dismantled. It's not looking too good. The players of Phoenix Esports, they're looking to climb on top of this entire hill. But it seems like it's going to be a little bit tough. Backs against the wall, and these teams now not left with a lot of those playing area. Even Team Muffins, they try to close on up, but Nora gets knocked out in return. Alibaba Raiders, they do not really have a lot of that breathing room. Another net sails in from AstroKids, and that's going to find the 4-piece. That's it for Alibaba Raiders.
AstroKids, Levi specifically, this man has been the man with the golden arm. Has definitely been causing problems against every other team and now has executed the likes of Alibaba Raiders with that one nade itself. 4 eliminations, but now can he actually find the space that he's actually looking for is going to be the question from the backline. So another player from TCW is going to get taken down. Phoenix Esports themselves, they're doing a fantastic job so far. 3 players still surviving. They've got 5 eliminations on board, but there is a mammoth up front. This huge mountain, of course, and AstroKids on top of it, Necro.
That's the exact thing. Team Phoenix Esports, they're focusing on consistency. They've already started things off with a lot of points in their account and still looking to continue with the consistency. And I like that from Phoenix Esports. Even the first game was decent. The second game as well is on the verge of being pretty good. They're in the top 3 too. AstroKids is the only team that can be a big threat. But Phoenix Esports, if played properly, they can avoid this threat too. KARUNADU Esports, another desperate team in the playing field. Phoenix, with just a 3-man squad, if they can get their hands on the high ground, it will be really good.
The fun part is, Necro, none of these teams have complete control of the circle because the circle is on top of this hill. Team AstroKids, they're trying their level best to climb on top of this mountain. Not only will it give them the high ground advantage, but also the circle advantage. Can dominate the rest of the plays from that point on. It's just that Lovish will have to make sure he does not overextend, and he does not. Finds a knock and a finish, and of course with that he will fall back once again. 3 teams and 8 players still alive.
It's crazy, the fact that AstroKids is able to pull off this type of stuff. Sheik as well is trying his best to try and move up. They're just trying to climb, constantly jumping. And now they realize it's going to be a big stalemate, a big standoff. And what a beautiful name what that was, as Goku gets knocked out. A great way to kick things off inside of the fight. Goku knocked out for now. Phoenix Esports already started things off with a disadvantage. But once again, Goku can be brought back in his feet.
Oh no, but for AstroKids, it seems like 2 players are completely rendered out of the game because they can't climb this small little ridge. And from the other side, it's just 2 players who are making their flank. If they do not spot the player of KARUNADU Esports, it seems like for AstroKids, the job might as well be over because from the other 2 sides, they finally make the climb. Sheik is up there. AstroKids, they'll start to dominate now.
Yeah, there is a way to climb. It's going to take a while. It is time-consuming, but you indeed can do it. Still 1 man from KARUNADU Esports is there on the back lines as a snake, and he can't strike his venom anytime. AstroKids, it's time to be a little bit careful. They've got no clue that the back lines are being covered by 1 single enemy. And if he does find the right moment to strike, the entire game can come crashing down for AstroKids. Still bad OP. Is going for the patch-up constantly. 1 last first aid left in the bag. And now he's going to try to inject his venom against the players of AstroKids. Lovish is there in the front. As Bad OP's trying to make it inside of the zone, he will be caught. And that's going to be the elimination wrapped up by the play zone. Before now, Phoenix Esports up against the players of AstroKids. It's going to be a beautiful battle, a 3v3 to close things out. Who will be the one to come out on top? And Phoenix Esports, they already start things off with the advantage. A beautiful net sells in at the top. And AstroKids, they're crumbling down slowly and steadily. It's Goku up against Light, but Goku's not able to find that climb, but eventually does and wipes out the entirety of AstroKids.
What a game it was! What a fight it was from Phoenix Esports, especially with the way they moved up. The nade connecting on top of Lovish. I've always felt like Lovish was being the outlier, the weakling in that particular position, especially because he was the flank, but there was nothing that the man could potentially do. The nade was timed to perfection, and how beautifully they made that rest of the play.
I know, right? AstroKids, though, still, I like that ending. 5 finishes in total, if I'm not wrong. AstroKids also getting 6 points. That's going to give them 11 points from this game. That's a great way to start things off, in my opinion, right? They've still got 4 more games to go in the future. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok, and I think so if they keep on playing with the same consistency, AstroKids can easily qualify. The real eyes are going to be on the players of KARUNADU Esports now, because this team needed to perform, and KARUNADU Esports, they're trying their best to be consistent.
They certainly are trying their best. They get themselves a position point from this game, but we know that's really not going to help them. Just 5 points from that from the 3rd position. Not really in terms of the amount of finishes, but I feel like KARUNADU Esports can actually go for it because we've seen them in the past being aggressive and they've done a very good job with it.
They indeed have been, right? And speaking of Phoenix Esports too, as I mentioned, new faces on the block. We're seeing this team for the first time and still doing so good. Getting that chicken dinner. In general, they even started the week off with quite a big head start. And now Phoenix Esports is looking unstoppable. Getting this chicken dinner is going to give them so much more confidence that maybe in the map of Sanhok, they can be another MOGO Esports.
Absolutely. I feel like Phoenix Esports, they definitely did not fancy their chances to get the chicken dinner at the start of the final fight, right? AstroKids had so much space, they had so much control on top of that hill, but the way they actually overturn things, this is something which actually boosts confidence inside of athletes. Now, MOGO Esports have done the job, Phoenix Esports have done the job. When will Silly Esports come up and step up?
Listen, Silly Esports has already done the job. Silly Esports, they had 89 points in the week one, Salty. And even the previous game, which was the game one for today, Silly Esports started things off in the top 3. What else do you want, Salty? Stop being so greedy, okay?
Alright, fine. I'm not going to trip about the finishes, but look at this. This was a funny moment. Glovish just carrying that player off guard. The nade coming in from Sheik was so brilliant. I figured that Phoenix Esports will have no response to this whatsoever. But then eventually, the barrage of utility and then that steady climb, it was absolutely brilliant.
I really feel bad for Levi. He was stuck on that same bridge. He couldn't really climb it. Luckily enough, Sheik was able to climb it. It's because of that boost that came through from Levi. Levi saved the day for Sheik. But unfortunately, Levi sacrificed himself.
Exactly.
Sounds like a love story.
It does sound like a love story, but then a love story which actually could not meet its end, you know?
Yeah.
Like the
villains won.
The final goal was still left. It was still in front of them. They could not achieve it. I mean, some sacrifices have to be made, and I feel like Levi, had he been in that fight, potentially things could have been changed for AstroKids, but that's still fine. I feel like AstroKids will have learned their lessons, and they certainly are on a right track in terms of their aggression, in terms of their positioning. They're doing brilliantly.
They indeed are. For AstroKids, it's all good in the hood. Nothing taken away from that. GHUSO Esports, too, they started things off with a decent manner, so you can't say even for GHUSO Esports, all it takes is one chicken dinner maybe to be on the safety side of things. For Team VST, though, first game was really good. Second game was a big bomb. The same thing can be said for Alibaba Raiders now. At this point in time, Alibaba Raiders, they need to buckle up.
They certainly have to buckle up. I mean, it seems like Alibaba Raiders, they possibly don't really have a game plan, a solidified game plan with which they're going to come in and play this entire tournament, right? They're coming in, they look at certain oppositions, they feel like they can take a fight, but then they are extremely underconfident at this point.
Even Do or Die, man, it's quite a formidable name, I'm not going to lie. It's a name to be feared, but still for some reason, Do or Die, they're not able to replicate their past glory. They need to do something. Time's running out, Do or Die, they're losing the constant duels that they're taking. Even VST, the previous game was a bit of that letdown. VST, all they need is one decent game, and they can instantly propel themselves to the safety lines. Now you look at the point standings from the previous game. Phoenix Esports with 18 points, of course topping the charts. You've got AstroKids with 11, and you've also got KARUNADU Esports with 10, and TCW with 10.
I love the fact that TCW has been putting up consistent displays back-to-back, right? They did not really have a great starter in terms of week 1. 19 points is all that they have accumulated. But in the 2 games that they've played, they have amassed over 20 points. So that is a great sign of improvement.
Indeed it is. For TCW, definitely a chance they can pull off a major comeback. You flip the page and then you see a few disappointments. GODSAINTS over there, Alibaba Raiders with just 3 points, even VST there with just 4 points in total, and all of those points were accumulated from eliminations. But look at from 13th till 16th, no points. And once again, for Team Muffins, another big letdown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I kind of figure that Team Muffins, they're starting to gain confidence. They're getting those random scrambled finishes left, right, and center. The first finish came in against Team VST. The 2 other finishes came in a fight in this match. But I almost feel like this team will take about 6 more months or 8 more months of continuous grind to actually, come back and play at this level once again.
I think so. It's going to take more time, and with the way Muffins is playing, I genuinely feel like they need to polish everything, be it the mechanics, be it the proper communication between the players, be it the team strats as well. IGLing has to be on point, and even synergy seems lacking majorly. So yeah, for Team Muffins, there's a lot to improve on. But let's move on to a short break for now. We'll be right back.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
Welcome back after that short commercial break. And Johnny, you were sitting in the back lines and looking at the game, right? Miramar went quite weird, I'm not going to lie. Especially the final 3 standoff between Phoenix, AstroKids, and KARUNADU Esports. That was one hell of a standoff.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting standoff, and of course quite excited to see KARUNADU Esports finally get consistent this particular week. And of course AstroKids, now this is a team that is new to the circuit, and of course they are playing well. But you've been rooting for Phoenix Esports, Nick. They are playing very well today. That win on Miramar was something else.
Exactly. They started things off with a great note. As we knew, they started things off with what, 54 points or something like that in the overall standings. So for Phoenix Esports, if you're starting things off in such a great manner, automatically there's going to be this confidence. And especially if you're a newer face on the block, this is really going to be helping you a lot, even with your team communication and synergy and overall confidence that I'm speaking of.
Exactly. Another thing that helps you with your confidence is having a great device. Just like the iQOO Z9S series, ladies and gentlemen, starting from 18,999. And of course, if you go onto Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9 Pro for yourself.
And 15 of those devices are being given away, so you might just be the one lucky winner. But let's move on with the confidence, right?
Yes.
And not confidence, conversation, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
A lot of confidence going on in my head, because at this point, with the way I've been watching MOGO Esports play, the way they're taking fights, that's just sheer confidence brimming through.
Hey, but man, we noticed this in week 1, right? That one game MOGO Esports is going to play extremely well. Just make sure that they put the fear of God, or maybe in fact the fear of MOGO Esports and everyone else inside of the lobby, and then they're going to just do whatever the heck they want. That is what they've been doing last week. That is what they did at least in the opening week, and it seems like things haven't changed a lot in week 2 as well. They were just a smidge away from that qualification marker. That first game gave that opportunity, that big winner chicken dinner that they were able to secure. And now I think, again, they are going to do whatever they please.
Yeah, and Salty's being a little bit too greedy, man. He's asking for Silly Esports to pop off once again, but I think they've already done the job. Started the day off with 89 points, then even in the first game, they're in the top 3. So why does Silly Esports even need to pop off right now? It's fine. They're already like the hot target in the lobby, and everyone's going to be researching onto them.
Yeah, but for Silly Esports, I think, again, since the attention is on them, might as well make most of the opportunity and make a name for yourself while you still have the limelight. Because we never know what's going to happen to Silly Esports once they reach round 2, right? But looking at the rankings in front of us, MOGO Esports, the consistency put on display. Again, a lot of aggression in the matches today. 22 finishes in 2 matches. An average of 11 eliminations per match is what they're at right now.
That's what you like to see from a banner like MOGO Esports. Just wipe out the entire lobby, be the cleanup crew. You flip the page and you see a few more known names over here. You also do see Phoenix Esports with 21 points in the span of 2 games. That's a way to start things off. You move in towards TCW, a newer face on the block, and still getting 22 points in total. That's nicely done. KARUNADU Esports too on a big rise. Even AstroKids doing decent.
Yeah, AstroKids is also doing decent. I mean, they're moving at a steady pace, and AstroKids, again, weren't too far away from the qualification marker. 44 points is what they had when they started the day today. And assuming the cutoff hits 70, they are going to need, what, like 26 points more to move to the other side. And with how they've been playing in the first 2 games, it should not be too difficult. But then again, there are a lot of teams still in the mix, and one of the surprising names that hasn't been able to perform as of now, apart from Silly, is Alibaba Raiders.
Man, and speaking of Alibaba Raiders and how the journey's been so far, let's be honest, it's another Big Brother Esports. That's what it feels like. After 2023, we're seeing a big dip in the performance. Alibaba Raider hasn't been able to perform.
I mean, yes, but they did a lot better than Big Brother Esports in Week 1. That's the one big difference, Necro. So they finished Week 1 with 37 points. For Week 2, yeah, 40 or so points required, but they also have 6 matches. And for a team like Alibaba Raiders, securing those 40 points should not be too difficult. If they match the performance they had in Week 1, it still gets them 37, right? If they exactly play like they did in Week 1, have the same average, it gets them 37. It's that 3 extra points that can cause them trouble, but I think Alibaba Raiders will figure out a few extra frags in the 6 matches, or now, in fact, the 4 matches that they have.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. First 2 games done and dusted, Alibaba Raiders is nowhere to be seen. Now, they've only got 4 more games to go, and they need to perform a bit more better, right? With the way they're playing so far, Alibaba Raiders, I still think they need to have an average somewhere around 78 points per game. And if that's not going to be the case, well, then one thing is for sure. Because we pretty much know the cutoff that we were anticipating, it's probably going to be higher than that.
No, I think all of that is going to change. I think it's going to be lower than that. I mean, we were expecting yesterday, our expectations were 70. I think it will be 65 to 70. 70 is the worst case scenario again. 65 is where I think the average is going to fall off. Because again, I mean, think about this, right? We started the day off with the cutoff being 54 points. Phoenix Esports played well. Yes, they move up. But the teams above them that have finished their matches, that means they're going to take a drop. Cutoff goes to what, like 55? And again, majority of these teams, I mean, again, they are competing against each other. So not everyone will be able to secure those points. So somewhere between 60 to 65 is where I am expecting the cutoff to end tomorrow.
Well, let's see. You know what? Let the future speak for itself, and let's see how the cutoff's going to be. But now the real question over here is also going to be around VST. The first game was incredible, bang on point. The second game, a big let loose from them. But now in the upcoming game of Sandhawk, do you think VST has the capability to perform?
I mean, they do, definitely do. The capability is there. For some reason, they just keep getting unlucky. I mean, you talk about what happened to the map of Erangel, right? Running into such a clean fight, and then all of a sudden the third party comes in. Started the game off on a strong road, make a wrong call, pushing into the wrong compound, and aware of that player from the side of Team Muffin lost a player very early into that game of Erangel. So again, consistency needs to be brought, but the confidence is what I like.
And speaking of third party, Sandhawk is going to be even worse. And speaking of Sandhawk, let's move on to the third game of the day. As the plane flat path starts all the way from Camp Alpha towards Lakavi, this plane flat path once again is dividing the map into 2 equal halves. If the teams want to move in towards the north, it's going to be no problem. If the teams want to move down south, no problem once again. But still, the only thing we all are looking out for are probably going to be a few drop collisions.
Yeah, but there's that one moment from yesterday's Sandhawk Necro that I want to be recreated today. It's the Shack of Death, man.
Oh, man. Third parties after third parties, teams constantly hitting back that same single shack and the same single high ground. And as I mentioned, if VST is going to be scared of third parties, Sandhawk is going to be even worse. And they're dropping it towards boot camp, by the way, Johnny. If they fight in boot camp itself, there's going to be so many teams just stacking up in the higher grounds around boot camp.
Yeah, but luckily for them, the closest to them are going to be the side of Phoenix Esports, and no one has gone to boot camp apart from VST. We talk about MOGO Esports. I think they are going to have complete control of that Paradise Resort and the surroundings as well. But looking at those early drop clashes, there are hardly any. One can happen, the players of Do or Die quite close to RAFN. Maybe they're going to look for an early fight. Apart from that, I don't think we're going to witness a lot of early action.
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe towards Painan.
Dropping towards Runes. You've also got Painan accumulated by Team Muffins and KARUNADU Esports right next to him. Do or Die up against the players of RAFN. And for RAFN, journey's been interesting. Mid to Dawn in a weird spot for now. In the closet room, just pinned down for Do or Die. This game means a lot. If they do not perform, it's pretty much going to be Do or Die in this tournament. 2 players in the front lines. The man needs to get the fresh magazine too. And now Mid to Dawn spots out one of the players. He's got his hands on the shotgun too. That might just be the deal sealer. He finds the first knockout. A nice way to convert the fight in his favor. But I'm not sure what he's doing trying to... Gets the reload on the shotgun too. And now he knows still the man is there in the front lines. Mid-2 wants to get the finishing blow delivered to the player who's knocked out of close, but even the cavalry from the opponents, it arrives with the perfect time. Mid-2 Dawn now just pinned in the back lines, but what a good shutdown that was! He clipped the opponent's wing, but eventually he will be devoured.
But look at the radar now. He has bought his teammates enough time to close in and do or die, put in a very precarious position as 3 players from the side of RAFN move in. They're looking for those frags. The revive player is going to get knocked out again, and RAFN, they managed to hold on to the man advantage for a few extra seconds, but the numbers finally have been equalized as a player in that closet room did get revived. He did heal up, did have enough time as well, and now we are running into a 3 versus 3 situation. RAFN, Delta Jordi needs to go big, needs to find the knock, but he gets traded out, and still the numbers equalized. A 2v2 happening in this fight, but not for long. Do or die, they make quick work of the players of RAFN. 3 finishes secured by Reaper, 1 by Bhalu, and that's the first squad wipe of the game.
RAFN wrapped up in a sheet and sent back home. It just blows what happened to this team right now. Do or die, beautiful stuff. And with the way they're playing, hopefully they keep on moving with that same momentum. You've got AstroKids up against another team in the front lines, and this time it's going to be the players of VST. And we for a moment thought VST dropped in towards boot camp, but what just happened? VST, they moved away towards this area.
They did drop in boot camp, and I think they did spot out those parachutes in the distance. So after looting as quickly as they could, they are now trying to secure some map control towards the northern half of this map, considering we have a northern circle as well, around 50% of the circle in water. So you just have half of the normal map area to play with. And situations like these in this particular circle, securing that northern shoreline is always the most optimal call, considering you do not have to worry about your backlines. If you are playing from the shore side, all you have to worry about is the teams up front. But Sheik, that is an impressive move. Before the players of VST can engage, she just falls back, goes down the slope and walks into the line of fire of her teammates. They're trying to bait the players of VST into a trap. They have them surrounded from 3 different directions. The players of VST, if they get a little too cheeky, they are going to end up giving the first knock to the players of AstroKids over here.
They might just. VST is known of the fact that there are a few enemies lingering around the fray. They know what's going on, and they can easily try and break through this deadlock. Lovish is looking to escape through this entire spot as he swims away. For AstroKids, once again, looking at the way things are going on, it's all going to be good in the hood. The only problem, the only cap the players of AstroKids are going to have is on the loot. They need to compromise it, especially when they saw VST charging on forward.
I have to say, what a stark difference between the Sanhok we saw yesterday and the one we are witnessing right now, right? These teams, they realize they still have matches left, so they are trying their level best. Oh, no. Light from AstroKids. He's been spotted out in the distance. Shots fired from Snacks. None of them connect, though. But as I was saying, what a stark difference between the 2 matches, the level of aggression the teams are playing with, right? Because these teams, they realize they still have matches remaining, the matches they will play tomorrow, and that is when they will bring in all of that chaos, the all-out aggression, never backing away from a team fight attitude. Probably on the last map of Wrangle, but at least for today, in this map of Sanhok as well, a lot of them are still in hopes of securing a lot of points from this game and moving forward, moving up in the overall leaderboard.
Pretty much. You've also got GHUSO thinking the same thing. GHUSO on the right side towards Mongnai with that slow and steady approach. New version. Even this team desperately needs to perform, knowing the fact that this is going to be the last game of the day. So new version right now. The desperation is indeed going to be there. Vortex on the screen, pinning down the players in the front, and this time it's going to be the players of Team Muffins. You've also got new version on the screen. And with the position that new version has, it's quite a nice one. They can collect a lot of that intel. But if the zone keeps on moving up north, that's where the real problems will start to knock their doors.
Let's see, real problem developing for the players of Team Muffins right now. New version is the name. Shots fired by Mikey on that door, but accomplishes nothing off of that burst of spray. The first airdrop with the Groza. Haven't really seen that weapon in a lot of fights these days, but on the map of Sanhok can actually become quite viable.
It can. A 7.62 weapon with high fire rate.
Yeah, the damage is insane as well.
Pretty much.
Especially on this particular map, you're never really taking those long distance fights, unlike Miramar. So I think the perfect airdrop for Sanhok, but unfortunately on that rooftop, and Hub Esports do not really want to waste any time trying to get to it. They just keep moving along the northern shoreline.
Yeah.
Especially realizing the players from Alibaba Raiders are going to be lurking behind them on top of that Temple Hill. Oh, look at this. Phoenix, Necro, quite close to the players of AstroKids, and they have no information that AstroKids are right behind them.
Yeah, way too up close and personal. And Goku now knows what's going on around the fray. Team Phoenix, they step in the unknown territory. Levi's pinned, and Team Phoenix, they've got no clue what's happening. Do they know the players of AstroKids? They're accused. Okay, I was about to say something, but then I just eat my own words because Levi already finds that player. And then Honey is able to get the revenge with ease. No problems.
Yeah, quick
trades. Yeah, at least they get the trade, right? So that's a good thing. And even that trade now breaks the deadlock. So for AstroKids, Sheik needs to go bonkers. It needs to be a crazy performance from Sheik. The only way AstroKids can survive. Util being tossed, maybe this is going to catch Honey, but no, it's going to be the answer. Sheik still up close and personal, waiting to find that duel. But Honey's just backing away from that spot. And Phoenix Esports, they're starting to face the brunt as they collide against the players of Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah, two different fights forced upon the players of Phoenix, and now all of a sudden Honey, who was waiting for the cavalry, for the backup to arrive, finds himself the last player from his team. Sheik on the other side of the broken wall, spotted out by Honey. And it's just a matter of time before AstroKids, they try to force this fight onto this one isolated individual who was the iQOO MVP of the previous match, by the way. 4 eliminations, 50% finish contribution for the team. Unfortunately, this time on Sanhok, things aren't really looking that great for the side of Phoenix Esports. AstroKids, what can they do in a situation like this, especially Sheik? She's put up good numbers on the board, by the way. And especially AstroKids, as we keep saying. I think one of the most improved teams that we've noticed from the previous tournaments coming into this one.
Hands down. They're indeed improved, but still not refined.
Yeah, it's going to take them a long time to get refined. To get to the level of MOGO Esports, it takes years.
Fine-tuning. It's needed. Light, Lovish, Levi. 3 best performing players in this lineup. Or maybe the way they can refine themselves is by getting their hands on this device, iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999.
Yeah, I mean, it is an amazing device indeed. I mean, in terms of performance, in terms of how it looks and feels. And my favorite thing about this device is just that amazing display size.
Yeah.
So comfortable to play the game. And again, I'm getting kind of old, so eyesight isn't that great, but on the iQOO Z9S series devices, it's just very easy.
Yeah. Also the segment's slimmest phone.
Yeah.
The looks are incredible. Focusing on the game once again. TCW pinning down the players of TR, and now the shot's going to be taken. Oh, 3 players in that same fake hole. So many damage dished out, but still no one gets knocked out. So many bullets were peppered in that same direction, but unfortunately, one man ejects out a little bit too early. Will get knocked out with the impact. The next zone's going to shift up north once again, and as I mentioned, if the zone shifts up north, new version's going to have a lot of troubles, and that's what exactly happens.
The new version, I mean, again, still on that southern edge. But apart from that, I think KARUNADU Esports and even the players of DOD, they have to be careful. But look at this. How XSKULLTZ cracks. Just walks into a trap laid by the players of AstroKids. All of that patience that AstroKids held on to this compound for so long finally pays off. Although the problem still remains the same. These two lads, they are all the way up north. And Sheik is still stuck in that compound along with Honey from the side of Phoenix Esports. And AstroKids just picking off these loose stragglers. They are going to try to secure 4 to 5 eliminations. And I think with this strat as well, you can get those 4 to 5 eliminations in this game.
AstroKids are being a little bit too cheeky, right?
Yeah.
They set up 2 different camps and 2 different compounds. And we're just waiting for someone to step in the playing field. And as soon as they did, AstroKids handed out the execution. Unfortunately, one of the trap did come into fruition, but not so fluidly. Hold on to that thought. GHUSO, they take down 2 players of TCW with ease. And now just the 2 remaining players from TCW just do not have enough manpower to support them in this fight. They're there on the edge lines, but unfortunately getting camped by the players of GHUSO, and they can't do anything. In a big deadlock at this point in time.
Yeah, but Necro, you have to agree, like, what a calm, soothing game of Sanok for the first time. Not a lot of action. Just
we have seen slower, Johnny.
Slow games of Sanok?
We have seen slower than
this.
It's
stage 3, man. We just have lost 12 players. Only 1 team eliminated till now.
But at least we're seeing that constant individual blows being handed out, right?
Yeah.
We have seen much slower than this. That's for sure. Hey, but you know what? What's not going to be slow is our official mobility partner, the Hero Xtreme 125R, for a smooth and a soothed glide. But for now, focus on the game once again. GHUSO, they do collide against another formidable force, but this time around, it's going to be the players that do or die. And one thing is for sure, they're handing out death blows after death blows, putting their opponents' heads on the swivel and executing them.
But do or die, they're not going to be too worried about this early exit inside of this game. They still have 6 eliminations already on the board. And the nade, it goes perfectly inside of that house. Takes down 1. 2 players knocked. Clutcher is the last man left alive from the side of do or die. And again, as the name says, only 2 options left for him. Either clutch this fight or just die trying. He has the S12K, spots out 1, takes down 1, looking for the second. The jump shots fails to connect, but he still finds it. And GHUSO, they get clutched out by Clutcher himself. What an amazing performance by this player. And 8 eliminations on the board for do or die.
A 1v2 to save the day. Do or die will survive to see another time. Oh, man. Clutcher.
Yeah, his name is Clutcher, man. He just clutched it out.
Indeed. He is the savior who saves the day for his own team. But now Silly Esports, it's their time to ram their vehicles against the players at TCW. And this ram is going to be quite deadly. But do they know there's a man from TCW inside of the fray? They did not.
Oh!
And Yash finds 2 players with ease. This man is not even breaking a sweat inside of the duel. The door gets closed on his face. Maybe Yash could have been knocked out right here. He's also going for the reload on the DBS now. Once again ready with the fresh pumped shotgun. A nade being tossed in the outskirts, forcing the player to make sure that he's not going to be making the push just yet. Delaying that push from Ranveer. He just buys even more time. Silly Esports, they choke this fight big. 1 single man Rishi just turned the tides. And I'm not even sure what Silly Esports was thinking when Yash found the first strike. Ranveer striking down way too low. I don't think he's going to stand a chance, my friend.
Ooh, you were right, Necro. He did not stand a chance over there. But as you mentioned, Yash, what a phenomenal outing from this man. Instantly 2 players knocked out. His teammate chimed in from the Rare Hunter with a 3rd knock. And out of nowhere, Silly Esports, they just got annihilated in that one. That's the easiest and the quickest 2v4 I've ever seen. Also, by the way, this is what I wanted to say, right? A few moments ago, Do or Die, KARUNADU, Esports, both these teams were extremely close to the southern shorelines. And they just made a quick rotation all the way towards KAU, which is the northernmost point in the map of Sanok.
Yeah.
Without any information. That is why these teams are getting punished. Luckily for KARUNADU Esports, the northern shorelines did get cleared up, but we'll come back to that in a bit, because now Alibaba Raiders, they find themselves going up against the players of New Version, and New Version, they are taking a very heavy beating in this one, down to their last surviving player, as Alibaba Raiders do wrap up those eliminations, but now they have to switch focus. The players of MOGO Esports, they're looking to close in on this position.
They indeed are. Alibaba Raiders at the top. Eyeing out the foes in the front constantly. And Alibaba Raiders, with the way things are, once again from the top, they've got the advantage. They've got the intel too, and the intent flow is looking quite nice. New version there too on the southern side. The breach is looking next to impossible. KARUNADU Esports, they've got their own troubles brewing up, and this time it's going to be in the name of GS. As GS, they get the confirmation from the back lines. EvilX handing out the death blow. Team Muffins too, in the receiving end of things, as they fight against the players of TR. And this fight's looking quite awkward. Something needs to be done from Team Muffins. They need so many points desperately. Survival's on the line, and as we know, somewhere down line, the hopes have already faded away. But still, you can give it the final sprint. And that's what even Clutcher was doing. The sprint to the safety lines, but this time it does not work out.
Yeah, mid-movement can't really do much, and MOGO Esports, they wrap up their easy point for themselves. But now they have to readjust. As we spoke about it, Alibaba Raiders and MOGO Esports, this is an inevitable fight. Mikey can be the kingmaker in this situation, but that Molotov towards him is just going to burn him alive. Extra crispy. And MOGO Esports, they find that frag for themselves. Oh, even the backlines are getting compromised. Look at the radar. Two individuals from the side of Team Ruthless, and then even the players from Team Muffin can close in on this position, but for that, those two sides need to settle their difference. And in the meanwhile, oh, that one isolated player from Alibaba Raiders, he's getting pushed upon by VST. Nade lobbed out. And if this finds those knocks, then maybe he stands a chance of coming out on top. Snacks knocked out. Another nade lob. Dazzle is going to be dropped extremely low, and he's going to go for the third one. In the meanwhile, Snacks, he's getting a revive, but the second nade also extremely close. And now, another one. This should help him secure two for the price of one. Beast OG, he's still there hiding behind the car. Shiraj, he charges forward, looking to see if he can be a distraction and shut down that artillery strike coming from up top this hill. It's like going up against a mortar that's just trying to beat you down again and again.
Yeah,
but VST, with the numbers, they will survive.
The nades were doing constant damage. And VST, yeah, now they're finally on the move. But unfortunately, at the cost of two players. Or maybe one now, considering they get the revival on one of the players. And Dazzle is still trying his best to fight back. There is one more man there. Shiraj is moving in tandem with Snacks. And can they clutch it out for VST? That's my question. Two players up against the two players of Alibaba Raiders, but unfortunately for VST, they've got the lower ground, and that's where the disadvantage strikes them. And Alibaba Raiders, they do a perfect job in converting these eliminations. Still two more players to go, and the revival's coming through. Maybe not. Dazzle gives up, and he patches himself up in return, but it's still not going to matter. It's Alibaba Raiders with their precision to come out on top.
Yeah, they do pull off that 2v4, but before they can reset, MOGO Esports, they show up for a perfectly tied third party. And there's nothing pro from Alibaba Raiders can do about this. It's a 1v4 now, and things get wrapped up in a very nice gift basket for the players of MOGO Esports as they rack up those elimination numbers for themselves. 7 on the board already. And we're down to the top 4 teams, 11 players alive in this game. And Team Muffins, they made it to the top 4, but winning this game is still going to be a big challenge, as they do get spotted out by the players of MOGO Esports. And guess what, Necro? GS, they are still in this match.
Yeah, GS is also taking a lot of shots against the players of Team Muffins. Muffins is getting focused by two different teams at the same time. It will be EvilX to put the death blow, the nail in the coffin. And GODSAINTS, they do survive for now. But they need to face off against a formidable force like MOGO Esports, and that's where MOGO Esports will have the major advantage. And look at Reaper from Do or Die, with only 5 first aids left in the basket. Can he make him count? He needs to place himself on the second spot in this game, Johnny. He needs to get as many points as possible, considering Do or Die, they've already got a lot of eliminations.
Oh yeah, 9 eliminations on the board. If he even makes it to the top 2, it's going to be phenomenal. 15 points. If they make it to the top 2, if they finish on the third, just a little bit less. I don't think a lot
14.
will change. Yeah. And Do or Die, as we mentioned, they needed somewhere around 35-40 points at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And they've done quite decent in the matches before as well. So they're set up for success for tomorrow, but they need to be consistent tomorrow as well.
Exactly.
It was a decent day for
And that's where a lot of these newer faces, they tend to crumble, right?
Yeah.
Last day, you've got so much of that pressure upon you. It really eats up on that confidence and team morale. And that's where a lot of these new names, they do tend to crumble. And we have seen a lot of those examples in the past as well, just in this tournament itself. Before now, MOGO Esports looking to take a fight against the players of GS. MOGO Esports is taking quite a slow and steady approach, and the only reason why they're doing so is because they know they've got the zone. The advantage is with them, while it's the players of GODSAINTS that need to move in. Wall of Death is constantly closing up from the back lines as GODSAINTS. They do want to make it count. They're in the top 2 once again, but GODSAINTS, do they have enough eliminations? That's my question. A beautiful way to find the striker too, but then MOGO Esports, they find the return knockout as well. Destro was knocked out. GODSAINTS do want to go for the confirmation too. Clutchy, a player who was knocked out from the side of GODSAINTS. Now the fight's taken down to a 2-on-3. 2 players from GODSAINTS up against the 3 players of MOGO Esports, and Evil Axe is actually going for the revival, but S-Power catches in, and now the fight's taken down to a 1-on-3. A little bit too much to ask for, and S-Power just standing there in the backlines, playing with the opponents. Eventually, it is MOGO Esports to come out on top.
And MOGO Esports, a phenomenal performance. Again, 12 eliminations secured in this particular match, so another 20-pointer coming their way. Now, this team, they're making up for all of those lost points from week 1. And again, MOGO Esports, I think this is exactly what we were expecting. But there was so much detail into that last fight. First, they lobbed a Molotov right in front of that boulder, because they knew the players from the side of GS had to step in front of it. The Molotov right in front, and especially leaning slightly towards the left-hand side, just made sure that GS was going to be forced towards the right.
Yeah.
And as soon as they were there, another nade just to make sure the HPs were chipped. They used the left side cover to make sure S-Power moved in, and as soon as he gets close, especially with the DBS, this man is going to be extremely deadly.
Exactly. S-Power was looking unstoppable in that final fight, but let's speak about VST, right? Because they needed a consistent approach. The game of Miramar was a bit of a lose, but this time, VST was trying their best to keep it tight.
Yeah.
And with the way VST was playing, I think so they should still have decent amount of points to end the day.
Maybe. I think not really in the best position, but in a recoverable position. They need 1 20-pointer tomorrow if they want to stand a chance for qualification.
Okay.
That is going to be needed from the players of VST, of course. And even if it's not a 20-pointer, if they get a 15-point game or somewhere around 13 to 15 points in the first match itself, that leaves them still in play for qualification. But then again, more than VST, I think Alibaba Raiders, that performance from the slope, they had a lot of eliminations as well in this game.
Yeah, that is true. With the way Alibaba Raiders was playing, one thing is for sure, they were able to rack up a lot of those eliminations. And that's what's going to happen, right, when you've got the high ground to play with.
Yes.
And Alibaba Raiders were getting that constant intel. Eliminations too were following up. And then you cannot really forget with the way Jux was playing too, man. Jux Esports, they're lacking a lot. Today's day wasn't exactly the way they wanted it to go. And considering the fact that they started things off with 45 points, they do need consistency as well.
Exactly, man. Today's target for Jux Esports should have been to get around 30 points in the 3 games. That would have helped them qualify, and they would have had to face no pressure tomorrow. But now they will face some pressure in their matches. They're going to need around, I think, around 15 to 20 points total in the 3 games they play to qualify.
I would say it's still 30 points, somewhere around that. That's when Jux Esports can be much more on that safer marker, because today even Amazing was not able to pop off, right?
Yeah.
We did not really see that amazing performance. And even the previous game of Sanok, it was just pretty scattered, let's be honest. With the way the fights were going on, we were seeing a lot of those individual blows being handed out. VST as well dropping in towards boot camp, and even the first 2 minutes weren't done. They were already there on another side.
Yeah, and I have no idea how there was no clash between the players of VST and AstroKids over there.
Yeah.
Sheik just ran circles around them. Even that one man was hidden into that shack. Yes, the mobility for AstroKids was compromised, but talking about AstroKids, they are doing quite decent. They do not care if they win the game or if they get a lot of eliminations. They are getting consistent frags in every single match. And I like this from this team. Not focused on winning every single game. They're focused on climbing up on the overall leaderboard. And right now, specifically in round 1, that's all that matters.
Yeah, and Johnny, Silly Esports colliding against TCW.
Oh, no.
What was that fight? One single man getting 2 players strike down. And the second man from TCW got another player taken down. And then Silly Esports was just left with 1 single man. And even I mentioned during the cast, I don't think so he stands a chance.
Yeah.
And even he got eliminated in the end.
The players from the side of TCW had a lot of utility to work with. And these lads were isolated in the open. They can't even walk away from this compound. So City Esports, no information. That is the only flaw that was there that resulted in them getting eliminated.
And I love that move as well. As soon as he got the first 2 knocks, he instantly tossed a nade uncooked on that door, delaying the push from the third man of Silly Esports, and that's something that saved the day for the players at TCW.
100% agree with that. That uncooked nade over there just made sure that the player from the side of Silly Esports was never able to stand in front of the door, because there was constant fire from that DBS on that door as well. So either he takes damage from the nade, or he takes damage from the DBS, or he just completely avoids that entire position so that his HP stays in a fighting position. Unfortunately, that player from the side of Silly Esports, he did take some damage from the nade and a few shots of the DBS as well.
Yeah, he was quite stubborn, man. He was constantly peeking that same area. But yeah, we even got the point standings. Nothing really out of the ordinary. VST just getting one single point. Phoenix Esports dropping the ball after that game. And I think so Phoenix Esports, they know they've done the job. They already got the chicken dinner. Even in the first game, they were doing quite decent. So Phoenix Esports, they've done their job.
Yeah, Phoenix Esports are definitely qualified. I mean, after that game of Miramar, I don't think there's anything that will pull Phoenix Esports outside of the top 64. But, I mean, it is an interesting run from this team as well, right? Now, what we are left to see is when they return tomorrow, when they play Weekendly, Miramar and Erangel, can they maintain the same level of consistency? Because from here on out, once your qualification is set, you try to warm yourself up and try to prepare for round 2. And specifically, taking a fight against the bigger names like MOGO Esports and Silly Esports, that would help.
Pretty much. I mean, Phoenix Esports being the underdog, still doing so good. You've also got MOGO Esports being the known faces, just dominating the lobby, nothing else. First game was incredible. The last game as well was phenomenal. But you know, what's going to be there in the future, we do not know. New group will be joining alongside, so we'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से
Take 63.
ouch I'm not doing this
300. यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से?
Take 63.
ouch I'm not doing this
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
बस।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty alongside with me, and the journey for the day, at least for Group 3 from Set Red, it is done. Now we move on to Group 4, which is the last group from Set Red. But before that, Salty, how have you been enjoying the action? I mean, the comebacks that we've witnessed from Group 3.
Honestly speaking, the first thing which is there to notice is MOGO Esports.
Yeah.
They're kind of playing at a very high level right now. So in my head, I've sort of divided like the 128 teams into multiple tiers. And the highest of them all will comprise the likes of Carnival and MOGO currently. Even iQOO Solo, as a matter of fact, for that matter.
Yeah, but let's see how the rest of the day is going to turn out, because Group 4 is a little bit more interesting. It is a little bit more intense, considering the competition is a little bit closely contested over here.
Yep.
The best performing team from Group 4, they had 68 points in their opening, which was Hyderabad Hydras. And Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, that was a comeback journey as well. A phenomenal one. That too, just as phenomenal as the iQOO Z9S series, ladies and gentlemen, starting at 18,999. But let's move forward with our show, have a look at the overall standings, and look at that. MOGO Esports, in just 3 matches, have almost caught up to the top 4. They are just a smidge behind the side of God's reign, but it's MOGO Esports, so I think tomorrow first game they should be able to catch up.
Absolutely. I'm not even going to be surprised if they actually cross on over for Vasista Esports as well. Good job there with the prediction there, Johnny. I mean, great stuff. I'm not really sure why Team Silly Esports could not repeat their same success of week 1. Necro has been consistently telling me that just give them a break, but I don't understand why should we give them a good team a break.
I mean, you have to look at the name for that.
Silly.
It's Silly Esports. So they are going to be up to some silly things inside of the matches.
Yeah.
And considering that week 1 was exceptionally well done by them, week 2, yeah, they had that safety cushion. They had the luxury of making mistakes, and they are utilizing that luxury to its fullest performance. As I said at the start of the day, Silly Esports is one of those teams that even if they secure 0 points in the entire week, they will still qualify, and yet they have 6 points.
Wow, what a great stuff. What a great comeback, of course. 3 finish points, 3 position points. Silly Esports. I kind of picked them as my prediction, but alright, anyway, never mind. We do have Team VST, as a matter of fact, out of the 3 matches that they've played. 15 points, not enough, Johnny, in terms of qualification. It seems like they will need a lot more for the last 3 games.
Yeah, I think VST has just managed to cross the 50-point marker, and along with them, my eyes were there on GHUSO Esports, who have gotten themselves 9 points. Now, GHUSO Esports started the day off with 45 points, so they are there with 54. So VST and GHUSO are going to be extremely close in the overall leaderboard. Now, as we expected, the cutoff, it is going to keep on rising and rising and rising. And while these matches are happening, a few teams that are not even playing, they do not realize that their dreams are already over. But anyways, not talking about them, the teams that are rather about to take on their journey in the upcoming matches. I think it will be interesting to see, because now, again, you have to first and foremost try to hit that 60-point marker.
Yep.
Once you hit that 60-point marker, everyone makes that calculation again. All right, how many teams are left for us to kick out. And then you try to push forward for those extra points. All of that needs to be done today. But I think, again, I think we are about to begin the journey for the next set of teams. So let's just have a look at the names that are going to be there. And of course, a few big ones. Hyderabad Hydras is going to be there. And along with them, I think Team TAMILAS is also going to be there in this group. A lot of fans rooting for Team TAMILAS, but the journey in week 1 was an extremely shaky one.
Shaky one for sure, because 33 points from the 6 games that they've played so far. Hyderabad Hydras, they find themselves in comfortable shoes. 68 points all in for them. Overall, you've got Raw Official themselves. They also did brilliantly. But then the outlier in this group, John, is going to be Carpediem, because this team we know is a monstrous lineup, especially when you consider their firepower. One of the most aggressive teams in the entirety of the lobby that we have, because yes, for sure, we have seen a lot of aggressive teams, but they also play somewhat in terms of positioning. But Carpediem, they just don't care.
Yeah, Carpediem does not care about placement points. I think that has been established since this team was formed. But the problem for everyone else is that they're way too good in those firefights. So even in the games where they have 0 placement points, they still rack up like 8 eliminations, 9 eliminations, almost getting to double digits every single time. And again, considering their journey today starts on the map of Vacancy, I think that is that one thing that can throw them off. But considering it is still Carpediem, if they find someone, you better run, because it is very difficult to just try and buy yourself time, try and survive against Carpediem. Either they just take you down completely, or they leave you in such a battered position that the next team that shows up just takes you, squad wipes you in 3 seconds.
Absolutely, and it seems like Carpediem for them, the week 1, of course, was not really that great. 28 points from the 6 games that they've played so far. We always knew, as a matter of fact, that this hit and run strategy that they have, it does have its weaknesses, and it seems like those weaknesses came up front. But how do they recover from those weaknesses, and what they have learned from week 1 is something which I really want to see. And I think the same goes for Team TAMILAS, as a matter of fact. They also used to play in a similar manner a couple of years back, but then Mr. IGL and other leaders in the team, they kind of formed Team TAMILAS in a way where they are in a much better position.
Yeah, they are in a much better position, but I want Team TAMILAS to regain their old form. And hopefully they do, because Vacancy is live. It is the first game of the day for Group 4 from Set Red. And of course, it is off to an interesting start as well, right off the bat, with the flight path itself that starts from Dobro Mesto, goes all the way towards Winery. So this flight path is taking towards that western shoreline of the map. Dino Park smack in the center. So anyone looking to head towards Cosmodrome, it is going to be a challenge. Peshkova, Trevno, drop locations that we have seen teams utilize quite extensively in the iQOO BMPS 2024 are also going to be off limit. But the early drop clashes this season, Salty, have been happening towards Krichas, Goroka, Volnova, and Hot Springs.
I'm kind of expecting something to happen in towards Castle as well. But one good thing is, Johnny, is going to be the fact that the extreme eastern island of this map will get completely alienated. Mount Kresnik, that has been the center of the circle for a variety of the matches of Weekendy that they've played so far, will again be in contention once again. The circle center, of course, forming on top of Goroka, but we'll have to find out where exactly the battles are going to be forming, because on the southern turf, we do have that that cluster, right? You've got 2 teams, I believe.
It's DOW is one of them. I believe ARRANCAR is going to be the second team, heading towards Hot Springs.
HeatBeasts Esports is also there in the Winery region, but they are completely uncontested. Team Psyche is right on towards the left-hand side. Any form of rotational path that they take might be intercepted. But it seems like the split in toward the center of the map is extremely massive, coming in from R4W, Raw Officials. They are looking to be extremely confident.
Oh, but look at this. 3 teams towards the southeastern quadrant of the map. We have Rivals, Ape, DOW, and ARRANCAR, and that can result in an early fight between the sides. But this is a team that everyone wants to watch out for, Carpediem. And unfortunately for this particular squad, again, this is a very special case scenario, right? It will hold true for no other team in this entire tournament, or no other team in the entire competitive circuit. Carpediem, they have the smack centers of Vacandy that allows them to move very little. And this is a team that likes to go out on a hunt. So they do not want the center this time. They want the edges on this map.
Exactly, and it seems like Carpediem, they will kind of look to be on the move as soon as they hit the ground, get themselves that default loot, and they should be good to go. But the question is, where do they move from here on now? Because not only they are completely devoid of information of where the teams are, and on the map of Vacandy, we have seen the general trend. The team that tries to go aggressive in the initial stages, it never really pans out well for them.
Yeah, but that is for everyone else. Carpediem, it's special. That team is special.
I mean, talking about special, right? You look at the lineup, of course, being led by Pokar, you've got amazing experience, but also aggression. I feel like Pokar is one of those IGLs who never really shies away from taking a battle, and then having an aggressive IGL also means you need to have aggressive assaulters, and who better to kind of deliver, especially when you have the lads of Fierce and Gamla Boy. I feel like this duo is absolutely brilliant. One of the, I wouldn't even say outliers, but a surprise package in the form of Max. Nobody expected for him to become the top fragger of this team in another third-party tournament that they were playing, but man, oh man, this team, they definitely strike fear in the hearts of oppositions.
Yeah, definitely. You have one of the most aggressive IGLs, as you mentioned, in form of Pokar, Gamla Boy, Fierce, MVP contender level players, and Max, who's going to be the cornerstone of this team. But let's have a look at this TSW now. They're completely isolated. They have a lot of map control in the early stages. TSW, 1 player in Port, 1 in Zabava, 1 in Coal Mine, and then we have one of the lads who's just moving south towards Goroka from their position. But all of this map control also means that the players are extremely far away from each other. So if anyone else, any one of the sides decides to rotate towards the northern part of the map extremely early, then maybe TSW are going to be in a world of trouble. As of now, they are still relatively safe because no one is moving north.
But look at the center of the circle, right? We do have the map feed in front of us, and multiple teams are already trying to contest for that Goroka region. Now, this is something which we have seen in Vacandy, right? Majority of the teams will try and huddle around that center spot. And that is beneficial for Carpediem right now, considering they have Hyderabad Hydras in the mix of things. They also have IMPRNT Esports, Johnny, but they haven't really spotted them. Once again, Fierce. Unfortunate incidents once again. Insidious is going to find that pick. He almost going to find the pick on top of Pokar as well.
Yeah, I think Pokar is definitely getting knocked out over there. Just a sliver of HP. One shot to the body and he goes down instantly. But luckily for him, he finds a safe haven. Still going at it. Still on the run. Hyderabad Hydras, they have committed everything. That one lad had 6 bullets left in the backpack. He was utilizing his last mag, but Pokar barely managed to survive. And of course, Carpediem having lost Fierce, the firepower, just a little bit of that firepower is going to be taken away. Let's see now. At least they have information. All right, we have threat lurking around us, so we can't be free to move out from this city. And again, this team is always too eager looking for those fights. They were completely unaware of Hyderabad Hydras having closed in on that position. And that is why they got punished.
Credit has to be given to Hyderabad Hydras as well for how quickly they changed their position, right?
They snuck in without anyone finding out.
Exactly, that is my point. They actually made the rotation super smooth, super fast, but also without making a lot of noise. And Team Carpediem, they had no idea that the entire army was there. They're going to try and intercept their rotation. Fierce, caught in the middle of nowhere. We'll have to go back to the lobby, but I really want to see this lad's firepower, especially inside of the games, especially inside of Miramar and Nurangil, to be honest. IMPRNT Esports is there as well. Team TAMILAS have also started to huddle up in the same vicinity. So, Goroka, you can expect some fireworks, Johnny, in about a couple of circles.
Yeah, I think stage 2. Stage 2, stage 3 transition is when maybe the fights break out, because everyone will be looking to move forward towards Goroka. Everyone's going to try and find those covers around the city, and again, open positions. That means there are going to be sprays exchanged between all of these sides, but as of now, there's just 4 different teams that have managed to move in for that position, for that Goroka city. And Carpediem, of course, taking control of the northern half. Hyderabad Hydras towards the south. You have NIY towards the east. IMPRNT, they're quite close to where the players of Hyderabad Hydras are. There's another third team present in the mix.
NIY Esports.
That is Team TAMILAS right there between Hyderabad Hydras and Raw Official.
Why is Raw official also making a move towards the center? Everyone, it seems like, is going for the center as of now. Nobody definitely has no information about each other's presence, but these interactions, in fact, are going to make them aware of where exactly the virtual heat map is of their oppositions. Speaking of heat map, it's all over on S-Power because this man himself has gotten 6 eliminations from the last game. 50% finish contribution, the iQOO MVP of the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, amazing performance from S-Power, and he's always been consistent, but we have the top 5 players. Evil, 4 eliminations for the side of GS. Do or Die, Clutcher and Reaper, 8 eliminations on these 2 players combined. And Do or Die definitely had a fun time in that previous game. And Pro from the side of Alibaba Raiders was able to secure 4 eliminations as well. But, oh no, quite unfortunate for Team Psyche. As Skrillex gets spotted out by HeatBeasts, and they quite easily, in fact, find that opening frag for themselves. And look at the radar as well. There's no one to cover for him. He was completely isolated over here.
That was a drive-by and a half, Johnny. I mean, for HeatBeasts Esports, if they can actually move so fluidly and take down the opposition in a flash, I think I can expect better stuff. But where were these technicalities inside of week 1 is going to be the question. Because there might just be a little too late. 9 points inside of week 1. They have to do a lot of climbing to actually make it work inside of week 2.
Yeah, they need at least 2 big chicken dinners this particular week if they want to stand a chance of qualification. And then they need like 5 to 6 points every single game, apart from those 2 chicken dinners. So HeatBeasts Esports, they find themselves in a very precarious position. It's like an all or nothing moment for them. In the meanwhile, Team Psyche, a team with a lot of experience, but nothing to show for it as of now. That opening week, a mediocre performance, 27 points secured. This particular week, I would want to see them win 1 match. And a big 16 to 17 point chicken dinner, at least today. In the first 3 games, go for a win.
Have you noticed this pattern, Johnny, from Team Psyche, that they always make sure that they do just enough to actually qualify to the next stage and eventually proceed somewhere close to the semi-finals or the finals of an official tournament? They haven't really given us the flashiest of moments or heroic moments to actually immortalize, but this team, they just get the job done.
Yeah, they somehow do manage to get the job done. They have been able to do it. But I think this iQOO BMPS 2024 Salty, it's going to be something else, man. We might just see a lot of big names bidding us adieu tomorrow. But GHUSO Esports, this is also another name, just like Team Psyche, that is in a very awkward position because they have done quite well in the past, but this time around not really doing, not really even being able to match their own standards. 17 points in the 6 games that they played last week. Not really the GHUSO Esports that we remember. This team used to be fearless, and they would secure a lot of frags because of that. We saw that in BGIS. We saw that in the last year's BMPS as well. This time, this BMPS, things are not looking great at all. Not even looking good. Not even looking okay, to be honest.
Possibly because they are being forced to play a passive game in order to kind of survive. The lobby has turned to be much more difficult. 128 of the best teams in the country, Johnny, are competing for this trophy, of course. And for GHUSO Esports, I think it will be a healthy welcome back to their natural game if they do go aggressive. But as of now, it seems like they kind of lack that confidence and that backing to do so.
Look, man, someone dropped a bucket of paint in Goroka.
Mixed colors.
Yeah.
Have you ever unboxed a gems packet?
Yes, it looks exactly like that. Someone dropped some yellow ones towards Cosmodrome. That's Arcadians. ARRANCAR, my apologies. But yeah, ARRANCAR as well. Another interesting team. 23 points from that opening week. Hoping to go big, but they're taking things extremely slow in Weekendy.
Only on the map of Weekendy will there be so many teams inside of a particular city and still not fight.
Yeah.
I mean, be it in the map of Erangel, be it in the map of Miramar, these teams would have always gone at each other. And if you also want to go at your enemies in your scrims or possibly win your TDM battles in school, why not get yourself the official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series? Very pocket friendly, starts at 18,999.
Yeah,
and definitely does a good job.
it does a good job, looks amazing as well. It's such an amazing device for such an extremely attractive price that I never realized that the display is slightly curved until fixes sort of pointed it out to me. Because who would expect 18,999? You get all of these features, like the 5500 mAh battery and 80-watt flash charger, 2000 hertz of touch sampling rate. You get all of that and a curved display. Who would have thought, man?
Well, the creators of this device over at iQOO, they certainly were gracious enough to actually put all of those features and make this device power packed. And I feel like the curved display, not only it looks pretty good, it kind of provides you a better grip, especially when you're gaming with like more than 4 or 5 fingers, Johnny.
Yeah.
Relatable for you?
Yeah, I mean, pretty relatable. I have been playing for 5-finger claw for a long time, man.
Teach me how to use 5 fingers. I can use like 4 fingers at max. 4-finger gyro seems to be optimal for me.
I mean, 5 isn't that different. It's just about getting used to that extra finger. You have a lot more options. It's not that difficult, Salty. I mean, you use it for about a week, you're getting get used to it. But the problem is like when you start reducing buttons.
Yeah.
That is when it becomes a problem. So going from 5 to 4, that becomes challenging because at this point I'm so used to having that extra option of just pressing the trigger, going for the ADS, swinging left and right, and crouching and uncrouching at the same time. So many things that I can do at the same time. I mean, that when I start reducing buttons, it becomes a challenge because it seems like I'm playing with one hand tied behind my back.
Yeah. It does kind of feel like a handicap, to be honest. But
I mean, it's about mastering controls, right? If it was just about how many buttons I can use at the same time, then I would be as good as these players, but I'm not. Because I haven't mastered my controls.
Yeah. There was once a time when actually 2-finger gyro was extremely popular and the best assaulters used to actually use a 2-finger gyro. But coming back to this fight right as of now, Team RA, they certainly are charging forward. A little bit of a lead in this fight. Ryu will have to battle through a lot of obstacles. Too many crosses at him and of course he's going to go down. Team RA, they're still proceeding forward. Lucky to know with jump shot connecting. Now it's just one player who's still standing.
And it's not there anymore. That last man also shut down. And again, an impressive performance coming in from Lucky to do. 2 frags secured. ARRANCAR's eliminated from the game.
That was a good fight, honestly, Johnny.
Yeah. Rivals Ape, I mean, this is an impressive team as well.
Young lineup, not really a lot of experience, but they certainly are making it count.
Yeah.
As far as I remember, this is Team Orangutan's Academy lineup. And they're doing a good job, in fact, in being trained under the veterans. And now they're utilizing that experience. Certainly, the results are going to show for as well. 48 points from the first 6 matches that they played so far. Hopefully can repeat that performance or possibly get better.
Well, if what you're saying is the case, then I believe they are definitely contesting their seniors very closely. Because even in the opening week, Rivals Ape, they had 48 points on the board. That fight was extremely clean. So, again, I'm hoping they build up the momentum on this game of Vacandy as well. But look at this Gamla boy. It seems like has figured out that the players of Raw officials have closed in on the rear of Carpediem. He's waiting for the players to get a little bit more exposed so that he can go for an all-out spray, just an entire clip. Abhi moved from one house to the next. Gamla boy still tracking the movement of the players of Raw official. And look at the radar. THW, they've just closed in ever so slightly towards the northern edge of this Goraka city. So even TSW can cause a lot of trouble for these teams. You know what I want? I want the circle to move towards coal mines. That's going to force everyone to abandon Goraka.
Exactly right. I mean, a hard shift has definitely been on the cards. We usually expect it as soon as the 4th circle hits or possibly the 5th circle hits. So, majority of these teams will be forced to move. But then there is also that factor that Vikendi circles, do they ever really go for hard shifts? That is definitely going to be a question. But talking about going hard in your city rides, you possibly can use the Hero Xtreme 160R4V. There's nothing more aesthetic than actually riding this beauty all around the city. You've got the power, you've got a lot of looks and style points for utilizing the Hero Xtreme. They are our official mobility partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Yeah.
Let's talk about K9 as a matter of fact, because I'm not really sure what are your opinions about this team, but it seems like I really want Believe to be at its absolute best. Moving in from that role of an assaulter to an IGL, it is always difficult, but how well do you think he's fared so far?
I think K9 is an interesting lineup, right? You have two amazing experienced players in form of MJ and Believe, and then you have a few young lads mixed in with them. Their performance during week 1 was interesting, 40 points. So not the greatest, but not the worst as well. Exactly how you would expect this lineup to play on paper. But they have to be consistent, man. Consistency is key. Consistency is what wins you trophies. And if K9 can be as consistent as they were in week 1, then I'm going to be a believer that this team actually can go very far deep into this tournament.
Talking about individual players, I feel like the assaulters that they have, they are absolutely fire. They've got aimbot, and aimbot is extremely good when it actually comes to his mechanical skills. Does overextend a couple of times left and out. And then you've got someone like a pro who can be the secondary assaulter for the team, extremely well disciplined. We've got a lot of experience, just like you mentioned, in the form of MJ and Believe. So hopefully this team actually makes it through. But I still want that standout performance from aimbot. I'm waiting for this player to actually pop off.
Yeah, me too, man. I mean, not really the best we have seen in this particular tournament. We will still hope for a long way to go for them. In the meanwhile, though, INS. And INS, again, another interesting name in terms of the players they have and in terms of the performance they have put on the board. K47, Ronak, Osiris. All of them legends in their own right, but the run in that opening week, 47 points. Not too shabby, but the caliber of these players, it is better than that. So hopefully in this particular week, when they have information to work with, they are going to do better. But updates on Vacandy, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to transition into the 5th stage of this map, and that is when all of the chaos is going to be put on display. All of the firepower put on display by almost every single one of these teams. As of now, just the first team to be eliminated was ARRANCAR. After that, Psyche lost 1 player, Carpediem lost 1 player extremely early. In fact, their lad was the first casualty of the game.
Yeah.
So we still have 15 teams, 58 players still surviving, still alive, and still in the fight. And the circle, half of the zone is Goroka and Villa. The other half is the western slope of Mount Kresnik, where the players of DOW and rivals APA.
Yeah.
So west is where the chaos is going to come from. East is all going to be about that peace treaty.
Depends on where exactly the circle does shift, though. That is going to be the question. But it's extremely surprising that as soon as fears fell, Carpediem, they never really moved from the location from that point on. Initially, they had their intentions to...
Oh! Nice. Nice shift of the circle.
Definitely very nice shift of the circle. We're moving towards water bodies. We're moving towards the Goroka cities as well. Potentially an urban finish, Oni?
I mean, it's not really an urban finish. There's this cluster of compounds from Goroka. What I'm excited about is the fact that from Hyderabad Hydras to where the players of NIY are, there is no cover positions available. So this area lacks in terms of the compounds that are there. That means if you are stuck in a fight, you're going to have to continue fighting till you die, till you get taken out. And I think all of that is about to begin. We have the players from the side of Psyche who are, in fact, or have taken down a couple of individuals from an opposing side already. In the meanwhile, K9, they find themselves charging into the compounds of IMPRNT, and MJ is going to get knocked out. Aimbot knocked out as well. IMPRNT Esports, they're having a fun time in this fight. They've secured 3 early frags. And K9, I believe it's all down to Believe. Does he believe enough to win this game for his team? I don't think it's going to matter how much he believes. He's in a 1v4 situation. Just with the utilities alone, IMPRNT, they are going to slowly and steadily just chip him and break him down. Oh, HeatBeasts from the distance, yeah.
This is going to be interesting, but just like you mentioned, right, no matter how much he believes, I feel like it will be extremely difficult for Believe to actually escape the situation unscathed. We did not get to see the initial stages of the fight or the build-up of the fight, but it seems like K9 definitely made errors. But look at that, the utility usage from Team IMPRNT being absolutely brilliant. Of course, their DBS usage in close range was also brilliant. That's one of the reasons why K-Knight will bite the dust. But on the other side, towards Kuroka, we do have few teams duking out against each other. It's going to be Team INS, and Ghosty is going to find a frag for himself. But are they going against Team Raw Officials? Yes, they are. And Team Raw Officials, they know how to respond back in kind.
Yeah, they definitely do. But let's see. Raw Official now. They have the numbers advantage, but they are a little scared of getting third party by the players of GHUSO Esports in the back lines. A much more preferable option for the players of Raw Official is if the players from GHUSO Esports and INS just charge upon them. That puts them in a position where they just have to defend their compound, but Norules Xtreme on the low slope. They are pushing along that cliffside, and TSW with that high ground can definitely do a lot of damage with the utility that they have. Deciding against is they focus on the front lines as of now.
But Johnny, they'll also have to push forward towards the circle as well. And thankfully for them, they will have the liberty to move from compound to compound. They are on the right end of the circle, and we were expecting an urban finish.
Yeah.
But it's not just going to be an urban finish. There's also a lot of ice involved as well. And that just basically means the frozen lake, it's going to be in contention. Team INS, of course, just holding down the back lines. They're well split out in a 2-1 situation. Still, GHUSO Esports will have to finish the likes of Team Raw Officials. Only then, I believe, Team INS will come into the picture. Flying in. Superman will be exploded on his face. Fragger, of course, taking a little bit of the damage. But so far, GHUSO Esports, they haven't really lived up to their name, are they?
Yeah, they haven't. Superman, he's been knocked out. And GHUSO Esports finally looking to move in, but Anuj too OP. He has to be the savior for his team. The nade lobbed out. Anuj too OP runs into the corner room. This is not going to work out too well for him. The bounce off nade from the wall up front can do a lot of damage. In fact, that is not going to be required as well. GHUSO Esports is charging forward, and 2-2 is going to be the man who finds that final frag for his team. Fragger was knocked out, but it should be an easy revive for GHUSO Esports to try and bring him back, but can they pull it off before THW charge towards them next? Now, the chaotic fight between GHUSO Esports and Raw Official allows the players of INS to stay alive. In fact, the one isolated player, Osiris, does manage to stay alive. And right behind him, Ghosty is going to be there to provide any cover fire that he needs in case TSW try to pull off some shenanigans.
Talking about shenanigans, it seems like GHUSO Esports, they've made a greater decision in order to kind of give up on their backlines and just keep on pressing forward. They're going up against Team INS as of now, and a nade comes in from Osiris, takes down 2 players. It's a 1v2 right now. And it seems like they wouldn't really be able to survive. Shots from the backlines. Nades coming in from Kulamau as well. THW, now they're moving towards Team INS, Johnny.
Yeah, THW, brilliant capitalization. Just spotted out the players of GHUSO Esports running out into the open. And a nade from Ninja secured 2 knocks. And the last nade was also from the players of TSW. So INS, they were just stuck into a corner. And TSW, they just became their saviors. But now Ghosty is going to be the next man. Osiris, he finds the trade. But will it be enough? It's going to be a difficult position for him to fight from. It's a 1v3 situation. And he takes damage from the molly. And secures the knock, though. Now looking to secure the elimination. Fails to do so. Just gets 1 on the board. And it is done for INS. TSW, brilliant performance. Could have been a better recovery. And yet, 5 finishes on the board. 3 players still alive. I think they have a long way to go in this game. But let's talk about this. Norules Xtreme. They run into the faces of Carpediem, which is never a good option. And not even that. It was Riser's nade that knocks him and his own teammate down. Parv's nade does find the trade knock onto Gamla Boy, but Carpediem, what is this team doing? For the first time, we see them back off in a position where they can actually secure all of those frags.
But Johnny Late, I think they do have a plan as of now. Pukar will try to set up those choke points, kind of try and press the other team to try and break the barriers, make some mistakes. NRX, so far, they have only been holding on to that first floor, the ground floor, in fact, and Team Carpediem, they're just trying to evade the nades coming in. A little bit of a lucky exchange over there, but Team Carpediem, what are going to be your plans? A 3v4 engagement and no clearance whatsoever, no casualties, no contact, just playing it on the back of the choke points.
Yeah, but all of this chaos, I don't think it's going to help either of these two sides to try and charge for the chicken dinner. Max, he finds the opening. The second knock is there as well. Pucar finds the third. And this might be the end. Yes, it is. No rules Xtreme. There were no rules in this fight. And Carpediem, well, that is the best case scenario for them. 6 eliminations secure. They are in the top 6 of this match. But with how the circle is laid out, where the teams are, I believe we have another big game coming in from the players of Hyderabad Hydras. They have a lot of map control to work with. They are the only team that has any decent cover to fight from, and everyone else is going to be forced out into the open on the lower grounds.
Absolutely, but if Carpediem play their cards right, Johnny, it seems like they can find a great entry inside the circle. I believe that IMPRNT Esports will also engage against Hyderabad Hydras. As of now, Carpediem, they've taken massive shots and 2 players have been taken down. In fact, another one was knocked down as well. What just happened? Team DOW mowing down the lawn with Carpediem, and Pucar just standing there and watching. He can't really do anything about it.
Moment of desperation, but even DOW make the same mistake. They get a little too overeager to try and move out towards the play zone, but it is the map of Vikini, and as I mentioned, no one apart from Hyderabad Hydras has any cover to work with, and Hyderabad Hydras, they realize how big this match can be for them, just staying inside of those compounds and keeping themselves safe. In the meanwhile, the last man from Carpediem, Pucar, he has decided to go for a heal battle. Last time we saw him, he had 13 first aids to work with, but will those 13 first aids help him break into the top 3? All of that can happen if at this very moment Hyderabad Hydras, they choose to pick a fight against the players of IMPRNT, because even team Psyche, they are down to their last player, Kiddo, and he's hiding in that shack right next to the players of Hyderabad Hydras. So yeah, he's not going to do anything. He's just going to stay in there.
But I've told you, right, Team Psyche always do find a way to actually survive no matter what. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, another look at this fight between Hyderabad Hydras and Team TAMILAS. It was a 1v1, did come in from the backlines, and Insidious just absolutely brilliant on his trigger. 4 players still surviving for Hyderabad Hydras. They survived that fight unscathed, which basically means that this fight is all theirs to lose. IMPRNT Esports, what can they potentially do? There is absolutely no space inside the circle whatsoever. The little bit of the space that there is towards a frozen lake where Team Psyche's last player is surviving. So for Team IMPRNT, I think the job is almost done.
Well, let's see.
Job is done for Pucar as well. That was the last first that he had.
Yeah, goes for anything right now. Sees the players of IMPRNT, can't connect those shots, but hey, Carpediem, they do not care. From being in a position where the entire team could have been wiped out extremely early in the game, they make it to the top 4. They have those 6 eliminations to show for it as well. So, a decent average. They are going to move exactly how we would want them to move on the overall leaderboard. So they will have crossed that 30-point marker quite easily, and I think Carpediem in the next few matches, I think the map of Miramar and Wrangle is what they usually wait for. But look at this, it seems like the journey for IMPRNT is about to come to an end. Maximus OG knocked out, and Hyderabad Hydras now finally realizing that apart from all 4 of the players of Hyderabad Hydras, only 2 isolated individuals remain. One is going to be Kiddo from the side of Team Psyche, and the other is Ninja OP from Team IMPRNT. And Hyderabad Hydras, they are out on the hunt. The Molly is going to pull Kiddo out, and then they just shoot him with that DBS. Last man left alive from the side of IMPRNT is Ninja OP. He's going for a heal battle behind that massive boulder, and Hyderabad Hydras, I believe, have finally figured out where he's hiding. If they have a few pieces of util upon them, they can try and push for him. And they are going to try and get that double-digit finish chicken in. And the jump shot from Termi. Absolutely incredible. What a quick drive-by. And what a wonderful chicken dinner secured by Hyderabad Hydras.
Absolutely. Right from the get-go, when they had captured Goroka, right? Yeah. It seemed like this team never really let control go out of their way, and the control was always there. Yeah. It kind of felt like against Team TAMILAS, Hyderabad Hydras seemed to be a little shaky, but then again, one of the players steps up, Insidious, this time around, and he just cleans things up.
Exactly. An amazing performance coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. And also I have to say THW, I think that fight where they just wrapped up GHUSO Esports, then moved forward, eliminating 2 different teams at the same time. THW also capitalized on the moments that were handed to them quite nicely. Vikindi, I've come to realize, isn't a map where you strategize and play for the chicken dinner. It is a map where the opportunist in the lobby will choose to strike. Because this map, either it will give you a wonderful position like the players of Hyderabad Hydras got for themselves, and the players players of Carpediem got for themselves, or it will just put you down in a ditch so bad that you will have no way to drag yourselves out of it.
Absolutely. It's possibly because of the late circle shift that we get to see, right? In the fifth and the sixth stage is when you get to see the hard shifts. And before that, majority of the teams will try to huddle towards the center. And that has become sort of the pattern with which they play. But I was extremely surprised with the way THW has played so far, because I haven't seen them so aggressive lately. But it seems like now this team, they suddenly have realized what the meta is and how the points distribution work. And they are working right according to the plan.
Man, THW right now is just earning the trust of their fans back, because their fans, and including us as well, me and Nakro were having the discussion, THW when we first saw them were amazing. But the performances then just kept on dipping. So right now, they are trying to regain that trust back from everyone. Like, yes, we still have all of that firepower within us. And definitely a wonderful job done in this map of Vacancy. But look at this, the winner chicken dinner moment from Hyderabad Hydras. And as you were talking about the hard shifts on this particular map of Vacancy, Salty, if I'm being very specific about the Vacancy we just witnessed, there were none, man. Hyderabad Hydras held on to the same position since the start of the game till the very end. The circle did put them at the edge at a certain point, but then it just came rolling right over their heads. So they basically had to do nothing. That is one of the reasons that Carpediem also was able to survive for as long as they did.
Exactly, but Carpediem could not really get a lot of points. I think 12 points is what they have acquired. 12 or 10 total points. I think 6 elimination points.
I think 10, yeah.
Yeah, possibly 10 points. They will be around the high 30 point mark. And from this point on, I think one big game is still required. They still have about 5 more games left to go, and I think the journey should not be that difficult considering you are Carpediem.
Yeah, the problem for Carpediem is, again, me and Necro had this discussion, it's the case for a lot of these teams. When they get put into an early fight, that is where they build up that momentum in the first initial 4v4, and then they just pop off in the entire game. If you deny them the 4v4, if you do not give them the fight early, they struggle because they start looking for those frags and they end up making those mistakes. So Carpediem right now in the next 2 games are just praying that someone, at least one squad, just drop clashes on them, goes for an early 4v4 so that they have an opportunity to just take over, get those 4 points early, and then move on in the map from there on out.
No, unfortunately, WSB is not in this lobby, and they're not playing Erangel together as of now. Otherwise, that fight in Pochenki would have always happened. And in fact, Carpediem used to win majority of those fights. I still want to find out if after the addition of Omega, there will be any changes in that drop fight. That will be a storyline for later on.
Why not just add VXT to the mix as well? Team Versatile.
They've always been there. Yes, they love to go towards that region, but it seems like slowly and steadily they have been kind of backing away from that fight.
So I was recently told that was Pochenki was never the first option for Versatile and Somraj. He never really wanted to play with a fixed drop. He wanted to be adaptive based on the flight path, which I actually agree with him on. Because, I mean, you have to be adaptive. You can't really be very specific about where you want to start the game from. But then again, I think in the meta where finishes are a priority, going towards Pochenki, a team that is clustered with a lot of these frag heavy teams, you would also want to pick up those finishes, and drop like Pochenki does allow you to do so. But hey, that's Erangel is the last map of the day. Let's have a look at the points for Vacant and then start talking about Miramar next, because Hyderabad Hydras 20 points. Again, they were already doing good, so they just keep moving up like rocket. Then we have IMPRNT, who have taken a brilliant bounce back inside of this game. So IMPRNT is going to move up extremely close to qualification, but surprising early exits in this particular match, Salty. NIY Esports, K9, Team Tamilas, Norules Xtreme, and the biggest surprise is Raw Official.
Absolutely. K9 Esports, I'm not really sure how did they take that fight up, right? Especially with the position of aimbot, with the position of pro as well. It felt like Believe was not really included in that fight. Two quick shots and K9 all of a sudden were down on their knees, and Believe had no control or no say in that particular fight. Had to be left behind all by himself. So I still believe that communication issues, which has always been a part of K9 Esports, it's still there. They possibly will have to reform their 4v4 fights in order to be successful, but I don't think anything is going to be the cause of concern for Raw Officials. They lost the fight fair and square, can come back in the next game with a better one.
Yeah, plus Raw Officials, I think in order to be safe, they need like 3 points per match. They did get 3 points in this game. So just keep moving forward with a steady pace, and I think Raw Official will be able to qualify. But again, 2 more maps remaining, at least for the day, for the other teams to try and fight for as many points as they can. Now, will they succeed or will they fail? Only time will tell. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned, keep watching. We will be back after this.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Extreme.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that very short break, and we in the studio, we are prepared for the last two games of the day. Of course, Miramar and Erangel are still there to come, Necro, and it seems like the storyline that we expected, that is exactly the one that is being followed. Hyderabad Hydras coming in, dominating in the first game. There is no errors that they've made in the game so far.
I know, right? Hyderabad Hydras just kick-starting things for themselves. But then the real sign of concern over here has to be somewhere around K9 Esports, because this team has been struggling a lot, getting taken down early like that. That was a major chunk of points just deducted instantly from that first game, because we know at this point in time, consistency is something that every single team needs, especially if you're in the mid-pack. You need somewhere around 10 points per game.
Absolutely.
And for K9 Esports to lose out on that one single game, that also means now the task is just going to keep on piling up for the upcoming games.
Exactly. I feel like now the pressure is going to be on their shoulders to try and go up, possibly get a big finish, chicken dinner on their cards. But it's not just K9 Esports. Look at Team TAMILAS, as a matter of fact. Even they kind of choked up in that particular fight against Hyderabad Hydras. And now I feel like even a big name like Team TAMILAS, they will be forced to go up aggressive, and not just them, even Carpediem, as a matter of fact.
Hands down, they will. But you know what? Something that's going to help our viewers with the aggression, that's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. And not just that, if you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device. And 15 of those devices are being given away. You might just be the lucky one.
I'm possibly not the lucky one, so I'm getting myself one of these devices. But you definitely can be lucky. And of course, let us have a look at the overall standings and find out exactly where the teams stand. MOGO Esports today has kind of made a statement with 3 games and 54 points, potentially looking to overtake Vasista Esports from the very top. But any other surprises do we have in this list so far? We have Galactic Wolves. They were absolutely fantastic. 6 games played, 35 points. But as we flip pages, here we find Hyderabad Hydras once again. The first match that they've played, they have entered the top 30 with 20 points on board, Necro.
I know, right? One single game just puts them in the top 30. And now for Hyderabad Hydras, if they keep on moving with the same momentum, one thing is for sure, we might just see them soon enough in the first half of the board. You also do see a few known names around the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but once again, we need to focus on this group itself. Carpediem's previous game was decent, but decent's not going to do the deed. They need to be extraordinary. Looking at the amount of points they had in the week 1, just 28 points from a banner like Carpediem, you expect much more.
You certainly expect much more. They are going for those finishes, but it seems like small little errors, especially Fierce being picked off without even him having information of his opposition. I feel like these are the teeny tiny mistakes that they are making, which are costing them a lot of points on board. But so far, on the 46th position, Carpediem, 1 game played, 10 points scored. I feel like this team, they certainly can make it if they have that one big game. And Carpediem always are prepared for those big games, aren't
now they've got 38 points in total.
Yeah.
They need 10 points per game, by the way, Salty. So that's still a lot of points that they need to try and accumulate. Just to be on the safer side of things,
yeah,
I would still say 10 points per game. Maybe, yeah, they need somewhere around 6 to 7 points. But let's be honest, 10 points sounds much more better. So for Carpediem, looking at their standards, that should be the consistent approach they should have inside of the games. And knowing the fact that Carpediem do not really lack when it comes to the firepower, the main thing they're lacking in is the rotations that they're looking forward with. And that's been the main sign of concern for Carpediem. They're taking the fights, coming out on top, but then they're choking up with those rotations. Just like the previous game of Weekendy too. In the final few moments, they made that rotate, but as soon as they try to send it, they got taken down by the players of DRW.
Absolutely. And I feel like rotation has sort of been a problem for Pokar. He, as an aggressive IGL, always looks for finishes, and that is his first priority. Kind of gets blindsided at certain instances, but hopefully on the map of Miramar, they will come back, they will get that big game. Coming back to IMPRNT Esports, I feel like this team kind of really did well. 15 points from that last game, were extremely aggressive. I feel like they were having a lovely balance of both positioning and finish points. 15 points from that last game, I feel like they're well settled around that 50-point mark. What are your thoughts?
Once again, I'm not really surprised by this performance from the side of IMPRNT. We've seen the same banner back in BGS 2024 as well, just a few months back, and IMPRNT Esports was doing much more better. Honestly, they had better aggression, they had better elimination points, and every single time whenever we would see IMPRNT Esports, there's just this burning torch of consistency that would automatically ignite in you as a fan, right? So for IMPRNT Esports, I'm still looking forward for better performances. Yes, it's a great start, but they need to keep on moving up with consistency, and that's been the main concern, at least in the week one.
2 more good games, I think, for IMPRNT Esports, and they will be comfortably qualifying. Of course, Johnny had already mentioned how this team was extremely close in terms of the points that they had accumulated. So there are multiple contentions. Every single team, if you look about it, I think one good game puts you at the #1 position inside of this group. One bad game can actually throw you under the bus and put a big question mark on you qualifying. So this is the interesting part of this group so far. But I want to know your thoughts about THW, because this team was absolutely blazing guns.
I know, right? THW, it's quite a formidable force once again back over here in the iQOO BMPS 2024. And if you remember in BGS itself this year, THW, they were setting benchmarks in the round 3 and round 2 that we saw them. They got so many chicken dinners to play with, and this is what you expect from a banner like THW. Unfortunately, the week one wasn't that great, but now back over here, once again, THW, they're doing quite decent. I want to see better from the side of THW. I want to see that same THW that we saw in BGS set a few benchmarks, set a few records. But the real sign of concern over here has to be Team TAMILAS. It's a team that is quite a formidable force. Even in the previous tournament, it felt like this entire team has still got the form with them, but for some reason, the form hasn't been converted to the iQOO BMPS.
One good thing, at least for Team TAMILAS, is going to be the next map is going to be the map of Miramar. And you know, as a matter of fact, Team TAMILAS love playing on this map as well. Even Hyderabad, Hydras, as a matter of fact, I think even this team fancies the map of Miramar way too much.
A lot of teams want to perfect the deserty lands, but only a few have managed to master. As the plane flat path begins all the way from Torreyamuda towards down south Puerto Paraiso, once again this plane flat path is heavily tilted to the right side of the map. If you want to move in towards El Pozo, Valle del Mar, it's going to be quite a tough stretch. While if you try to move in towards Truck Stop, Impala, El Azhar, well then it's right above you. But still, speaking of Team TAMILAS, once again, it's one of those teams that is sort of decent on the map of Miramar, but they're much better on the map of Erangel.
Erangel has been the home ground for every single team out there. That is the map that they practice the most. I believe for Team TAMILAS, if they want to make a comeback, these last 2 games will be their glimmer of hope. Because again, Necro, if out of the 2 games that they have to play today, if one or the other does not amount to about like 20 points, I believe Team TAMILAS, they'll have a lot of pressure on their shoulders tomorrow and they will start to crumble. Talking about pressure, it feels like a young lineup who has handled pressure really well will be rivals Apex.
Oh man, you just stole the words out of my mouth.
Let's go.
I was about to speak about the same team after you gave me that throw, but yeah, Rival Apes, honestly, they have been a big surprise. And the surprise has been in the positive side of things.
Yeah.
They have been doing so good in the first 6 games. They managed to accumulate 48 points. That's a way to start things off. And still in the first game itself, yeah, not exactly there at the mark, but still you can say now that we are going to move on to the Classic rounds. Miramar far inner angle. That's where this team might just start to showcase what they're capable of. As Pico showcasing stuff, Carpediem is up against quite a formidable foe this time around. Up against a team that is going to be INS. K47 has got his hands on the shotgun as well, and the same thing can be said for Osiris, but he's only got a double-barrel shotgun. And just keep on watching, Salty. You had a conversation with me about the shotgun. I'm telling you, this one is going to disappoint.
Well, we'll find out if the double-barrel shotgun is going to disappoint, but as of now, it seems like Carpediem, they've got all 4 of their players, but I can't really say the same thing for Team INS as of now. It's just 2 players who are trying to make a difference, but Osiris, with that double barrel, is going to find the first knock, but the pump action comes back into play. Team INS, they've done a good job so far. Their player is knocked out, but the single player, K47, can he do the job? Not really.
Yeah, INS is getting bum rushed at this point. They can't do anything, and a big world of trouble. If you're INS, what are you supposed to do? Maybe disengage? That's the only possible way I can see out of this fight. And for Team INS, constantly there's so many shots taken against them, and Carpediem is just coming out on top. Unstoppable in this fight. Carpediem did lose out on Fierce, but it's completely fine. Still getting those early 4 points to kick things off with. That's going to give them a lot of that confidence bolster.
It certainly will give them confidence. But Necro, again and again, Fierce was taken down early on in the last game as well. In this game again, Fierce has been taken down in the first fight itself.
Yeah, it feels like Fierce has got a lot of that ego when he takes those duels.
Yeah.
And that's why he tends to overcommit in those. He thinks that he's better. Yes, he is. He's got a lot of that mechanical prowess, nothing taken away from a man like Fierce. But still, man, sometimes you got to control your emotions, and that's what makes you a man.
Wow, what an alpha thing to say, Necro.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Batman taught me that.
Batman taught you that. You kind of spoke in Batman's voice as well. But talking about another fight, we can potentially have another one in the form of Hyderabad Hydras versus NIY Esports. And I want to see who turns out to be the alpha out of these 2 teams. Of course, Hyderabad Hydras, on the back of that victory, will be riding that wave of confidence. But NIY Esports, I think this team is also nothing to be scoffed at, because they have been at official tournaments before and they have surprised us as well.
They indeed have. NIY, they're at the top. As Yuki, even he is a little bit chipped out. A bad way to start things off inside of the fight. As Hyderabad Hydras, they've got the major advantage. All the 4 players still alive inside of the game and cooking. And Hyderabad Hydras taking their sweet little time before they make the approach. Sam's going to be the first one to meet the makers, maybe. If Hyderabad Hydras keep on clearing the compound the same way they are right now, Sam's going to have a rough approach. He does not even have a shotgun to try and convert the fights. He's holding the angle with just a MP45, and he can't do a lot. Runs out of the bullets, and he will be dealt with ease. Hyderabad Hydras, they put the nail in that coffin as NIY slowly and steadily, just like the domino effect, even the second man falls down.
Yeah, I love the way Hyderabad Hydras cleared out every single compound before chiming on top of Sam, right? The amount of discipline, they knew as a matter of fact that NIY was there, but they had to check every single nook and cranny.
Ooh, that
Wait,
nade.
That's gonna hurt.
It was a beautiful one. What do you mean?
It got his own teammate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Putting your teammate outside of his misery.
That way.
Yeah,
Quite a sacrificial way to actually die, but I think the same is going to be happening to Yuki as well. A 1v4 with a double-barrel shotgun.
I told you. See, this is one of the main reasons why I'm not a big fan of double-barrel shotguns. He connected that shot point blank, but sometimes the pellets, man, I'm telling you, it shoots blanks.
Yeah, it does shoot blanks sometimes. Well, Necro, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that the double-barrel is not really that good, but, well, it is sometimes all that you have to work with. But for Hyderabad Hydras, it seems like the discipline is actually working in for them. The first fight, they won quite comfortably. And now, of course, they can make sure that they are inside the circle with ease, because there is nobody that is going to be there to stop them.
Hyderabad Hydras chilling, cooking in this game. Being the chefs in the smack center.
Are
Just
they
like
roasting
the yolk in the egg.
Are they roasting all the other teams?
No.
They're beating all the other teams.
No.
Then what are they doing? Why do you call them chefs?
They're cooking it perfectly.
Oh.
So, let them cook.
Necro, you've been watching a lot of Instagram reels these days.
No, man, I'm just a big fan of Gordon Ramsay. You know, sunny side up. That beautiful poached egg.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say something a little more complicated. Not a sunny side up. Necro, I can make that. I'll make that for you someday. Sunny side up.
Where is the lamb sauce? Is that complicated enough? But you know what? This is how the fight kicked off towards Picado. And the same question was being asked by the players of Carpediem to the players of INS, and INS had no answer. They did not know where the lamb sauce was.
I mean, one of the prime weaknesses in that setup, of course, was the fact that INS was a two-man squad in this compound, right? Had there been 4 players from Team INS who were holding multiple angles, potentially Carpediem could have been put in a much more dangerous spot, honestly. They could have won the fight, but I believe there would have been multiple casualties, because look at the way both the first 2 players, K47 and Osiris, handled the situation. They made sure that they actually get that finish on top of Fierce. They also got Max quite low on HP as well, so the shotguns did connect. It's just that it did not really do the job well enough.
Yeah, timing's important.
Yeah. And then, of course, the cavalry came in way too late, and I feel like that was one of the reasons why Team INS had to bow out of this game. For NIY, it seems like it was a pretty fair and square fight from Hyderabad Hydras, where they just got completely dominated.
Pretty much. And Salty, you said that I was speaking of much more of the simpler stuff. You wanted something complicated from me. Do you know how tough it is to make a proper poached egg? You've got no clue.
Yeah, honestly speaking, I have got no clue, but
exactly.
I make great omelets.
It sounds easy, but even to make a great omelet, you need a lot of skills. Egg can be complicated in itself. You don't know it. Getting a perfectly cooked egg is tough.
See,
but you know what?
I understand you want to become a food vlogger very soon. Why don't we start a segment?
I was just trying to speak a little bit, you know, considering there's not a lot happening on the screen anymore. I mean, so maybe just educate the audience.
I'm craving eggs as well, Necro, honestly. I need protein.
Cooking is important, man. If you want to survive, you need to eat. And the only way you can eat is by cooking.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm just giving some survival tips.
I wish players could have actually cooked inside the game. They can cook grenades.
Yeah.
But since BGMI is a survival game, you never really know.
Jokes apart, though, with how this game's panning out so far, once again, quite a slow and steady start. A slow approach. And I can only imagine what's going to happen in the grand finals, right? In Kerala Kochi. When we see the top 16 teams. Some of the aggressive ones will also be there. Just putting on an absolute show. Some of the passive teams will also be there.
I'm expecting a lot of big names to actually get toppled by the undergods, Necro.
Ooh.
This time around, the undergods have actually come in well prepared. Some of them.
Yeah, some of them indeed have, right? Team captains doing so good. Silly Esports. You've also got Raw officials. Even Rival Apes is doing pretty decent. So yeah, one thing is for sure, the undergods, they're doing quite decent. And they might just topple a few known names. I wouldn't be surprised. And one of them can also be RAFN Esports if they don't tighten things up.
Potentially. I mean, the toughest round, I feel like, for the bigger names will be the semifinals.
Indeed.
Round 1, in my opinion, was the toughest round inside of BMPS 2024. Round 2 will still be a little simpler because you will need to be inside of top 48 outside the 64 teams.
Yeah, but do you realize you don't really have a lot of games, right? Inside of round 1, you've got a lot of chances. In round 2, you won't have a lot of games. A few chances will be given to you to try and prove yourself. And if you miss, you're screwed.
And I think that is one of the reasons why the undergods might falter, because they usually take some time to warm themselves up. For the bigger names, I feel like the lobbies are going to be something that they are used to.
It's all about that funneling process, right? Funneling out the better teams, letting the weaker ones go. Sounds a bit cruel, but hey, that's what makes the format even more interesting. And speaking of interesting stuff, we've also got our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from $18,999.
Great gaming smartphone, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, especially with that 2000 Hz touch sampling rate, you do get that buttery smooth response, especially when you start booting up that game on that device. So definitely check it out and start your gaming journey today. But coming back in the game, it seems like we've had an extremely slow start to Miramar so far. It's just stage 2 as of now. Team Psyche, they find themselves in a good position, right on top of Hashin Del Patron. And they do have a couple of teams in their vicinity. It's just that the range in between them is way too high. Majority of the teams are starting to scramble towards the central part of the circle, which is around truck stop.
Yeah. And there's still one more team, by the way, all the way back in the blue down south, in the name of DOW. And even GHUSO Esports are towards Los Leones, back in the blue. These two are the only two teams who haven't made it to the safety lines just yet. Rest every single team is there. Even Raw officials up against the players of HeatBeasts. And for HeatBeasts, I'm not sure how can they avoid the players of Raw. And speaking of Raw themselves, in the week 1 they got so many points that now they're on the comfort zone. They need to face off against the players of HeatBeasts. Eternal, he might just get pounced on. I like the approach from Raw officials, not backing away from the fight, instead taking it to the opponents. Maybe overwhelm them with your presence.
Potentially, Raw officials, they really master the long-range battles, especially with the presence of Daljeet in their lineup. You know they can actually connect those long-range sprays, and it seems like the other team, HeatBeasts, they have realized that, slowly falling back from that process, from that ridge. Raw officials started huddling up. They have a comfortable spot inside the circle with nobody absolutely coming in from the back lines.
Yeah, they forced the players of HeatBeast to reposition inside of the game. And HeatBeast on the move to find themselves a better compound. They actually do so as well. So yeah, in much more of a comfort zone now. Still waiting for a few more teams to cross on over that safety lines. 2 more teams still all the way back in the blue. GHUSO Esports and DOW still. And majority of these teams are just waiting for the upcoming stage to pop up. That's going to be the stage 3. And soon enough, it will.
I'm extremely surprised, Necro, that Carpediem hasn't really found another team to actually hunt upon. It's been a long time. They actually took down Team INS so far. How come is this team fasting for so long is going to be the question. They are rotating, dribbling in between Team Rival Ape X and Team Psyche, trying to push through towards the center of the circle. But is that what Carpediem truly stands for is my question.
Next zone's going to pop up soon. For Rival Apes, everything's going pretty good. The zone's going to move on towards the centric side. A little bit tilted up north, but still not as much. Hyderabad Hydras, they will find themselves a fair share to play with. Team TAMILAS, they need to move inside of the zone, so I do want to see how the rotation now is going to look like. Team TAMILAS is one of those teams that likes to play from the smack center. And now that the center's stolen away from them, are they going to go for the fights or play it passive? And that's been the main kryptonite for Team TAMILAS, by the way. They have been playing it way too passive, and that's why they're not able to accumulate a lot of points.
100%. And I feel like the fact that K9 Esports, they do have the center of the circle for them, it will be an incentive for Team TAMILAS to come in and charge against K9 Esports. But look at that split coming through. They know, as a matter of fact, that they control the high grounds. Finally, Believe will unload a couple of his magazines. Not really a lot of damage dished out, but the suppressor is still going to hide his presence over there.
Yeah, but the problem is the bullets, the ammo count.
Yeah.
He's only got 130 in the mag. So that's a problem. ARC's constantly taking shots. The players on the run. And speaking of ARC2 and how the fight's panning out, there's a few more teams around them they need to be wary of. If the players of ARC, they do engage in the fights, it's going to be quite problematic. ARRANCAR Esports still way too far away from that qualification bracket. They need a flawless game in this one. And speaking of flawless stuff, you've also got our official mobility partner, which is going to be the Hero Xtreme 125R. Beautiful bike. And look at the color scheme too, right?
Yeah.
We've got that blue, white, silver combo, add a little bit of that black too. Perfect.
I love the black wheels, honestly. The black alloy. Talking about black, it seems like THW, they also have a black heart, especially when it comes to destroying their opposition. ARRANCAR Esports have been spotted from a distance. Kiolamau continuously peppering them down. Phoenix will be brought down. The vehicle explosion was lethal. Team THW slowly progressing forward, not really taking the charge against ARRANCAR as of now, because they do have that entirety of the northwestern corridor for themselves.
Yeah, I'm loving this THW, I'm not going to lie. The approach they've gotten, it's quite nice. The spread they have to.
Yeah.
Not shying away from the fights either. A good position, quite stubborn. Not letting go of that one. I like that. ARRANCAR Esports, even they found themselves in quite the decent spot, but the only problem is they're not spreading themselves out a little bit. All the players in that same compound, just limiting their own presence and the information too. And that's where they can be pounced on by any other team around them. Maybe it can be THW as well. And speaking of things, GHUSO Esports in a big world of trouble. Ashi's truck could have almost blown up, but luckily enough it doesn't.
I mean, HeatBeasts, they'll again fancy their chances, especially with the team rotating right underneath their noses. Shots being taken, but none of these shots can actually be very lethal, Necro. We know, as a matter of fact, unless and until there can be a vehicle explosion, Team HeatBeasts will not move forward. In fact, they are just trying to gatekeep, shoo away the opposition and try and make them, force them into making a longer rotation, and that is exactly what GHUSO Esports are doing. Not really GHUSOing too much inside the circle.
HeatBeasts still around the fray, and they themselves need to make it inside of the zone, by the way. GHUSO Esports is one of those teams that came in through late. They were there outside of the blue for a long time. And now the zone centers on up once again. K9 Esports, they're going to find the major advantage. The zone tilting down south. Even the players of Hyderabad Hydras, they should have a decent chunk to play with. Even Team TAMILAS, they're going to find the advantage. As now they're going to try to move on towards Minas Generalis, get their hands on the high ground at least. The only team that can be a big threat are the players of Hyderabad Hydras and K9 Esports. Other than that, if Team TAMILAS play their cards right, they can rack up a lot of eliminations.
But I feel like raw officials right now are going to slam in straight at K9 Esports. Will they find a safe house, or will they have to force themselves into battle to find that spot is going to be the question. It seems like they're going to hold on to their horses for a while. On the other side, DOW Shinchan spraying down Slayer, being extremely successful with that. The knock still hasn't been confirmed.
Oh my god!
The vehicle was in the air when the knock was confirmed.
He connects the very last bullet. He was about to run out of bullets in the magazine, by the way, and then he collects the last bullet. Nicely done. Zap as well, now taking a lot of shots against the opponents, and he's actually finding the positive side as well, as he finds 2 of the knockouts, and now HeatBeasts on the run. They were doing so good, so decent inside of the game, but then this one single hard shift comes in, and HeatBeasts now not looking like the beast anymore. Just backing away from the fights, left with no other options. But yeah, that spray from Shinchan, it was quite a spray, connecting the last bullet. If that connection wouldn't have came through, well then, it would have been quite unfortunate. Before K9 Esports starting things off with the advantage, ending things off as well with the advantage in the fight, looking unstoppable for now.
They certainly are, but I don't really understand what is Believed trying to do, because he's moving outside the circle, letting the remaining of the players from GHUSO Esports to try and close on up right behind MJ as of now. So this is going to be interesting. A nice tacting effort between DOW and K9 to hold on to the center of the circle, the high ground that they potentially have. But GHUSO Esports, I still want to go back and watch this fight once again. Because it seems like Belief wants to wrap them from the back lines. MJ, too much pressure all on himself, but the high ground advantage is going to be there.
Yeah, GHUSO Esports underneath the players of K9, as K9 is constantly taking shots against them. And GHUSO Esports, they do want to find themselves a bit of that home for now. MJ is going to be tossing this nade to perfection, might just be finding a knock, but the man moves away in the nick of time. So GHUSO Esports, it's going to be all good in the hood for now. Ashish is still there underneath as he makes the move with the Weakle. Is taking a lot of peppermint. Unfortunately, does not get knocked out. And K9 Esports, they're just going to be kicking themselves. An entire team escapes underneath their claws.
Once again, the Belief's positioning didn't really make sense because he's coming in from the back lines. Expect some sort of a help against MJ, especially when his ammunition is so low. Look at this, Team K9 Esports. MJ had 21 bullets in his AUG. Not really the ideal number that you would want to have, but so far it seems like GHUSO Esports have been spotted. On the other side, it is Team Rival Apex who are trying to pull up Pesha. Pasha has been kind of forced back, especially with the nade exploding right on his face. Team Psyche, they are still holding on to that position.
Rival Apes, still Pasha, Sultan, these guys in the game, they're trying their best to fight back. Viper was the casualty quite a long time ago, and now Pasha still trying to cook. Utilities are doing that constant damage, as Pasha now would want to go for the revival as well on the fallen player. But IMPRNT, they make the bounce, they make the push. There's one man right on the back of Pasha, and he does not have enough time to react.
I love timing on IMPRNT Esports. They know exactly when to push up, they know exactly when to slow down as well. And now look at this, Team Psyche. They are also being overwhelmed, but respond back in kind as Ninja OP gets taken down. Surya Jord wants to smoke himself up. Two players still surviving. It seems like without the smokes, it will be an extremely difficult job for them to survive.
Oh
but
my
now
God.
Look at this, kiddo. What a beautiful nade just flies in. Madrak has been taken down. Once again, an opportunity for Team Psyche to strike.
It was a beautiful nade. And now this man has got no other option than to back away. Rorico on the run. He wants to save the day even for Maximus as they reunite. IMPRNT Esports, yes, the pounce was looking quite nice until they eliminated that one team. But as soon as they faced off against the players of Psyche, they messed up. Psyche with the advantage now. That's what it seems like. Even though it's a 2v2, still Psyche. They've got the mental advantage, the mental edge we speak of. Kiddo tossing in this nade. It might just find the perfect connect that it needs to. And shots taken from Maximus, but no connections found this time around as Maximus jumps over that Bucky, but it still does not matter. As Surya, he will pull off a miraculous play, jumps over all those bullets, and shuts down that man.
Even Surya and his S12K, absolutely brilliant. But Team Psyche, all they've got to do is to try and get inside the circle as quickly as they possibly can. On the other side, Team Hyderabad, the Hydras, they seem to have stomped down Carpediem and their tracks so far. A fight that everyone was waiting to see. Carpediem, they're known for their aggression, but Hyderabad Hydras, the kind of form that they are in, it will be extremely hard for them, for anybody in fact, to stop them so far.
Oh my God, the amount of shots aimbot's taken from the top. He's also able to find those easy knockouts, pull on the UMP45, get the confirmation too. Now they need to conserve the ammo. That's the only thing the players of K9 Esports need to do, and that's what they're doing perfectly too. Tossing on a bit of that extra ammunition as well. K9 Esports, they're running out of supplies at the top. They need to go down south and get a few more crates looted up. Believe realizing the fact that one of his teammates being knocked out for now. Aimbot's there at the top to constantly pepper down a few more shots against the players of GHUSO Esports and Team TAMILAS maybe. And speaking of Team TAMILAS and how the game's shaping out so far, it just keeps getting dicier and dicier. Team TAMILAS, they need to move inside of the safety lines, but it's being guarded by so many teams. You've got K9 Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, even DOW. It's looking next to impossible to breach through.
It certainly is, right? And K9 Esports, they realize the fact that if they want to get inside the circle, they will have to ditch this high ground advantage. They want to garner as many finish points as they potentially can before they actually move inside the circle. 7 finishers already on board. I believe will be the first to want to try and get himself some sort of a space while Aimbot tries to utilize his vantage point. But the only cause of concern is if Aimbot does get taken down here, it feels like K9 and their chances of victory will be completely shattered, Necro.
Another big cause of concern is going to be the ammunition count.
Yeah, 100%.
He needs to make all the bullets count. There we go. gets one of the confirmations almost, will eventually get it. Aimbot getting a few more eliminations snapped up, but now he does not have a lot of bullets left over. Only 12 bullets spare. And he can't do a lot. He needs to make every single ammunition count. As TapGod gets knocked out, the confirmation will be there too. Unfortunately, it gets stolen away by the players of Team TAMILAS. And now for K9 Esports, there's a lot of teams underneath them. GHUSO Esports is also going to be one of those. Aimbot all by himself, left over from the side of K9 squad as he hands out a death blow even to Ninze, and he will also get the conversion.
He will certainly get the conversion, but how will K9 Esports manage to find that climb down is going to be the question. On the other side, of course, we do have Team NRX just barely at the blue wall right now. They will be pushed forward, but they do have another team right up front. It's going to be Raw Officials. Revival is being handed out, so it's still going to be a 2v2 occasion. But as of now, it seems like NRX have no idea that they're also being weighted by a third party in the form of THW. As soon as this fight ends, I believe THW will start to pounce.
They did well. And man, look at Hyderabad Hydras playing it so passive and defensive. They haven't been a part of a lot of those fights. Raw Officials, they collide against the players of Norules Xtreme, but they're taking too much damage. As eventually it will be Sam from THW to strike him down. Raw Officials, WOP's way too up close and personal to a threat. He's trying his best to evade it. With just a shotgun in his hands, he can definitely deal with the players of Norules Xtreme. But even the players of THW, they're providing him that unintentional help. And that's sort of saving the day for WOP for now. And now he finally looks to make the pounce. He knows the opponents are right there inside of the shack. But WOP, he needs to be very off the back lines too, as they're filled up with foes. As Sam will find that connection onto WOP from the far fray, and he gets that elimination stacked up.
It's so unfortunate, man. Actually sprayed him down through a window over there. THW going extremely strong, but for NRX, at this point, it seems like for them, the journey is about to get over. They can't really survive this blue zone. Neither can they actually survive the storm that THW are bringing on board. And it seems like the storm is being felt by Hyderabad Hydras as well. From the backlines, AimGot can actually do a lot of heavy lifting, the spoil sport for Team Hyderabad Hydras, and it seems like that is exactly what he's looking to do.
Oh, and Bot gets picked off. Hyderabad Hydras knew exactly what was going on. Someone from the top was constantly getting those eliminations, as THW is now taken down to just a 3-man squad. But even the same thing can be said for Hyderabad Hydras, as one of the players knocked out. THW right now is the right time to pounce. They also do have a few more utilities to make that push and help him with it. Destiny looking to toss this one and only nade that's left over in his hands. And if this nade finds the confirmation, it's going to do the deed. Look at Sam. He's wrapped up so deep. And Hyderabad Hydras, they might just have a surprise next to him. But Sam's position is now revealed as well with the footsteps. And the players of Hyderabad Hydras know what exactly is going on around them. Crypto is still way too low. Kiolamau's out in the open as he finds the first knockout. But even Termi gets knocked out. But Crypto is still wrapping up things as he hands out a death blow to Sam. For THW, they definitely do have the advantage considering they can get the revival on the fallen player. But for Crypto, he's the only man, backs against the wall. Not a lot of cover to play with. Just this one single tree is his friend. And he's also got an S12K. And keep this thing in mind, his armor is almost about to melt. He does not have a lot of resources to play with. All it takes is one bullet and his armor will be gone. And that's what happens. The shotgun blast to his chest will seal the deal.
Absolutely, Team THW just showing domination in that particular fight. Just waited at the periphery as long as it possibly can. And then when the time was right, they absolutely hit the bullseye. With Hyderabad Hydras, it seemed like they had no idea of all the directions Team THW were flooding in from.
I don't know about you, but for me, the main playmaker was Aimbot from K9 Esports. He was racking up so many eliminations from the top, and he was the only player who was really annoying for all the other teams who were playing for the victory. For the players of Team TAMILAS, he was doing a lot of that damage. Even THW's one man was eaten alive. Even Hyderabad Hydras were constantly facing the brunt. So yeah, this one single man was making the lobby hell.
Exactly, right? And for Aimbot, I think he was just looking at every single team and being like, alright, fine, I have 60 bullets. I can probably commit 5 bullets to try and get his finish. He commits 5 bullets towards GHUSO Esports. He commits 5 bullets towards other teams. But surprising factor is, why did the rest of K9 could not really proceed inside the circle? That will be a question, of course.
So the question, I have the answer to it. It's because one of the men was knocked out all the way on the opposite hill. So one player went towards that hill, and as soon as the revival was coming through, he got screwed. He got taken down, returned. Or maybe he was just not able to make it at the top of the hill because, yeah, it was way too out in the open, and he was wrapped up by too many teams. There was THW, there was GHUSO Esports, even Team TAMILAS in the sidelines. So let's be honest, to get that revival out in the open like that seems next to impossible. That's one of the main reasons. It's because they wanted to get the revival, they couldn't.
Absolutely. But for Team K9 Esports, I think this was a performance that they can potentially think is going to help them on the overall standings, right? Few finishes on board, few finishes on MJ, few finishes on Billy, few finishes on aimbot as well. But coming back to the main contenders inside of this game, Hyderabad, Hydras and THW, I did not expect THW to actually dominate this fight so well. The utility usage was absolutely fire, and the fact that they committed on that flank so early on in this fight also shows that this team does not lack confidence by any means.
And I'm not gonna lie, this is a complete new THW than what we saw in the week 1 itself.
Yeah.
This THW seems much more refined. They know what they're doing inside of the game. They know their rotation pathways, and they're looking much more good in the firepower too. They're just better than what they were in the week 1.
Exactly, and even Ninze, right? He was waiting on, he was trying to spray down GHUSO Esports. Aimbot did manage to find that pick.
Yeah.
If Ninze wasn't really taken down, I believe this fight would have been so much more easier for Team THW. But enough about these teams. I feel like IMPRNT Esports, for them also this fight, in fact this entire game was brilliant. But Carpediem once again failing to make a mark, Necro, cause of concern.
Speaking of Carpediem, even Team TAMILAS failing to make a mark. Yes, they were there in the final few moments, but not exactly in the placement spot as well. They were probably somewhere around in the top 10 maybe, or top 12. So yeah, for Team TAMILAS too, they couldn't really make the cut. They did not have a lot of elimination points too, because they're deciding to play it way too passive, and that's why they're losing out on those elimination brackets. You move on towards Carpediem, as you mentioned, a big letdown. K9 Esports, quite a good game. Also, because of the fact that they had the high ground to play with. Later on, they started to run out of those utilities and even the resources. That's why even K9 Esports could not really go for the death blow. But still, I would say you can give the leeway to the players of K9 Esports and say, yeah, it's all good in the hood, because they had a lot of eliminations to cover up to it. But another sign of concern is also going to be Team INS, considering they got picked off quite early.
Absolutely. Team INS and rival Apex, I believe. In this game, these two teams could not really do anything because of their positioning. One, because the circle was always going away from them. Every single time they were forced to make those long rotations. So I feel like, yes, these are going to be the games where rival Apex will feel like we could have actually done much better, but the circle did not really give us the opportunity.
Team TAMILAS just getting 4 points in that previous game, by the way. Carpediem 2 getting 4 points, and Raw Officials just getting 3 points. But once again, for Raw Officials, they're not that far away from that qualification bracket, so it's all good in the hood. You've also got THW with 22 points in total, considering they got the chicken dinner. You've also got K9 Esports with 18 points. As I mentioned, they pretty much made up the mark with the amount of elimination points they had. Hyderabad Hydras with 15. It's all good in the hood. There's a big vacuum of points in the top 5. You flip the page and you see a few disappointments. IMPRNT Esports was there. The only reason why they were knocked out and finished from the game is all thanks to that one team that they decided to take a fight against, and that was Team Psyche.
Yeah, talking about Team Psyche, as a matter of fact, I feel like slowly and steadily this team is ensuring that they have enough number of points that they can slowly sneak in through towards round 2. We'll still have to find out if they have done enough, but rival Apex, just 2 points, not really enough. Even the first game as well, not really going exactly what they've wanted, but it seems like now rival Apex, they still need that one big game, potentially on the map of Erangel.
And I'm not going to lie, another returning name is also going to be GHUSO Esports.
Yeah.
And with the way the performance has been looking like from the side of GHUSO Esports, I don't know what has happened to them in the iQOO BMPS, man. Once again, the same conversation repeats itself. We expect teams to improve when they return back to another official tournament, but this time around, it's a complete disappointment. And GHUSO Esports, the last time we saw them in BGIs, things were much more fluid, things were much more better. But now the conversion over here in the iQOO BMPS 2024 hasn't been that great. But with that being said, as we know, another game comes to an end. This was quite a great game in Miramar, where, of course, K9 Esports, they did catch the pace. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. fully loaded for mega taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात कर दी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर बस अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's Johnny with me on the panel. Johnny, one last game to go. Still, a lot of these known names are not able to perform.
Exactly, but again, I mean, these known names, they did not have to have those big performances in order to qualify. So we are still hopeful. The chance of them making it to round 2, it's still going to be there. But the question is, do they get all those points in Erangel right now, or do we have to wait till tomorrow?
But two known names still need a nuclear performance, Johnny. Team TAMILAS and Carpediem.
Yes.
These two guys still way too off that qualification bracket. Especially speaking of Team TAMILAS, it's already been 2 games and we're not seeing the old Team TAMILAS that we know them for. No aggression from them, no firepower being showcased. Instead, they're just playing completely defensive, and that's been the main concern.
Exactly, it has been. And again, I mean, Team TAMILAS, they have to bring that aggression if they want to go for those big performances and, of course, qualify for round 2. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to showcase your skill set and have those big performances, check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. And if you go onto Google and search for the iQOO Z9S series, you can stand a chance of winning the iQOO Z9 Pro for yourselves.
You might just be the lucky one of the 15 that are being given away. So now let's move on forward with the conversation, right? IMPRNT Esports slowly and steadily on that climb. I'm liking that. They're getting those points, but once again, that's not going to be enough. Slow and steady is not enough. Considering you do not really have a lot of games left, you need that one nuclear climb that's going to put you or propel you directly in the first half of the board. The same thing can be said for K9 Esports. This previous game was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the previous game was incredible, but then the start on Vacandy was a little bit slow. So the performance on Miramar just balances things out. But let's have a look at the rankings and see how the other teams are doing. No change within the top 13, but we have Hyderabad Hydras moving up the rankings slowly and steadily. They've played 2 matches, 1-1. Even in the previous game, they did stand a chance of winning the chicken dinner at the end, but again, not really, things not really working out. But who cares? I mean, the overall ranking does look good for them.
And you know what, Johnny? Me and Salty had a conversation about TCWxEMP and with the way they've started things off. This seems like a complete new TCWxEMP. The one we wanted to see from BGIS is now over here. Because in BGIS, this team was hitting benchmarks after benchmarks, but now look at them. They're performing just the way they did in the past.
Exactly, and week 1 wasn't that bad for the side of TSW as well. They walked away with 42 points, and with how the cutoff is building up, I think even if they match that performance, they should easily be able to qualify to the next round. So TSW, it's all about maintaining that consistency, not really overexerting themselves inside of the upcoming matches, and even in this game of Erangel, if they secure 10 points as well. That should be good. It gets them close to 39.
I think so. They've already done it, man. They had 22 points in that previous game with the chicken dinner.
29 is the total.
Yeah, so they've pretty much done it, I think so.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're going to be way over 60.
Yeah, they're pretty much qualified. If they want, they can move on forward and play a few spoilers if they definitely would like to do so.
You always give the teams bad ideas, right?
It's not a bad idea. It's an entertaining idea, Johnny. Just shift your perspective and you will understand the way I look at world.
I mean, shift my perspective in what direction?
In entertainment.
I thought you were going to say in the evil direction.
I mean, sure, entertainment also requires a little bit of that evil factor.
Oh, man, I mean, we have a thing, right? Evil plans with Necro and Johnny.
Yeah, we're already pulling off 2 heists. We're actually planning one more as well.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. What was the third one?
You were just supposed to say yes. So
all right. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, it would have looked cool, you know, but now it's already blown, man. It's busted.
Oh,
but you know what? The overall standings, last page, GHUSO Esports, another returning banner, still struggling. Not a lot to say over here, man. Honestly, all the teams on the last page, they do not have a lot of chances. They just need to perform.
Yeah, but can I ask you a difficult question? Which team are you most disappointed with, JUX or GHUSO?
GHUSO, hands down. GHUSO is still someone that can easily qualify. They've still got 3 more chances to go, and I think so tomorrow GHUSO will perform. And that's what GHUSO is known for, pretty much, right? They perform when the pressure is on them, when the sword is right on top of their necks. Right now, their head's on the swivel, yet nothing taken away from them, but that's when they perform. And speaking of GHUSO, they're way too far away from the qualification bracket. 4 more games to go. It's next to impossible to qualify.
Unless they have 4 chicken dinners in a row.
Yeah.
That's the only way they qualify.
Or maybe 15 points per game, then they can qualify.
Yeah, 15 points per game. I mean, without the chicken dinners, that's going to require a lot of frags in every single match. But getting that chicken dinner in with like 5 elimination, that sounds much easier because you're not really running into those fights, right? If you are GHUSO Esports. So
I would still say, though, the big disappointment has been Team Psyche.
Oh, yeah. Team Psyche. And not just Team Psyche. I mean, with how things have changed, Norules Xtreme as well.
Yeah, even Norules Xtreme. You usually expect teams to improve, but once again, the conversation dials back to the same perspective. Teams have been disintegrating pretty much.
Why are we ignoring NIY?
Oh, yeah.
NIY also not really being able to perform. So again, this Pro Series, and I think it was why I feel things are this tight right now and why we are seeing these big names take a dip is because of something that you mentioned yesterday, a comparison between how the Pro Series work and how the BGIS works. A big difference. Competition over here a little bit more refined, and as it turns out, the other teams, the teams that we are talking about right now, not being able to perform, their competitors, they were a little bit focused in that off season. They made those improvements, and the refinements that they made into their performances are just working out for them.
Just to sum it up and say it in an easy manner, BMPS's round 1 is pretty much equivalent to the round 3 of the BGIS.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it. So that's why we're seeing a lot of these names just being funneled out so big. 50% of that cutoff is over here, man. 64 teams will be eliminated from this round itself, which makes a lot of sense. It is brutal, but also entertaining.
Exactly, it is quite entertaining, but let's see how this last game of Erangel is going to turn out. Another opportunity for teams like GHUSO Esports, for teams like K9 Esports, Team TAMILAS, IMPRNT and Carpediem to actually bring themselves back into the competition, and especially Carpediem. This is the map where they need to kick things off. Otherwise, tomorrow, it's going to be a troublesome day for them. But again, last game, last map of the day on our screens. Here we go.
Oh, I already love the plane fly path, starting all the way from Milta Power towards Primorx, and this plane fly path is going to catch every single team off guard. If you want to move up north towards the extremities, Severny's out of the reach. There's no way you can move in towards Severny. Maybe Rozok will still be in reach if you go for a pit stop, but still, man, this plane fly path is going to cause a lot of those collisions.
Yeah, and I just hope the teams do not take an inspiration from me just now and choke in this final game. As you mentioned, the last map of the day is the southern leaning flight path. The only thing that we can hope for, Necro, from here on out to make this map the most entertaining map of Erangel today is a southern circle towards either military base or towards Norules would be even better.
Yeah, and so far, teams ejecting out from the plane fly path. ARRANCAR Esports is going to be the first one, and NIY Esports dropping towards Milta. But if you try and look at Norules, there's 3 teams right next to each other.
It's CSW and the players of HeatBeasts Esports, 2 teams colliding in Norules, and that will result in an early action between the 2 sides. But HeatBeasts, they do have a tendency of moving towards that small village right next to the bridge. Although they do also have an option of taking control of the western hills of Noripno and keeping an eye on the players of TSW. Hyderabad Hydras, free reins of the military base handed to them. And apart from these early drop clashes, I think a little bit of a kerfuffle might break out towards the western side of the map as well.
No one dares to challenge Hyderabad Hydras, let's be honest. If they do try and move up against the players of Hyderabad Hydras, they're just going to be giving their own invitation for demise. Now, you've got a bit of that pit stop collision. Raw officials up against the players of Team INS and Team INS 2. They need desperate points to qualify. And unfortunately, already one of the veterans gets shot down. K47 not in the game. While you try and speak about the entire team in the front, INS, they do not even have a lot of loot to play with. Raw officials, they prioritize the compound much better. Now it's pistols up against the ARs and the shotguns.
Well, let's see the Raw official looking to move forward and wipe out the players of INS. As you mentioned, even the weapons aren't down. The players of INS and Raw official at this point, the only thing that can make this collision fight easier for them is if they have a nade and a Molotov on any one of these players. Smoke pulled out by Abhi. Try and deny any possibility of INS figuring out where the players of Raw official are coming from. So they're going to smoke up that first floor, completely denying information. It's just the sound cues, and Ghosty with the Scorpion can actually find one knock, but he doesn't. The numbers advantage playing into the hands of Raw official, and one after the other players of INS are going to fall. Osiris still left on that first floor with a pistol.
Still waiting to hand out a few more haircuts. Unfortunately for INS, the weaponry disadvantage is clearly visible, and they just can't do anything. They do want to constantly fight back as even Ronak falls down. Not a lot could have been done in that position. The veterans, they keep on dropping down like flies. And now it's down to Osiris. The new name, he needs to try and make a mark, but he can't.
But hey, from the distance, we do see the players of IMPRNT Esports as well. And I think they might have heard the chaos coming from these compounds. They might have heard all of that commotion. And with the time, the third party, and with the time it well, they will have an opportunity to take down the players of Raw official, considering they have committed quite a lot of ammunition to that fight. But a little quick rotation coming out of the players of Raw official, and the move out the northern side of farm extremely quickly. Here we have it, IMPRNT taking control of mansion and prison. Where they're going to go? Are they going to try and play from Lipovka, considering we have a circle centered around farm this time?
Yeah. IMPRNT Esports, they have been quite consistent. They're getting those elimination points. And it's also another returning name. So they do have that experience. They know how to play in these type of lobbies. Definitely one of a kind. A bit more time and they can indeed shape themselves in a better fashion. Hyderabad Hydras, of course, the team with the major advantage in the points table as well. As THW, they're looking to take a fight against the foes. And I like this approach from THW. One man in the water line's going for the big flank. As the players from HeatBeasts, they're never going to see this coming.
Oh, they aren't for sure, but HeatBeasts now. How do they approach this fight? If it is one of the players from the side of HeatBeasts who chooses to get an early engagement into TSW and they fail to find that opening knock, then things can definitely go awry for this team. But it seems like they do want to cross over to the northern side a little bit quicker, or maybe set up a camp close to the bridge. Both viable options for the side.
Indeed. Rival Apes, the previous game was a bit of that lose one, but you never know. Maybe this time they can't time things up. The players are pretty good. Nothing taken away from them.
Pretty good. I mean, this team has also already qualified, man. I mean,
yeah,
they have that freedom of playing however they want this week. And of course, after the performance of Vacandy, I think qualification is pretty much guaranteed to Rivals Ape.
GHUSO Esports, a team that's way too far away from that bracket. If they want, they can give up on the thoughts of qualifying. First two games, pretty bad, considering they needed to perform extraordinarily. Dawn spots out the player. NRX They've got a lot to deal with in both these teams. At this point in time, they have next to none chance of qualifying. They're still trying to duke it out against the players of GHUSO Esports. It's the constant battle, and no one knows where the opponents are positioned. As GHUSO Esports, players trapped inside of this warehouse. They're still trying their best to do something. More smokes laid out if they do want to make the push. That's the trail they're going to use. But still, Norules Xtreme. They're constantly avoiding those nades. But even the nades being tossed from GHUSO Esports, they're quite off the mark.
This Dawn armed with the Honey Badger. Takes a nade quite close to him. HP dropped extremely low, and Rise is going to try and stop, or at least slow down the push from the side of GHUSO Esports, but doesn't succeed, and complete access to this building being gained by the players of GHUSO Esports. Dawn on the top floor. He's trying to heal up. The booster is still running, but with that Honey Badger, it's going to be extremely difficult, especially from the distance. It is going to be TabGod who finds that knock, and Fragger secures the frag for his team. An easy 2K secured by the players of GHUSO Esports.
A weird fight.
Yeah.
Feels like it was a complete waste.
Also, by the way, Necro, that fight towards Nova Repnoy that we were expecting, I believe it's come to fruition.
Yeah, it did.
HeatBeasts Esports lost 3 players.
It did. I mean, they're colliding against a team that's got so much confidence. So it makes a lot of sense. How did they crumble? And speaking of HeatBeasts, in the first 6 games that they played, they only accumulated 9 points. So it makes a lot of sense why they're struggling so much in the fights in general. K9 Esports on the screen, and for K9 Esports, once again in the Smack Center, it's looking all good. If they get the high ground to play with, once again, just let MGod have all the ammunition.
Yeah. Let's see how this performance is going to turn out. You have Aimbot, MJ, Believe, Zap, all experienced players in the lineup of K9. And again, as you mentioned, Smack Center of the circle means they don't have to move around much, at least in the early stages. But a team approaching them from the west actually can cause a lot of trouble. We have Hyderabad Hydras, who might just be visible on the radar for Zap in the next few seconds.
Yeah. K9 Esports.
There they are.
That repositioning that they're trying to pull off. Now they realize a few more bees around that honey, and they need to protect the comb. K9 Esports in a decent spot, but let's just have a look at the replay on how the fight came into fruition. Ninja single-handedly just dismantling the team, striking down 3 players with the help of his teammates. And I had a conversation about this too, right? Once again, that the play that the players of THW were trying to pull off, one man in the water lines going towards the flank, was quite a nice one.
Well, let's see though. You have Aimbot. I think he was looking at that scope lying there and he was like, alright, what's that? Got confused for a few seconds, but worried about the players of Hyderabad Hydras down south from the position of K9 Esports. And of course, the circle moving between Shelter and Milta now. That is completely empty. A cluster forming towards the western edge of the map. Western edge of the circle actually can cause a lot of trouble for a lot of these teams. Big names over there. K9, NIY, Hyderabad Hydras, Carpediem. Your rivals Ape closing in as well, and Team TAMILAS. All of these teams moving west to east. I'm hoping for a mid-rotation fight.
It is probably going to happen. It's a big wave of vehicles moving in from that same direction, right? So it is supposed to happen. You cannot have a peaceful entry like that when you've got so many unwanted neighbors. Hyderabad Hydras 2 is right there around the edge lines. They've got nothing to lose. They can give it all they've got if they want in this game and still get away unscathed in the overall standings. IMPRNT Esports, they're in the Smack Center for now towards Shelter. Unshakable. Raw Officials is going to breach in from that other side. But look at outside of the zone. You've got so many teams in the blue. Psyche, GHUSO Esports, Norules Xtreme, DOW towards up north. So yeah, these 5 teams, I'm not sure what they're trying to do.
It's going to be interesting, though, to find out how they move out into the circle. Because as you mentioned, Psyche over there, GHUSO Esports, Norules Xtreme and GHUSO Esports have still stayed in that Georgia Pole City after that early conflict. But look at this, Team TAMILAS finally figure out and spot out the players of Rivals Ape. One man knocked out mid-rotation, Pasha down. There should be no recovery, but the retaliation is there from Rivals Ape as they do find the trade. And Manti hits the floor, and Mr. IGL follows up soon. What is going on? Team TAMILAS unable to handle the pressure, it seems like.
Yeah, pretty much. Even Maxi's right there around the fray. Maxi was taken down low. He could have been someone to get knocked out as well, but Rivals Apes, they've got the advantage. And now they just want to stop the revival from coming through. I'm not sure how good of a decision this is going to be from Lucky Tunu, but at least he's got the cavalry with him. He invites his teammates to be a part of the fight as IGL is way too low, and he gets confirmed eventually. Team TAMILAS, once again, a big blunder inside of the fight. But look at what Zero is trying to do. He's moving all the way in the back with the flank. Team TAMILAS, they get inside of their own vehicles, but this time they mess things up by margin.
Oh!
Even Fox gets wrapped up in a sheet, and that's done for. Viper, he pulls off an insane play.
A 3K4 Viper in a moment of desperation, and he just wipes the floor with the players of Team TAMILAS. Man, that was insane. But Rivals Ape from here on out, how do they move forward? 3-man roster still remaining. The edge of the circle has been cleared out by them. So they will have a little bit of cover once they move inside of the circle, and they're not too far away as well. What an intense moment. But Team TAMILAS, Necro, what is going on with Team TAMILAS?
Good question. You know who can answer?
Who?
Mr. IGL.
Yeah, I don't think even he can answer that right now, what just happened in that fight. They had the opportunity, they found the opening knock, and yet just overextended for some reason.
How is Team TAMILAS choking? That's the question everyone's wondering.
Yeah.
And in the recent third-party tournament that happened, Team TAMILAS was actually doing really good in the firefights. And now over here in the Pro Series, it feels like they're not amongst the pros anymore.
Hopefully they can recover. I mean, not too far away from qualification. 3 matches left tomorrow. If they can walk away with 35 points, should help them cross into that qualification marker.
Yeah, but in these 3 games, look at the amount of points they gotten. It's really less. It's not even double digits, if I'm not wrong.
We'll see at the end of the day.
Yeah.
The last game also not turning out too great.
They got picked off with what? No eliminations.
Yeah.
So 0 points from this game.
Yeah, pretty much, I think. And I don't think they had a lot of points on Vacandy as well.
Exactly. They didn't even get double digits. Even on the map of Miramar, they were stuck in a big pickle. The max to max amount of points they could have gotten away is maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think that might just be the total tally for the day as well. Not really working out.
They're wrapped up in single digits, and that's a big problem.
It's a heartbreaking situation, to be honest. But
yeah,
maybe it's just an unlucky day for Team TAMILAS. Hopefully they show up stronger tomorrow.
I know, right? Another team that's happening down south. And even the grand finals, as we know, they're down south as well in Kochi, Kerala. If Team TAMILAS is not a part of the action, one thing is for sure, the fans are going to be disappointed.
Well, let's see how the journey is going to turn out. In the meanwhile, THW, though, their journey is a journey of redemption. THW, the start wasn't great. In week 1, they recovered. In week 2 as well. At least the start is a lot better. Securing that win on the previous map, the momentum is there for them. Now on our screens, we have ARRANCAR Esports. Don't really know what to expect from ARRANCAR Esports. The first week, 23 points. The map of Vacandy not really working out. Just a middle of the pack performance every single time.
Yeah. That's the problem, though. If you're somewhere in the middle, you need a big performance. And look at the amount of teams that are still alive. This game of Erangel has been really slow. I thought because the plane fly path, we might just be able to see a lot of those fights. Yeah. But we only saw 2 so far. INS getting picked off, and then later on, even Norules Xtreme getting picked off by the players of GHUSO Esports. That's it. And maybe even a fight between the players of THW and their opponents.
Yeah, but even that did not result in a complete squad wipe, right? Norules Xtreme, Parv is still surviving from HeatBeasts, there's Slayer who's still alive. And GHUSO Esports, by the way, we still see them towards that Georgia pole position, finally starting to move towards the circle.
That's a problem.
Yeah, it's a very late rotation. This is stage 3. They are going to be extremely low by the time they cross over. But here we have it, Hyderabad Hydras. They made up a camp towards the Novarapnoy Bridge, and as soon as the players of TSW look to cross over, Two players are going to be dropped low in terms of HP, although no knock secured by Hyderabad Hydras. So THW are still left in a fighting position. That slope of the ridge, it does give them a little bit of a safe position to play with and avoid the players of Hyderabad Hydras. But the problem is if they move too far up on this slope or along this slope, they will be into the line of fire of the teams that are playing from that Milta city.
Yeah.
So TSW, they need to be extremely careful. This is a very tricky position to play from.
They do, indeed. THW looking at Keel Lamau too. He's managed to rack up no eliminations, but still that one single man Ninze is doing the job. Keep this thing in mind. Last time in BGMI 2024, their dream was shattered, but this time they're here to complete it. It's been a while, and I would like to see THW2 make it to the better stages. Something that's going to help you get better when it comes to the mobility. It's going to be our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 160R4V.
You know what? I'm not even kidding. I think I might actually get one for myself.
You're not kidding?
No.
Well, if you do, maybe get one for me too.
I'll give you a challenge. If you fulfill that, then maybe.
Sure.
Next year.
Carpediem, though. Eyeing out the players of Hyderabad Hydras as Max was taken down. He's constantly taken to his death. Pakar will get the revival on the fallen player. Crypto on the opposition. Carpediem, this game holds so much value, and I'm pretty sure these guys are at this point in time, they're just sweating. They know qualifications on the line. Previous game was a complete bomb. This game has to be it. It has to be a nail in the coffin they're looking for.
What is going on with Carpediem, man?
This is brilliant. Considering it's the cosmetic of that vehicle, that's why he was driving it reverse. You cannot really shoot someone from the backside.
Oh, yeah. No, that actually makes a lot of sense. Visibility is going to be very, very low from the rear window, I guess.
Yeah. It's going to be tough to shoot out the target. That's why he was driving it reverse.
So people have a tendency, especially pro players, they have a tendency of just making sure that the crosshair sticks at the head level, right?
Yeah.
Where you're going to shoot out and how you're going to track my head if you can't really see it.
It is tough. It is tough. Let's be honest. To shoot out of these vehicles with the advanced cosmetics, it is tough. Before now, you've got Rival Apes on the screen. Ooh.
You know what's the secret best vehicle inside of the game?
Hero Xtreme 160R4V?
Yeah, but, I mean, no one uses it because no one has the strength to use it. But apart from that, it's a bicycle. I mean, we've seen so many bicycle players, man. Makes no noise. You can just sneak in anywhere you want.
GT is the prime example.
Oh, yeah. Last season. A lot of memories from that 2023 BMPS.
Yeah. That rotation was incredible. They deep drive in the water lines. They did not have any vehicles to play with. We thought they're screwed. But then they pull out the foldable bicycles from their backpacks and they start riding it towards the rotation. Before now, you've got DOW colliding against the players of ARRANCAR Esports as Chiki's back up on her feet. ARRANCAR Esports, all the four players now once again reuniting as a re-knock comes into play. Phoenix finds a perfect knockout. He tosses that Molotov inside of the smoke. As ARRANCAR Esports is doing that constant damage against the players of DOW, and DOW can't do a lot. Phoenix, he's constantly peppering those nades, and he's just looking to find one more connection. But both the players are in that one single closet room. Finally, the engagement comes through, but Zoe does not have a nade cooked properly, and that's why she gets knocked out. No weapons as well in the hand, so they don't stand a chance. DOW, they're just completely crumbling apart. It's a lot of that pressure they're not able to handle, but still they're trying their best to fight back. As the shotgun, it finds the perfect connection, and DOW, they will be wrapped up in a sheet and sent outside of the lobby.
Well, let's see though. ARRANCARs, they have these 4 points secured. How far can they take this in this particular match? Also, Necro, while we had the map in front of us, did you notice the shift of the circle? All of a sudden, THW, they will be so happy sticking around that no-rip Neubridge. Everyone else will be in front, and Hyderabad Hydras will do all the heavy lifting along with Carpediem.
Yeah. For Hyderabad Hydras, once again, they've got nothing to lose. And I just want to see Hyderabad Hydras spoil a few dreams. I know it's evil, but entertaining. Once again, keep that thing in mind. And yeah, speaking about the previous fight, Zoe had a nade in her hand even though she heard the footsteps approaching towards the compound. I'm not sure what exactly was going on, but maybe she did not cook the nade properly in time?
I don't know, man, but I'm not surprised. Not the first time we are seeing plays like that from DOW, but let's see what's happening over here. NOI destroying the players of Raw Official. A nade knocks out Superman. Might have had Kryptonite in it, but Honest 2 OP, he's still surviving with Daljit. Now, Raw Official, if you remember, their journey in Week 1 was amazing. Even that is an understatement. Those 2 matches where they were able to finish in the top 3 consistently is what I want to see from this team. But today, they have been struggling, unfortunately. The Molotov is going to be quite close to the 2 lads. And NIY, that is too much utility committed to this squad wipe. They did secure a knock, but after that, nothing came from all of those nades and those Molotovs. And Raw Officials still have a lot of utility to work with, mind you.
Yeah, ARRANCAR Esports. Look at what's happening. 2 players, they instantly drop dead. As the players are psyched, they're doing a lot of that damage against him. Kiddo is also going to be the casualty. Skrillex is the only player left alive, but as soon as I say so, even he meets the makers. And that's it for Psyche.
ARRANCAR, one last player still surviving in the distance. It's Phoenix. And the players of K9 Esports still on the hunt. Wait a second, they got no eliminations from that.
Yeah.
How unfortunate.
They were tossing the nades. They wanted to be a part of that. They wanted the piece of the pie as well, but unfortunately, nothing connected.
Man, first it was Daljit giving the revive to Superman. Now it's Superman going for a revive on Daljit. Honest 2 OP is stuck in a corner. And the players of NIY, they've gained a flank to actually pin down Honest 2 OP as well. So Raw Official, I think this might be the end of their journey in this particular game. But as I say that, 2 knocks found. Honest 2 OP, he's stuck in a 1v2 situation. And Abi from the back lines as well. Wait, what?
The way Mickey ran away, he came in with the vehicle, but then he realized his teammate just got down, and he just ran away out in the open like that. He got scared. He saw death flashing right in front of his eyes.
But this is also something I was surprised by. THW from the distance actually also creating a lot of passive pressure on the players of Raw Official and also denying the push of the slope to the players of NIY.
THW from the back, as you mentioned, will be the main playmaker over here.
Yeah.
They're going to destroy the dreams of Raw Officials, but once again, the dreams are already made, right? They've qualified. Raw Officials, all the 4 players up and alive for now. The only spoiler that can be is THW from the back, and here comes it. Now they know what exactly is going on around the fray. Kyulamau, he's taking a lot of those shots inside of the smoke. They need to be wary of the fact that there's a team in the back lines who constantly wants to sting him down. It's Kyulamau who's going for those shots. Be careful, my friends. THW is one of those formidable forces. Up till now, they have been in top-notch form. But Kyo receives a bit of that fatal blow in return as well. He needs to go for the patch. THW, they found themselves a nice Rich to play with, but they cannot keep on relying on this Rich for a long time. They need to be a little bit more on the aggressive side of things.
All right, Necro, are you in for the most shocking rotation of this entire game? Look at the radar. Slayer had pushed up all the way towards Milta, and for some reason he found, and some way he found to get behind the players of TSW into the blue zone. Unfortunately for him, though, he was in the water, so he's not going to survive for long and does get taken out. But now is when the real game begins. All of a sudden, we are instantly down to 8 teams, 29 players alive. And the circle takes a hard shift out into the open, away from the compounds. IMPRNT Esports, smack center of the zone. Northern edge in control of the players of K9. Towards the west, we have GHUSO Esports and Carpediem. They control the safe haven towards the eastern edge of the circle.
You want to hear about the shocking rotation? That's GHUSO Esports. They started all the way from the northern side towards Georgia Pool. They were back in the blue for such a long time, but now they finally are over here in such a good spot in the safety place.
But the question is, have they found finishes along the way?
They did convert one of the fights, so they do have 4 finishes.
Three eliminations. I think
they also got the last player.
No, Parv ran away towards Ferry Pier.
Okay. But focusing on this fight for now, THW's one man's knocked out. Kyulamau, that's a big casualty. They need to get the fallen player back upon his feet. Hyderabad Hydras from the top is constantly putting them under pressure. Destiny wants to rescue that player. He will get the operation done too. The man will be back upon his feet. K9 Esports out in the open like the snakes, and they're tossing in those utils, but not exactly on the mark. And this time, they're going to face off against the players of IMPRNT Esports. Zap, he gets taken down so low. And IMPRNT Esports, they will also find the death blow. Zap gets wrapped up, and now it's just down to aimbot.
The problem for K9 Esports do not stop with IMPRNT Esports themselves. A few moments ago, we did notice GHUSO Esports were also able to make a one conversion. And look at that, aimbot is going to be finished off by the players of GHUSO Esports. IMPRNT stuck in a corner, Carpediem. Now it's their chance to shine. The players of GHUSO Esports spotted out. One knock is going to be secured by Gamla Boy. The finish comes through as well.
Oh no, they do want to go for a few more shots. But even the players of Carpediem know if they keep on peeking that same angle for too long, there can be a penalty. And they don't want to face that. Even the ammunition is running quite low. The supply is not exactly there. But the utilities are still on point. And they can toss those on the marker. IMPRNT, they're on the sidelines before. Now Carpediem, they've got much more of a bigger problem. And that's going to be in the name of Hyderabad Hydras. Yes, one return knockout was there on the players of Carpediem, but it's completely fine. Still, they've got the man number to try and sustain it.
And Insidious is going to be finished off with all of those utilities lobbed upon them by the players of Carpediem. This is revenge, Necro, for what happened to Carpediem in that map of Vacandy, where Hyderabad Hydras secured their first frag of the game by picking off Fierce from the side of Carpediem. But we're finally down to the top three teams, GHUSO Esports, IMPRNT and Carpediem. Three teams that were struggling for qualification. All of them make sure that the last map of the day is where they bring themselves back into the competition.
Yeah, but the problem is the zone's not with the players of Carpediem. They need to push up and they need to push out in the open, and that's where Carpediem's going to be screwed. Both these teams can actually target them in a great manner. GHUSO Esports, they've got the safety lines to play with, and you got to give props to that rotation as well. They went for that perfect timing, and speaking of timing, they find the knockout as well. And now IMPRNT Esports is taken down to just the 50% of what they were. Nades being tossed to get the confirmation followed up. Ashish does not want to let the revival come through. IMPRNT Esports, already it's a big spoiler, as the players of GHUSO Esports will get the confirmation rolled up as well. But Ashish, while he was trying to get the confirmation, he forced himself a little bit too much in the open, and he gets knocked out. That's the penalty. That's going to give the players of Carpediem another chance to life.
And Carpediem did not want to let anyone leave this fight, leave this match in one piece. They shut down IMPRNT Esports first, and now they're moving towards the players of GHUSO Esports. Ashish has been brought back. Gamla Boy from the side of Carpediem extremely low, but the nades from Gamla Boy secure the knock. Ashish also put down. One last man standing between GHUSO Esports and the comeback in this game, but that is not going to work out. It's a 1v4 situation. There is no way you clutch out this win. He brings his teammate back into the matchup, and they do try to trade out knocks, and they find two out of nowhere. 1v2 for Fragger. He has the S12K to work with. Does he secure this clutch as he pushes forward? Finds the one player, last 1v1, and he wins it all! What just happened? GHUSO Esports, they charge forward and win an incredible win-away chicken dinner for themselves. 10 eliminations on the board as well, Necro.
That man saves the day when it matters the most. GHUSO Esports, they do have a big chicken dinner in their hands. Looking at their journey, how they started things off in that previous game, we doubted the survival of GHUSO Esports. They were out in the blue for such a long time. They made that rotation towards the safety lines in the final few moments. They found the perfect time as well, the perfect breaching point. They were there inside of the zone, and the zone kept on shifting right on top of them.
Man, despite that, it was the last moment. It was the 2 versus 4 fight towards the end. One player brought back, and instantly after the revive, he did not have time to put on those first aid, so he had to take those shots towards the players of Carpediem. And they found 2 knocks, bringing the numbers down to a 1v2. And Fragger, my goodness, that play, man. He had to be fearless. You know this, right? In a clutch situation, you only have one option to push forward. And the majority of the times, we see players hiding in a corner. Fragger this time with that S12K just ran towards the players of Carpediem and completely destroyed them.
But talk about the big choke. Carpediem, And once again, it's going to put a major dent in their mentality. Tomorrow is going to be the last day for these two groups, and we know if tomorrow things are not going to be buckled up, one thing is for sure, they can't be eliminated. Carpediem still getting decent amount of points in this game itself, and in general, today's day was okay-ish for Carpediem, so you can say they're really close to that bracket of qualification.
That is what I wanted to say, that Carpediem, yes, I think they're going to be like 10-15 points shy of qualification now. So tomorrow, if they manage to secure all of those points in one match, then maybe in the upcoming games, we are going to see the true form of Carpediem. But let's look at this, the winner-winner chicken dinner moment for GHUSO Esports, because this is one of the best final moments I've ever witnessed.
Exactly. It felt like Carpediem was the one to come out on top, but then Fragger just strikes down 3 players in an incredible fashion. Gets 1 player knocked out in the open while he's trying to make that rotate. Pulls out the S12K. Gets the second man too with these. And the third one just ran into his crosshairs.
Yeah.
That was perfectly done. Even those micro, tiny readjustments in the playstyle, in the positioning was incredible.
Exactly. Instead of moving the crosshair towards the player, he just walked so that the crosshair would be right on his head, and lucky for him, the player, as you mentioned, also walked right into it, because that S12K shot point blank ranged right at the temple of his skull.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really do a lot, right, when there's so many pellets of close and personal.
Right here.
That too on your dome. It just reminds me a lot of those zombie scenes in the movies, right? Yep. And moving the conversation on towards K9 Esports too, another team that needed those points. K9 Esports, you can't say the game of Miramar, they had a lot of those points, so it sort of balanced out things for the game of Weekendy. But even in this game, K9 Esports, I guess a decent approach.
Yeah, K9 had a decent approach, and K9, of course, as you mentioned, I mean, not too far away from the qualification already. So I think things are looking decent, considering tomorrow they still have 3 matches left. I want to talk about IMPRNT, man. IMPRNT was there in the top 3. Now, if they have decent number of eliminations in this particular game, then they are still going to be in the fight to make it to the round 2 tomorrow. If they don't, then pretty much tomorrow is going to be the last day in the tournament, unless they have one chicken dinner in game on itself.
No, I think IMPRNT is also going to qualify easily, even on tomorrow's day, because today's day has been really consistent for Team IMPRNT. They started things off on a decent note. Even in the game of Miramar, Team IMPRNT was right there in the final few moments. Even in this game, IMPRNT was a part of decent amount of fights too, so you can't say IMPRNT Esports, they're easily going to be able to move on forward, because they started the day off with 32 points. And that's a decent marker to start the day off with.
Let's see. I mean, let's see how many points IMPRNT has from this match. 7 points. But again, 7 points every single game. Yeah, if they manage to keep this average, they should be able to move forward. But again, I mean, let's look at the standings. GHUSO Esports, incredible win, man. Still not over that final clutch. 20 points secured. Carpediem, 19. Hyderabad Hydras with 10. TSW with 9. TSW is a surprising entry. Now the consistency is being put on display. And I think if they maintain this average, they should also be able to qualify. Rivals Ape, I'm very happy with these young set of players, to be honest. Rivals Ape is phenomenal.
Carpediem make it. Carpediem, they pretty much make it. They had 19 points in this game. And in the previous game, Carpediem, yes, they lost out, but Weekendy was decent from Carpediem,
right? Yeah, top 4.
Yeah, so Carpediem pretty much almost make it. They just need somewhere around maybe 10 points in the span of 3 games.
That's one game, man.
Yeah, they can easily make it. So Carpediem's done the job. K9 Esports, 3 points in this game, but it's completely fine. Today's day was decent for them. They were not that far away to start things off with, so it's all good in the hood. But a chance has been reignited for GHUSO Esports with this chicken dinner. Tomorrow, they need 30 points. That's it. And they can easily move on.
I mean, it's going to be incredible if GHUSO Esports qualify, because at the start of the day, I don't think any one of us would have believed if someone said, yeah, GHUSO Esports is going to have an incredible day today. Because their journey in week 1 was not great, to be honest. I mean, yeah, not great is sugarcoating it, because they had 17 points in 6 matches. That is very bad. Yeah. But this week, incredible bounce back, man.
But you know what, Johnny? A light has also been dimming away from someone's court, and that's going to be Team TAMILAS. Constant bad performances after bad performance. Started the day off with 33 points and pretty much will be there on the single digit in the overall standings too. The overall standings on the screen right now. Hyderabad Hydras getting 45 points in the span of 3 games, doing pretty decent. They're there in the first half of the board. Even TSW, 38 points. It's a complete different shift in the play.
It is, definitely. TSW, I mean, I'm loving how TSW have showed up again. And again, this week is a lot better from how they performed the previous week, but previous week wasn't that bad idea. Look at that, GHUSO Esports, 29 points from the 3 matches they played today, 17 from the previous week. That is somewhere around 46 points in total, so they need just like 15 or so points to get them close to qualification. Go for that 20 marker, and you should be good to go. Carpediem, as you mentioned, 33 points from this week. Yeah, I think they're going to be very close.
Yeah, they made it. They made it. Carpediem made it. IMPRNT Esports made it. GHUSO Esports, they've ignited a chance for themselves to move on forward. Another team that's sort of going to be is in that doubting factor will be Team INS. Because they started things off, yes, with decent points on the board. We thought they can easily move on forward, but today's day has been a bomb.
INS is moving at a very slow pace, but as long as they are consistent and as long as they have that 1 10-pointer match, I think they should be able to move forward and take that big leap that we hope to see from them. But on this side, I mean, Team Psyche. Now, this is a team that we expected a lot from, but unfortunately, they haven't really been able to perform. And as you mentioned, Necro, ouch, Team TAMILAS, 6 points.
That's what I'm saying, man. Single digit on the board, just 6 points. In the span of 3 games, 2 points per game. That's a really bad average. The lights dimming down. The same thing can be said for a few more names.
NIY. What happened to NIY?
0 points in 3 games. Even HeatBeasts just getting 2 points. INS just getting 4 points, Johnny. And as I mentioned, even for INS, just these 4 points in 3 games, it just takes away their chance to easily qualify.
It does. I mean, 6 matches, they needed to be on point if they wanted to have a chance of qualification tomorrow. But now that is not even going to be there. One team that we had on the last page of the overall leaderboard right now, but I don't think we need to worry about them at all, is Raw Official. Raw Official have just taken a page out of Blind Esports' book. Like, we did a lot of work in week 1 now. Let's just take a backseat and chill.
I mean, so many known names can be eliminated from here. Team TAMILAS, INS. You've also got Team Psyche that cannot be seen in the future stages. And all of these are the known names, by the way. iQOO MVP contenders on the screen. Admino is right there from Godlike. You've also got Trace God with 29 finishes. Hector from CG on the 3rd. On the 2nd is going to be DeVay, of course, from the Pissed Off Swans. And then you've also got Goblin from CG.
Well, I mean, we are going to have to wait and see if by the end of tomorrow we have someone from Group 3 or Group 4 from Set Cred making it into this list. Because again, a lot of these players are popping off in the last 2 days of these matches. And again, tomorrow, considering it is the final day, they're going to play their last 3 matches. I think now the target to be inside of the top 64 is going to be very clearly laid out.
Yeah, pretty much. And also at the start of the day, we had made our predictions too, right? I went with a newer face on the block. I went with Team Phoenix, right? They needed a decent bit of points to move on forward. I think so they started things off with about 54 points or something like that.
Yeah.
So Phoenix getting that chicken dinner in the first 3 games too, they pretty much solidified their slot in the upcoming stages. So I would still say my prediction has came true.
Your prediction came true in the overall qualification. But Necro, that is not how the predictions
I know, but I'm just making the predictions to qualify.
No.
Right?
Whose team did the best today?
Well, I mean, that way, MOGO Esports was the one who performed out of their minds once again. So it's quite an easy prediction, guys. We all knew MOGO Esports is going to perform anyway.
Don't be salty, man.
I'm not salty. I'm Necro.
Yeah, that was a good joke. Let's have a look at our predictions anyways that we have. MOGO Esports predicted by Ocean Mazy and myself. 3 people who know what they're talking about. But anyways.
Oh, that's why Salty was so salty that Esports was not performing. He was being a little bit too greedy. He was like, yeah, I want to see the old silly Esports back in the playing field. And I was constantly saying, stop being so greedy.
Hey man, for the first time, Anki the bot got his prediction wrong. He went for KARUNADU Esports, and while there was a little bit of a bounce back for KARUNADU Esports, it wasn't the greatest day for them. And Sparrow, I think he's going to be a happy man today, smiling exactly like he is in that picture because Carpediem did well.
They made an incredible comeback, but now all eyes are going to be on GHUSO Esports tomorrow. The comeback they have pulled off so far in the overall standings, it is definitely one of the comebacks that we all wanted to see, and now GHUSO Esports, they have ignited that fire of a chance to move on in the upcoming stages.
And in a brilliant fashion as well, man. This clutch was hype. Now I want to see moments like this in every single match from them.
And that's the crazy part, though. GHUSO Esports, when we saw them in the iQOO BMPS 2024 for the first time, we got reminded of the BGMI 2024.
Yeah.
And we know what GHUSO Esports pulled off in the round 3 and the round 2s, right?
Exactly. But unfortunately, all of that wasn't that great. The start of the journey wasn't that great. But today, they played like the old GHUSO Esports we remember. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how the journey moves forward. But tomorrow, any predictions from your side for tomorrow? Who do you expect is going to get kicked out? Pick one.
Tomorrow, listen, Team TAMILAS.
Team TAMILAS
getting
kicked
won't
out.
Be seen, yes.
Ooh, that is a big statement, Necro. But based on how their journey has been so far, I don't know what to say. Anything can happen because it has been a shaky performance throughout the journey. But the last 3 matches are going to be played by these teams tomorrow, and it's going to be an epic showdown for sure. But before we say goodbye to you guys, a huge shout out to our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. The iQOO BMPS brought to you guys by iQOO, and of course our mobility partners Hero. But it is time for us to say good night. We're going to see you again tomorrow with the last day of round 1. Until then, take care. Good night.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
बस।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।